B2, Prologue. Building a reservoir is a process that is as delicate as it is profound. Like our living counterparts, our minds are defined by whatever experiences fill them. For better or for worse. Mother, notes on HBRS 15.21. 3 years after. God, damn it. The words ran through his mind as Russ and the last of his crew were marched to their deaths through knee-deep mud. Hunks of moss larger than him draped down from trees nearby, the water was a dulled green that bordered brown, and with the way the sun tore through the branches here, a layer of sickly yellow coated the land beneath. Flies buzzed about in swarms, only parting when they drew near. Bayou, their black-cloaked captors called this mess, but the way Russ figured it, this was just a shittier swamp. Man, did he regret coming all the way down here. The air hung rough too. Russ was no amateur. He knew how to handle a long haul in the woods. But between the humidity and the heat, his flesh would dampen up and soften out before finally slithering off in these slick, grey blobs. He'd definitely need a good skin job if he ever got out of this. He watched as it happened to Rummy in front, with a chunk of his neck sloshing off when he jerked his head an inch. No sooner was the sinew below exposed than a mosquito the size of a peanut landed on the spot. It fluttered once before dropping too, the mosquito's bloated sac dead the moment it absorbed Reitzer blood. That's the hollowing for you. When it wasn't slowly leaching the life from them, it was taking it from everything else. Water splashed louder as Jamal took a few steps closer, his dark braids caked in grime. Get ready, he whispered. It's almost time. The weight of cold metal pressed against his hands. Russ knew the feeling at once. A knife. Russ shot a glance to either side. Are you out of your mind, Jamal? He snickered. What? Afraid of pissing this enclave off? And you call yourself a hunter? Last I checked, you surrendered when Milo got purged too. Well, that was then, and this is now. He grunted. We don't have time to argue. We'll have to make our move soon, or we're not getting out. Russ grit his teeth. He and Jamal had been rolling together since Xander. If it hadn't been for Jamal convincing the boss to let them handle the rear, they'd have marched straight to their deaths like everyone else. Russ knew better than anyone to trust Jamal's instincts. What about Rummy? Russ asked. Other than them, he was the last survivor from their starting crew of 4. Forget about him. Just roll with it when it's time. Russ winced. He'd been starting to like Rummy, even though he was just a loner they picked up on the road a few months back, barely keeping it together. Certainly not hunter material. He didn't even have a name until Milo gave it to him for carrying a bunch of blood around in an old bottle of rum. It had been his idea to not hunt Rummy on the spot. You never know when you need a meat shield, Milo said at the time. Figured now would be the moment to pull that thread. I'm in, Russ said. What are we waiting for? It's already begun, Jamal said. Notice the bugs. Russ looked around, only to find that the bayou was abandoned here. The mosquitoes had vanished, and there were no spiders in the trees or moths buzzing about. Come to think of it, they hadn't heard so much as a cricket for some time now. He stared at his partner sideways. What bugs? Jamal grinned. Exactly. Ripples began to form at a dozen places nearby. A hand clawed through the surface, its rotted flesh fused with algae. More exploded out elsewhere in the clearing. It wasn't long before the hisses and moans came as the rest of their ambushers broke from hibernation. They all sprung up, with teeth clattering and those empty, white eyes that every Reitzer knew to fear. The hollowing in its purest form. Shit, Rummy cursed. Hollows. Sinners, one of their captors shouted, using their own term for them. The hollows advanced, and their captors scrambled to face this new threat. Quick, Rummy! Jamal shouted. Make for the left. He gaped. There's no room. Don't worry. We've got your back. Yeah, Russ echoed. We're right behind you. Just get moving, Hunter. Rummy blinked once before floundering for safety. The advantage became apparent in an instant. Their captors redirected to head Rummy off, thinning them out as they fought the hollows too. And leaving the other side exposed. Wordless, Russ and Jamal made their own escape. One of the hollows blocked their path, but Russ had killed more of them than he could count and was quick to smash the fucker's softened skull through the nearest log. Only a single of their captors remained in the way. He raised his crossbow in a futile attempt to stop what was coming. Jamal pivoted the bolt away before the shot could land, and Russ used the chance to finish him off. One well-aimed slash from his knife was all it took to sever his attacker's head from his shoulder. That felt good. These guys must have been pretty proud of themselves for getting the jump on his crew, but nobody fucked with the hunters of Pandemonium and got away with it. A few more bolts whizzed by, but now that Russ and Jamal were gaining distance, nothing could stop them. Just a little further, and they'd disappear into the trees for good. Until the boss of this outfit dashed in front. Brother Ezekiel, they called him. Dressed in the same black cloak as their other captors and carrying only a staff, the bastard stood a head taller than the rest of them. Like the others, his skin was hairless and smoothed out, exposing a tattoo that ran around his scalp shaped like a crown of thorns. His maroon eyes locked with theirs, empty of all emotion save for judgment. Russ instinctively slashed his knife, but Ezekiel deflected the blow without batting an eye. As Jamal lunged forth, Ezekiel danced to the side, using some judo shit to throw him into the closest tree. Jamal grunted as the bones in his arm snapped in two. Before Russ could make another move, Ezekiel knocked the knife from his hand and swept his staff down low. Russ gasped once before his body hit the murky water. Brother Ezekiel towered above, unmoved. Just like that, it was over. 2 experienced hunters. Beaten like they were nothing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They'd really fucked up this time. Russ had made the mistake of thinking it was just Brother Ezekiel and his men before they reached their camp. The closer they came, the more clear how wrong he'd been. This was no ordinary enclave, sprung up on the ass end of the world. There were tents everywhere. We're not fighting our way out of this, Russ realized. Only he and Jamal were left. A Hollow had taken Rummy out while he was trying to escape, and Ezekiel moved on from there. All that free grey matter just left to rot in the swamp. They got inside the camp, and the moment became unreal. Hoes tilled the land, cattle were being raised. Horses drew carriages. There were fresh linens on lines, shoemakers working leather, blacksmiths casting tools. And Reitzers. A crowd of white-cloaked fuckers had formed to watch them get hauled into camp, each staring back with this frenzied look behind their red-tinted eyes, somewhere between excited and terrified. There were more Reitzers here than Russ had ever seen outside Pandemonium. More than should have been possible. How the hell could anyone have built this much out here? The crowd parted, and another stepped forth. This one wasn't all that intimidating at first glance. He must have been half a head shorter than Russ, with brown hair thinned over gaunt cheeks and soft magenta eyes. Where the rest of the enclave were dressed in cloaks, he wore a black dress shirt and matching trousers. Closer still, Russ could make out a white collar running along his neck. He smiled. Brother Ezekiel, who are these folks you've brought into our home? Ezekiel fell to one knee. Caught them on the road looting a store, Father Abraham. He furrowed his brow. They killed Brother Jonah. He looked Russ and Jamal in the eye. Is this accusation true? Did you murder one of my congregation? So this guy's their leader, hey? Maybe they weren't dead yet. This is all a big misunderstanding, Russ explained with a tilt of his head. Our crew was just passing through. Had no idea this territory is yours. His eyes were unblinking. And yet, you do not answer my question. We were only defending ourselves, same as you. He chuckled. Really, our leader Milo is the one to blame. He stirred the pot by threatening your pal, Brother Ezekiel. If it wasn't for him, we could have all been on our merry way. Ezekiel gave Russ a shove. He killed Jonah. Russ grinned nervously. Okay. So that was a mistake. But like I said, we were just defending ourselves. You can't expect us to march off into a swamp with a bunch of strangers, right? Abraham stared in silence, his face revealing nothing. Come on, you're losing him. Tell you what. Father Abraham, was it? My name is Russ, and I've got a deal for you. We found a pack of dregs a couple days back. You'd think of them as half-sinners, maybe. You know, those of us whose minds are almost empty. Anyway, we found about 6 of them holed up in a town not far from here. We were too short on ammo to take them on ourselves, but you'd roll right through with the muscle you're packing. Russ beamed. I'm sure with a big congregation like yours, you've got trouble keeping all your minds together. So consider this as our gift to you. We'll tell you exactly where to find them, if you let us go first. You can even take what's left of our guys for yourself. Then we can move past this whole ordeal like it never happened. Abraham's smile bent inward. You'd offer us the flesh of your brethren. Of course, Father. Anything for you. Isn't that right, Jamal? But when Russ turned over, Jamal only shook his head. Back me up, you stupid fuck, or they'll kill us both. Russ glared hard, as if to force the thought directly into his res. Abraham sighed. So it is. He turned to face his people. You have all heard the same words as I make no mistake, my children, we cannot allow such flagrant sin to pass. Bring them to judgment. Through the grace and wisdom of our Lord, we will purge these heretics. Russ's eyes widened. Wait. But before he could finish the thought, Ezekiel had already hoisted him to his feet. It all moved so fast from there. Within moments, Russ and Jamal had been shoved to another clearing, this one with a long stone slab in the middle, stained black with undead blood. Their heads were forced against the slab, and their limbs were tied behind. Ezekiel marched over soon after, carrying an axe large enough to cleave their torsos in two. Oh, Lord in heaven, Father Abraham began, deep and booming, these demons sought to lead us astray. He blasted off their crimes from there, with cannibalism and murder at the top of the list. All while an army of those white-cloaked fuckers stared on with that same frenzied look. Jamal scoffed. Learn to read the room, Russ. We're both dead now, thanks to your stunt. Russ blinked in disbelief. How had he let this happen? How had he gotten himself into this mess? He knew, all too well. It had been that one fucking job. Started off as no more than capturing a single man. Hades himself had put out the contract. Who could refuse? The pay was bigger than anyone had seen before. Of course, he hadn't told them who protected their target. The best of the best, Leah. Next thing they knew, half their crew was dead, most of the other hunters had turned tail and gone home, and they found out the real identity of their target. He was human. Still somehow alive, 12 years after the Hallowing began. Hades wanted him more than anything. They'd gone all the way to a bunker surrounded by a sea of hollows. But even though Hades had entered with enough firepower to level a city block, he never came out, nor did anyone else. Only her. Leah was the last one standing in the end. Russ had rushed home after that. He figured that he could just lay low, and for a while, it worked. But then Leah came back one day, marching into Pandemonium with that burgundy scarf of hers. They'd had no choice after that. She was quick to take out anyone who'd been on that job, so Milo gathered everyone left from Xander's crew and fucked off into the hinterlands before she could wipe them all out. Russ dug his nails into his palms. If it hadn't been for that one fucking job. And so, Lord in heaven, Father Abraham continued, do we continue your good work? He faced his people and raised a fist. Behold, my children. For in this hour of revelations, we must never forget that it is only through God's righteousness that we shall see his return, walking back on this earth again, untouched by sin. He laughed. Oh yes, my children, how God will free us all of this curse. But only if we continue punishing anyone who would dare stray from the holy word. Can I get an amen? Amen, the crowd roared. I said, can I get an amen? Amen, they screamed, louder than before. Fuck this, Jamal muttered. Abraham nodded to Ezekiel. Russ watched powerlessly as the axe flew down. Jamal's head rolled a few feet before stopping, with eyes now empty. The body was shoved aside, and Russ was thrust in place. The taste and wetness of blood clung to his lips as he pressed against the slab. Think, for fuck's sake. Russ couldn't let it end like this. He couldn't die in the hands of these cult freaks. He had to do something. Say something. Anything. The axe hung above, dripping with Jamal's blood. Wait. Russ shouted, a thought snapping in place. You're looking for your Messiah? A man who is untouched by sin? What if I told you that I know where he is? The axe paused as Abraham marched over. Does the devil still command your tongue, heretic? He asked. Would you dare lie about such matters? He chewed his lips. Never. I could take you to him right now. Just please, let me live. The words of a heretic are not to be trusted, but perhaps there is another way to ascertain the truth. Abraham's words grew soft again. Perhaps the Lord has use for you yet. Russ looked up into his captor's eyes. It was amazing how much taller he became from this low to the ground. The sun fell from above, surrounding his head in a halo of light. Father Abraham held out his hands. Are you willing to be baptized in the name of the Lord, my son? Russ teared up despite himself. Yes. Please, yes. He smiled. Then his will be done. Russ was seized again by the others. Hands ripped at his leathers as they dragged him to the nearest river, and the crowd started ululating prayers. Just get through this, and you're home free. Russ had seen this ritual before on film. A little dip in the water. That was it. Then he'd be one of them, and they'd leave him alone. But as he got dragged closer, he caught sight of those besides. They all had that same look in their eyes. That same zeal they'd had the whole time. As if they couldn't think for themselves. This wasn't right. Russ saw the river ahead and the glee in his captors' faces. His legs instinctively fought back, but there were too fucking many. All were calling for him to become like them. To believe as they did. Then Russ was thrown into the river, and the mob closed in. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Father Abraham closed his book with a sigh. God had gifted him with an abundance of knowledge over the years, but still so much of his message remained obscured. Was this the just and proper path? It had to be. Abraham's congregation had been withering under sin lately, but now the Lord was rewarding them for their perseverance. So long as they trusted in the holy word, he would lead his children to salvation. The newest member of Abraham's community entered his tent. Gone were the vile leathers he'd worn before joining and that corrupted skin he had allowed to rot. Thank the Lord for his intervention. This man was now no different than any other beholder. Abraham stood. Welcome, my son. He knelt low. Praise be, Father. Are you ready? He nodded, his countenance clear and eyes awash with faith. This was a most successful baptism indeed. Then, before we begin our pilgrimage, I must ask. What is the name of this unsullied man whom you will lead us to? Liam, Brother Russell said. Liam Fenix. B2, Chapter 1, A Life Without Harrowing, 1. With humanity defeated and their world extinguished, we have no choice but to create our own path forward. One that we may define for ourselves. Mother. Elysium, Pandemonium. 3 years after. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The axe fell with a slam, crashing through more debris. Liam Fenix wiped the perspiration from his brow with a grin. It had been ages since he'd come topside like this, out on the Coloradan foothills and into fresh air. To be again in this sanctuary was a welcome reprieve. Just feeling natural light on his flesh made him whole. Liam found his eyes tracing the path of the sun before long. Down from the bright blue sky, through the wooded, triple peaks of Cheyenne Mountain, into the mess of pines and junipers that lay below, down to the clearing where they kept their solar panels. Before finally landing on a hollow that had trapped itself inside their fence. The creature hissed and fumbled, but the metal wiring held strong. Liam sighed. How the bloody hell did that one get up here? He drew his old Remington and wiped down the lens of its scope. Getting a clear shot from this distance was child's play, especially after so much practice. An X narrowed on the spot between the hollow's eyes as he adjusted the sight. He paused. This hollow had a female frame with greasy black hair that spilled out to the sides and cheeks that had been torn to shreds, exposing blackened gums and teeth. It looked so much like her. Liam lowered his rifle and started to march over. As had become habit in these circumstances, he quickly thrust the polyethylene covering back over his leather hardsuit torso, tightened the attached straps, affixed his rubber gloves with the added Teflon grips in place, and tossed on his insulated helmet before lowering the attached acrylic visor. The risk of infection was never to be underestimated. Not when he had so much to lose now. The hollow clattered its teeth once near. Liam leaned in as close as safety could allow, his eyes locked with hers. A pair of blank, white slates stared back, devoid of any thought other than hunger. You're all alone in there, aren't you? Liam asked. The hollow chomped at empty air. I suppose that's true for us both, he considered. It's not like either of us can make a habit of this exchange. The hollow blinked. You know what I like to think? One day we'll be free from these prisons. That's what this was all about, yet? Mother set this whole thing up just so my kind could have a chance to live on, and yours could have the chance to die off as nature intended. Wouldn't that be nice? The hollow moaned, and a soft gurgle grew in the back of its throat. Neither of us will get to see that day, I reckon. We'll both be long gone before the hollowing reaches its end. Liam smiled. But that's okay. This mission has never been about you or me. It's always been about her. She's the one who matters. He nodded. She's the one who makes this suffering worth it. On that thought, Liam pressed the barrel of his gun through a gap in the fence. The hollow tilted its head as the barrel pressed into its chest, but then a tinge more force knocked its torso off center. Gravity took control from there. Liam stepped forth and watched as the hollow tumbled down the barren cliff face, through the shrugs, and into the shifting sea of other hollows that surrounded Cheyenne's main entrance. Their moans grew in force as the disturbance reverberated out. White eyes locked with his, and their frail bodies scrambled about, but none were intelligent enough to find a way to climb back up. His radio word. You doing all right up there, Liam? He pressed it against his visor. Yes, love. I've got quite the sweat going and everything. Evelyn chuckled, soft and sweet. A lot of good that's doing you. Power's still spotty down here. If you're so confident, my dear wife, then why don't you make the multi-kilometer hike through an army of undead monsters, scale a cliff before they spot you, and repair our solar panels yourself? You can even bring up some water for our herbs. I can't hold your hand through everything, Evelyn countered. This is the apocalypse, remember? You got the first 12 years easy, so now it's time to work. She paused. But seriously, honey, get the power working again. HVAC is still offline, and if this keeps up, we'll be back to burning bio just to keep the lights running. He let out a deep breath. I'm not surprised. It looks like one of the main cords got nicked when a tree went down, so we'll need to replace some cabling to get power flowing through the panels again. I'm thinking of scavenging from Section C until we can get a chance to bring more up. No, not C. It's the only visibility we have from the south. Go for F. Liam scoffed. You want me to climb a bloody mountain just for a few feet of wires? Only the first leg of it. F5 and 6 are still faulty anyway. He looked behind their fenced-in clearing, along with the wires that ran up the mountain into Section F. To call that cliff a trail was an injustice for the term. The incline alone could topple any but the most indomitable mountaineers and had nearly claimed Liam himself on more than one occasion. I'm going for C, he decided. Liam, Evelyn said before trailing off. He didn't need to see her face to know the expression. It was the kind that his first wife, Nellie, used to give him when she considered his judgment ill-placed. It was as infuriating then as it was now. Look, Liam exhaled. I know what you are going to say, that this will make us vulnerable, but we haven't had so much as a squirrel work into C for more than 6 months now, and I'm not about to sprain an ankle trying to brave Section F. The distance is shorter, the terrain is more favorable, and we can lose a few motion sensors for a day in that zone. This is the safer choice, so just listen to me, yet. There was another pause, and Liam grit his teeth. She better not have another go at me. They'd been having too many of those as is lately. That wasn't what I was thinking, Evelyn said at last. Just take care of yourself, honey. You never know what can go wrong. He breathed deeply. Thank you. I will. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. To think that Liam had once found this dark tunnel to be the world's most terrifying place. It was pitch black, dead silent, and with a floor littered with infectious cannibals that would spring to life and murder him at the slightest provocation. Going through here the first time was only done out of necessity, as Mother wanted to shepherd him inside in the hopes that her almighty hollow sea would keep Hades and his hunters at bay. Oh, how times had changed. With the aid of night vision goggles below his hazmat suit and the confidence of making this trip more times than he could count, Liam was bothered by nothing more than what they were having for dinner. Probably shiitake with a side of canned peas. Their greenhouse yield had been particularly high last month, and Evelyn had been squeezing it into every meal since. Liam strolled by the hollows in a slow but steady clip as he considered how the next few days would have to go. Section C's wiring needed to be replaced sooner rather than later, and if Evelyn were to have her way, it would be the former and not the latter. But Section C was based on the eastern ridge, while their lentils grew on the southern entrance. They were overdue for either a good watering or a full harvest, especially with the reduced rain cycle of this time of year. The two would have accomplished both trips in the past, but ever since their daughter was born, they dared not leave her alone. Not while she was so fragile. So now they'd be left with an uncomfortable choice, leave an area of their home unprotected for a few days more, or allow their vegetable supply to be at risk of dying off. Liam Fenix was a survivalist. He had spent the better part of his youth living out in the wilds with only the barest necessities at hand. His life hit its crest during adulthood when he became a television celebrity sent to the harshest environments to share his experience with the world. Even when stranded on an abandoned island, he survived with flying colors. All this was to say that he'd been well prepared to handle a post-Halloween world before ever setting foot back in the States. And yet, that life had been an exercise in leisure compared to what they faced now. Between maintaining their bunker and caring for a newborn child, they seemed to never be able to keep their heads entirely above water. That came before the threat of the undead themselves. Always just past the walls, ready to murder them if they dropped their guard an inch. Despite his learned experience around hollows, Liam could never quite rid himself of the fear of what would happen next should he fail to protect himself. It was no longer just his own life at risk, after all. Humanity itself would die off if they ever made a single mistake. B2, Chapter 1, A Life Without Hollowing, 2. I'm back, Liam announced as he reached the inner bunker. Give me a few, Evelyn said from the kitchen. Take your time, love. He studied their home while removing the final layers of his protective hardsuit. Faux pine lined the cavern's walls, with carpeted floors beneath. The entire unit was over 4,000 square feet and held a kitchen with an attached pantry, a living room with its own entertainment center, an infirmary that doubled as a lab, a bathroom, an emergency generator, and multiple bedrooms, with enough bunks to house a family of 10. Light fell from the many UV bulbs, shrouding their home in enough artificial sunlight to mimic the surface. Curtains even fell across facades to mirror windows. Sometimes, it was difficult to disprove the notion by mere sight alone. Where the rest of Cheyenne was modified from its original design to minimize resource cost, Mother had gone to great lengths to make these rooms appear as normal as possible. Liam had not initially understood the need, but after so much time down here, he'd want it no other way. Sure, the outer bunker was a suitable enough environment to work under, but this was their true home. There was a certain sense of comfort that could never be gained by the cold, granite walls of Cheyenne Mountain. His eyes fell on Leah at last, with her tufts of black hair and those beady, brown eyes. Liam leaned into her play area for a hug. His daughter drooled back. Are you waiting until I'm gone just to make a mess? Liam quipped before giving Leah a kiss. There. Come here. Daddy's home. She missed you, Evelyn said from behind. His wife leaned against the door, her black hair wrapped in a towel. She wore a white robe instead of her usual fatigues, contrasting her otherwise dark complexion. She smiled wide, her pursed lips twisting inward. Not you too, love, Liam gawked. I spend all day out there getting power flowing again, and you take the first shower without me. Couldn't wait. Besides, we can always do another later. She winked. There was once a time when Evelyn Jones was no more than the mysterious woman whom Mother had dumped Liam on with the plan to repopulate the earth. But looking at her now and feeling the warmth in his heart, those days were a lifetime and a half ago. Liam breathed deep, relishing the sanctuary that had been carved out in this otherwise dead world. How were things up there? Evelyn asked. Liam shrugged. Winter's coming in, I'm telling you. The air's got that taste to it. I'd give it another couple weeks before we can ease off AC. Then it's back to hoarding heat and veggies until spring. But we both knew that was coming. Anything else? Nothing substantial, Liam considered before rubbing the stubble on his chin. I did see something strange. A hollow that looked just like Leah. The other one, I mean. Somehow managed to climb the walls before getting stuck in the fence near the panels. You put her down, right? Knocked her back into the pit, yet. She raised an eyebrow. But you didn't kill it. Didn't feel right. And just like that, the serenity was shattered. Evelyn's smile dissolved. What do you mean that you didn't kill it? How did it get up there? Was it climbing? Crawling? How far up the fence did it reach? I checked the eyes, Liam said before rubbing his own. She was a hollow, I promise. It was a hollow, she corrected before taking another step. But are you certain? You looked right in them? All white? No sign of red. I made sure. Liam, this can't be left to sit. If a dreg is forming a res inside the fence, it needs to be put down before it becomes too smart. He shook his head at the lunacy of it all. Why was Evelyn like this? She could somehow be the sweetest, most caring person in the entire world, with enough love to fill a stadium on her own. But at the tiniest inkling of a threat on the horizon, her mind would warp into the unsympathetic survivor, so detached from emotion that it bordered sociopathic. This constant exercise was enough to drive a man mad. Do you want me to go back up there right now, Evelyn? Liam asked, his cheeks reddening. Walk all the way through the tunnel, find that one hollow from the crowd, and ram a knife in its brain. She stood unfazed. No. We need to prioritize getting Section C connected again. Don't think I've forgotten. Of course, you haven't forgotten. Evelyn Jones never, ever let her perception of their security lessen for a beat. They would find themselves accomplishing both tasks before long. That was the only way she'd ever grow at ease. Oh, how Liam wanted nothing more than to let her have it. But he looked again to Leah, with her tanned, innocent face, and thought better of it. Instead, he planted another kiss on her cheek. Please, love. Let's not argue about this. Not after I just got back here. For a moment, Evelyn stood in place, her brow hardened. But then she noticed their daughter as well, and her disposition smoothed out. You're right, honey. Forget I said anything. She closed in to embrace them both. Her skin was warm to the touch as the three wrapped their arms around each other, but now the room held a tension that could not be shaken. It was only a matter of time before the two were back to shouting at each other, this time with more vitriol. These fights consumed so much of their lives lately, and no small calm would end them for long. Like the normalcy of their home, the happiness in their relationship was only ever skin deep. It would not last. B2, Chapter 2, Another Day in Paradise, 1. Why do you want me to write this down, boss? Because it's cool, asshole. Thinking about life and shit is part of what makes a reader whole. In fact, let's start with that. Hades, some philosophical shit. 4 years after. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just another day in paradise. Rain pelted down from thick, darkened clouds, shrouding pandemonium's otherwise brightened colors in a shade of grey. It didn't usually get this intense. Most bad weather died out minutes after starting, especially this time of year. But lately, days like this were becoming more common, as if the earth itself had come to renounce those who still walked its surface, hell-bent on finishing what the Hallowing had only started. An act of divinity levied against its rejects. Leah marched on, her steel-toed boots leaving ripples in the puddles at her feet. Why couldn't this guy have picked a better day to kill his friend? The prisoner sat in front. Water struck his scalp, dribbling through the apertures in his rotted face before dripping down into the wisps of a beard and the torn clothes beneath. A worker by his looks, though he kept his head held high. Then again, there wasn't much else he could do, not when his arms and legs were tied behind. Leah drew close, keeping her face blank beneath her burgundy scarf. She had an inkling over where this would go based on what she'd heard before now, but it never helped to tip her hand. Not without talking to him first. Heard you've had a bit of a day, she started before pausing, then turned to the guards nearby. What the hell is this guy's name? Socrates, Dwayne said before handing her the prisoner's identification card. Are you shitting me? She stared at the card and blinked. Wasn't the guy he hunted named Arimedes or some other Greek shit? Aristotle, Socrates corrected. Even better. Where the hell did they come up with that one? Turns out they're from the same enclave, Dwayne explained, his own red eyes apathetic from behind the ballistic mask that he never removed. Did a little digging before you showed up, boss. They set themselves up in a museum, all with different philosopher names like that. Couldn't tell you much more. The others died out for one reason or other. He's the only survivor left. Leah stared into the rain as she considered the thought. So you offed the last of your friends and ate his brain to keep your own going. That about it, Socrates. The prisoner nodded. Not even going to deny it, then. He humphed. What if I told you that our group had an arrangement when we came to the city? If any of our reservoirs weakened enough to become dregs again, the others would consume them to strengthen our own. This ensured that their mind would not go to waste. However, events occurred too fast when it came to Plato, Pythagoras, and Thales, but Aristotle and I made the choice to act now before it was too late. Would you believe me, were I to share this version of events? I'd ask for some proof, Leah countered. Easy thing to say that this hunt was consensual when the other guy isn't around to disprove it. We did not plan this many steps in advance. Some intellectuals you were. Socrates laughed hard despite the rain. You're not wrong. Back at the museum, we used to debate endlessly to keep our reservoirs stable, but it wasn't until I tasted Aristotle's brain that I achieved true enlightenment. Now, I see the truth for what it is. It doesn't matter what you do to me next. We'll see about that. Leah waved her hand, and the guards dispersed. She'd seen this act before. Play tough for the crowd, but beg for mercy the moment they were alone. The only way to get to the truth was to look into his eyes for herself. All right, my man, Leah said, just you and me now. Got anything else to say, or are we going straight to a trial? What difference would that make? Socrates asked. Never know. Might be that you caught me in a good mood. Maybe your brain won't be ground into fodder and fed into this neighborhood's distribution supply come tomorrow. Deal with me and we might work out another way to keep anyone else from dying. But only if you tell me what happened. Every ounce of it. Good, bad, and fucking horrific. The muscles in his face remained still. You didn't answer my question. Leah narrowed her gaze. I beg your pardon. What difference would it make? Socrates repeated, his eyes locked with hers. Whether I live or die, it won't matter in the slightest. Something about how this guy looked at her was starting to get under her skin. A sort of blasé confidence that bordered disinterest. Did he really not give a shit? Let me get this straight, Leah said. You killed your only friend in this world and consumed his brain just to keep your res going, and now that you've gotten what you wanted, you don't care if you live to see tomorrow. Is that so hard to believe? Sounds like you should have swapped spots with Aristotle or just killed yourself a long time ago. Would have saved me a walk in the rain. I suppose that dilemma will soon be rectified, regardless. She shook her head. 2 dead workers, all over nothing. What a fucking waste. Socrates simply sat and stared. I feel sorry for you. That elicited a raise from her eyebrow. Oh. I have only become this intelligent recently, but I can see in your eyes that you have been shouldering this burden for years. I suppose that I shouldn't be surprised. You are the oldest hunter, after all. You've seen more in a year than I could debate in a lifetime, so you know the same truth as me. And what truth is that? Leah wondered. That our kind is defined by our solitude. When our minds were hollowed and our bodies reincarnated, there was a severance to the continuity of reality itself. This was more than mere memory loss. We were removed from our past, our families, our cultures, our nations. Now, we are merely lost souls set adrift through an uncaring universe. Alone. Leah shrugged. Seems like there's a lot of us set adrift together. You don't believe that? Don't I? He scoffed. Plato used to make the same argument, but he did not see the world from the lens we do. The impermanence of our memories crafts a separate reality that we each experience, and it is within this divergence that we're only separated further. Were I to survive, then a year from now, our memory no, our reality of this event would have differed, perhaps drastically. In spite of us sharing this very moment, we will inevitably one day find ourselves somewhere completely different. That is solitude, and no one is safe from this absolute truth. He stared deep. Not even you. Leah said nothing, her resolve grated. It would be a lie to pretend this had never occurred to her, but she couldn't allow herself to dwell too much. Not now. Not while others were around to see. What a fucking irony. So Leah drew her pistol instead. The same M1911 she always used, with a suppressor the size of a 12-ounce can of soda and a hair trigger installed for ease. Rain continued to flow as she pressed the barrel between her prisoner's eyes. This conversation had dragged on enough as is. Any last words? Leah asked. Socrates didn't even blink. How do you do it, Leah? How do you survive this existence, year after year, knowing what we know now? Same as everyone else. I go one day at a time. She pulled the trigger. Undead ichor splattered against her face as the impact of the .45 burst through at such close range. Her fingers graced the areas that had been affected, dabbing her dark leather gloves in a different tint of black. She made her leave. Dwayne watched on with the other guards, arms crossed. No trial, he asked. Leah yawned. You heard the guy. He admitted to the crime right off the bat. Figured I'd not waste anyone's time. She turned to face Socrates one last time. His body was still slouched where it had been left, with blood spilling out from the ruins of his scalp. At least some of us still have lives to live. B2, Chapter 2, Another Day in Paradise, 2. What had driven her back here? Leah wondered again as she stared out from her balcony, into the night sky, with a silver goblet of warmed bison blood in hand and Mozart's Lacrimosa growing in tempo in the backdrop. Something about the weight and finality of this classical piece had been moving to her speed lately. Pandemonium stood as it always had in front, a chaos only loosely bound. Asphodel overflowed with its ever-shifting deluge of neon lights and commerce. Tartarus sprawled out in its shadow, its denizens barely visible as they scurried from one alley to the next. Mother's Grace glowed in a veneer of protection, while Elysium stood as a beacon of sin. Nothing had changed, and yet everything had, for with each passing month, more buildings would get toppled or erected depending on the whims of the city. Like the rest of her undead race, Pandemonium lived as an extemporaneous, myopic organism, seldom staying still for more than a few days lest the hollowing reduce its form to nothing. But despite the city's frequent changes, it always found a way to enter the same loops. Forward, backward, and nowhere. All at the same time. Leah took a sip from her goblet. She had once considered abandoning this place for good. Just drive off into the sunset and not think about what would come next. So long as she was willing to embrace her own mortality, who cared where it would go? And yet, she had found herself back at Pandemonium in the end. Her responsibilities had only grown since her exodus, and now, it was hard to remember how things had ever been different. Just shy of 3 years came and went since she'd fled this place with Liam. 3 long years since she'd been trapped in a war between Hades and Mother that left them both dead, along with all her other friends. 3 long years since that bloody mission over survival. The one that left Leah alone in the end. Her sight fell below. Not just me who's alone, I guess. A guy hung around the boundary between Asphodel and Tartarus, shouting atop a plywood box. Where the rest of the area could be defined as a sea of shadowed silhouettes drifting about, the light hit this one's brown cloak at just the right angle to make him pop. A bulwark obstinately standing against the storm. Leah knew his deal. She had driven by him a couple times now. The guy spent every day begging anyone else to read a book he'd found. He was so desperate for shared attention that he hadn't left that plywood box for weeks and kept insisting that he didn't need to eat brains so long as he had his book on hand. Everyone else just kept walking by, barely paying him mind. It was pathetic to see, but as Leah watched the guy in the brown cloak, she wondered how different her circumstances were. Here she stood, at the top of her castle, with nothing more to give her company but endless luxury and the harsh melody of a dead man's tune. She had her own plywood box, just bigger and brighter. No one else was here. She pulled her bellflower out, its lilac petals a stark contradiction to the darkness of the world beyond. The light spilling out from her room formed a sheen across its reflective surface, reminding her that this was a mere replica of what she'd once had, given to her by Liam when at her lowest. The first had long since rotted away, and this replacement was a bitch to come by, but she'd finally found one that matched her memory and encased it in plastic. Now that moment would forever be captured inside its artificial petals. Could she say the same? Leah stared deep, examining every nuance of the bellflower. There was something else here that she had never been able to see. A power hidden inside this memento. What was it that made her always so drawn? Socrates was right. Her life could be defined by this isolation. Death was a foregone conclusion behind these walls, and Leah never had to feel vulnerable again, so long as she chose to remain right in the heart of her race's capital, with all the bodies and protection to boot. There was no better place in this world to spend the rest of her days. But still, that could never be enough by itself, for in spite of having so many others around, she'd never felt more alone than now. What the hell was she missing? Leah thought of Liam again. About his new family and the shape their lives would be in. She closed her eyes and tried to will his image to the front of her mind. All for nothing. It had been too long since they'd seen each other, so all that came to mind was a mix of greys and beige surrounded by unkempt hair. Even hollows were more recognizable compared to the specter in her mind. Leah swallowed the last of her blood, set the goblet on the marble nightstand beside, then clasped her black gloved hands onto the railing. To think that this was supposed to have been a happily ever after ending for the two of them. Give me a break. Life never was so simple. Leah could see that now. It never ended until it did for good. Her sight fell on the guy in the brown cloak one last time. He still shouted from atop his box, even as his mind continued to empty out. Like the rest of their cursed race, the Hallowing pressed on without mercy, and would never be satisfied until there were no Reetzers left. Leah wrapped her scarf back around her face and stepped inside. On her own or surrounded by an army of her kindred, it did not matter. The forces of the world might try to steal her soul, but she would continue to fight for her life until the bitter end and then some. No matter what. B2, Chapter 3, Blessing and a Curse, 1. To think that we once assumed reservoirs were driven entirely by the consumption of healthy grey matter. It is now undeniable that the Hallowing is far, far more complex than we could have ever imagined. Mother, notes on HBRS 15.21. 3 years after. Oh, give it a rest, Liam snapped. Evelyn scoffed. What? You get to name all our kids now. Don't be ridiculous. If we have another daughter, we're not naming her after Mother. It's not a question of if, Liam, but when we have another daughter. Or have you forgotten the mission? How could I ever forget? Here we go again with the mission. Have you ever considered that there are more important things in life than making babies, especially when we're struggling with one? Bloody hell, Evelyn. I still don't accept what we're supposed to have them do when they get old enough. Her face reddened. We've talked about this. They won't have a choice. Well, if you want to be the one to tell our children that they need to sleep together to keep the human race going, then be my guest. A real birds and bees story, yet? I'm sure seeing Marquise and Mother fuck each other is just what'll get your jollies going. She dodged the bait. Oh, so now you are fine with calling our son after my father. Liam grit his teeth. I never said we couldn't. I just said that we should talk about it later. But for pity's sake, forget about Mother already. All I'm saying is that it would be nice to honor the woman who made all this possible. No, I obviously don't want to call one of my children Mother, but we could at least do something simple like Ava. Ava is a lovely name. A beautiful one, really. Though I'd still prefer not to pay homage to the mad scientist who destroyed the world. He grimaced. If you don't want to name our future daughter Mother, then what the hell are we arguing about? I don't know. You're the one who got in my face. From across the room? Should I have stepped back all the way to the blast doors before responding? Evelyn clenched a fist. Stop being such an asshole. You know what I meant. I don't care where you're talking to me from, but how you're doing it. Like I'm a fucking child and not your wife. Second wife, and not even a real one at that, Liam almost corrected, but the words thankfully got trapped beneath his tongue before slipping out. I'm going out for some air, he decided instead. Evelyn bristled behind in silence. Liam wanted nothing more than to stop, turn around, and reconcile their differences. He wanted to cut through his pride and the absurdity of their argument. But he couldn't. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Out was hardly the best term for where Liam went, nor was he getting much in the way of air. The better part of their home remained situated beyond a narrow passage leading to the caverns that had once been the home of NORAD's central command. Unlike the inner bunker, only the dimmest of lighting still flickered here. The electric cost was too great to keep more than the bare essentials in operation, and the space was too vast for its own good. The recycled air held a musty stench, and spiders had spanned vast networks inside the cold, vacuous crevices that always clung to the edge of sight. It had taken weeks to wrestle these caverns back from the hollows after Mother lured their horde into Cheyenne in one final gambit to use against Hades. Weeks of systematically driving them in and out of hibernation until they lacked the energy to resist, followed by going through the painstaking effort of removing the bodies, one after another after another. Liam and Evelyn were quite the pair back then too. Not even knowing more than each other's names, yet compelled by mutual self-interest alone to accomplish such an insurmountable goal. Together as a duo and not hostages of unavoidable circumstances. Liam let out a sigh as he passed the dorms. Like the rest of Cheyenne, it had been modified from a 3-story building that dated back to the Cold War. The full construction rested on giant springs to absorb the impact of a nuclear bomb, a strategy that would have served the first tenants of this space well had their threat been nuclear and not biological. The interior of the dorms held more than 100 bunks, all wrapped in plastic until there were enough bodies inside these walls to need them. That was another thought that always twisted his stomach in a knot. Because of their diverse genetic backgrounds, with Liam's family having a long history rooted in the United Kingdom, and Evelyn's a split between Jamaica and India, the chances were minimal that Leah or any of her future siblings developed a genetic complication. But the same couldn't be said for their children. Were she to have a child with a brother, then whatever recessive defects in their collective genetic background would have a significantly greater chance of presenting in them, from color blindness to missing limbs at birth. If Mother was to be believed, then 1 in 3 of Leah's children might have to be murdered upon delivery due to a lack of long-term viability. She'd even installed an incinerator for this purpose. Of course, this cruel calculus was all part of her plan, for Leah's children's children would have better odds, so long as she had a sister who produced children of her own. 4 children from us. 2 boys and 2 girls. That was the golden number. This tactic allowed for the next generation to interbreed as first cousins, decreasing the chance for these recessive defects to manifest by a factor of 4 each. As few as 1 in 30 of his great-grandchildren would have to face that same incinerator as long as they followed Mother's breeding program to the letter. As Liam studied the dorms and the hypothetical settlement it might one day hold, he could only shake his head at the insanity of it all. So cruel and uncaring. He kept walking. Next came the operation center, where Mother had programmed an automated system to detect and alert them to any threat, no matter how minuscule. Of course, not all hardware functioned after so much time, but the system had done its due diligence up until now. Ops had thus become the anchor that their lives were built, serving as the electronic eyes and ears they lacked. Hopefully, it would survive long enough to serve their children just as well. Liam reached the range next, where he practiced his shooting thrice a week to keep his marksmanship intact. Evelyn built it into a daily routine and often encouraged him to do the same. Sadly, the sound of a rifle going off in such close quarters was quite the torment for his aging ears, and he preferred to stick to a minimal approach to keep tinnitus at bay. The gym had been placed right past the range. This building was perhaps the closest the two had to normality out here. They made certain to clean the area after each session to keep the place sanitary, and an old boombox sat in the middle, ready to pop a fresh beat. Sometimes, when they were in the gym together, Liam could close his eyes and almost picture life from before. He reached the greenhouse next. From what he'd heard, this location had once been the space control center, but no trace of that environment remained. The interior walls had been gutted, the furniture swapped with troughs filled with nutrient-rich soil, and UV lamps flooded the space with artificial sunlight, or would have, had they not been growing their vegetables topside to save on power. Another blessing and a curse. Liam had helped foster this decision. Mushrooms could be grown in darkness and were easier to farm, while lentils thrived strongest in natural sunlight and rain. That gave him an excuse to head topside and try his gardening hand again. But Liam had not accounted for the loss of moving their vegetables up there. No longer could he enter this room and taste the fresh aroma of budding plants. That sensation was replaced by the moldy odor of fungus, and his underground world became so much smaller because of it. Liam doubled back across the barren passageways between the northern and southern wings. This was the calmest and least lit, as they only used the space for storage. The walls were lined with more storage crates than he could count. Though many of their supplies became trashed when the hollows ran rampant here, there were still more tools and resources in this place than he could ever track, so he learned long ago to defer to Evelyn's judgment when it came to sorting and pulling from this mess. Finally, Liam reached the reservoirs. There was 4 total, but only one of them was still accessible. The hollows had polluted the other 3 beyond repair during their invasion, and they dared not risk attempting to purify them, even this long after exposure. The jet-black water had been blocked off ages ago. Liam stared into the last surviving reservoir, his eyes struggling to gain purchase in the dim light. Researchers believed that every thinking creature held its own mental reservoir that grew and waned with time. The older one became, the more their experiences flourished. But as Liam looked into a pool of water nestled inside a dark cavern, he questioned the value of it all. What would their lives be like if they remained confined to this space? Better yet, what would their children become? Alone. Isolated. No more than creatures trapped inside their little hole for fear of the light that lay beyond. Life was more than this pocket of mindless procreation, and all he'd wanted was for Evelyn to understand the same. Did it make him such a bastard toish for his family to strive for those same heights again? Liam supposed that it did. This cavern stood as a utopia compared to the world beyond. Mother had specifically tailored this bunker so that humanity could stand a chance against the pandemic that still burned so powerfully beyond its walls. Every aspect had been manufactured in a way that allowed Liam and Evelyn to live and raise children comfortably, along with their children, and their children's children, should the need arise. All until such a time came when mankind could safely reclaim the surface as its own. No one else had been gifted this privilege. So why couldn't they make this work? Liam knew the answer. For all her ingenuity, Mother had never considered the humanity buried beneath it all. Sure, it was easy to imagine that if she placed a man and a woman in a room long enough, they'd churn out an army of babies on their own. But they weren't just a man and woman. He was Liam Fenix, and she was Evelyn Jones, 2 people with their own unique stories, personalities, and beliefs. The 2 would never have so much as glanced at each other in passing were it not for the end of the world, and now they were expected to breed back a civilization together. Liam let out a deep breath. He really, truly wanted to make Evelyn happy and enjoy what lives they had together down here. Yet so often, the task became impossible. His well-intentioned actions were always perceived as an existential threat, while she could seldom relate to his wants and needs. It wasn't surprising. The 2 were from different worlds, and not just by age. Liam might have lived a full life with his first wife and daughter before the Halloween came, but Evelyn had been 12 at the time of the outbreak. She had barely seen the cusp of adolescence before having it thrust away. Now she was a beast of a woman, forged from the fires of hell itself. But Liam also had his own faults to consider. His patience and empathy could only last for so long, and he had a habit of being more opinionated than he had the right. Still, as Liam stared into the cold, dark pool of the last remaining reservoir, there was no denying the truth of it all. His absence might have destroyed his first marriage, but this one would collapse because of his presence. B2, Chapter 3, Blessing and a Curse, 2. Evelyn, my love, Liam began. I'm sorry. She said nothing from the kitchen, instead continuing to dice their meal together. It was a mix of mushrooms and spam, with an attempted reduction of spices and soy sauce to give the mess some flavor. Liam's tongue retracted at the sight, knowing it would weather the 5th variation of the same attempted recipe this week. Why couldn't she just leave the cooking to him again? He shook his head, remembering the words he'd been formulating. I know that things have been more difficult than normal lately. We both knew there'd be extra trouble once your pregnancy became too much, and I am hardly a worthwhile substitute for your expertise in maintaining our home. We are still recovering from my mistakes in that time, all these months later. That, compounded with the care that we must spend on our daughter, it does not take a genius to see that Cheyenne has never been in worse shape than now. She continued to ignore him. I also know you are feeling intense pressure for what is to come. Your biological window is only open for so long, and if we miss that window, then this will all have been a waste. Between the post-birth complications and my own performance issues of late, we are behind schedule. I know that the only way to ensure that humanity can safely repopulate assumes that we have as many children as possible. But if Leah is any clue for our future, this will create more complications since more children will need more attention from us, which means that less can be focused on our security. That we are currently in a state of decline with just one child is worrying, to say the least. I want to be clear, though, that you should accept no blame for how we're doing on these fronts. They are entirely my failure as a man to provide what you need. Evelyn stayed in place, though the knife had stopped in her hands. Liam took a step forth. But please, love, try to understand this from my perspective. All I want for us is to be happy, and that won't ever happen if we cling to this idea that our lives are defined by how thick our walls are or how much longer our food supply lasts. Our children can't exist under those terms. We have to be willing to close our eyes and embrace the peace sometimes. If not for our sake, then Leah's. What will she become if this keeps up? A woman who appreciates the life that she's been given? Or will she be some mindless creature who hides in the shadows and murders anything that gets too close? You mean like me? Evelyn said, her eyes watering. Liam grimaced. Of course tell me that you love me, Liam. Tell me that our marriage isn't some godless sham cobbled together because you had no other choice. She closed her eyes. Tell me that you'd rather spend your life with me and not that you wish you'd died with her. There it was. The truth unearthed. While some reason came with everything else that Liam had said, it was all empty noise compared to the root of it all. Liam loved his first wife, Nellie. Even to this day, he could close his eyes and picture her smiling back. He could feel her blonde hair flowing in the wind and taste the smell of her organic perfume at the base of his nose. The two had met in high school and found a shared passion for the natural kingdom, and their relationship had grown stronger with each passing day they had spent together. Only when Liam had made the mistake of abandoning her did their relationship fall apart. If there were any moment to take back in his life, it would have been to avoid his intercontinental trek and spend his final days with her. And with Evelyn, it was the opposite. The longer they were together, the more of a stranger she became. When he awoke in that post-sleep, pre-awakened miasma and looked to his side, she always rested miles across the bed, if still there at all. Never could he find her in his arms. But that was Evelyn Jones. Sure, she desperately wanted to believe she could be the dutiful wife after a deeply religious upbringing with her single father, but her time under mother had all but expunged those impulses. Regardless of her spiritual troubles, she threw up barriers rather than allow herself to feel the least bit exposed. Even in this moment, as she played the vulnerable spouse in search of a hug, her body language betrayed her words. She had twirled her kitchen knife in hand and angled it in front. A defensive reverse grip posture that could easily slice open his throat, should she suddenly decide the need. Perhaps a subconscious maneuver in her juxtaposed world, but readily apparent to anyone else who'd pay her mind. How could Liam ever love a woman like that? How could he be expected to open his heart to someone who refused to do the same? In the end, his feelings for her came in waves, and only when no crises were at play. The more complicated their lives evolved, the longer apart those waves became, and the shorter they grew in intensity. There was only so much he could do to bridge this gap if she was unwilling to resolve them herself. Evelyn, he began, but no more words came out. She gripped her knife tighter, the wall between them hardening stronger still. A distant beep broke the tension. Before either could fully pay it mind, the wider alarm system activated. The room went dark, replaced with oscillating red lights that sprung to life every couple seconds. Liam's ears filled with the screech of the base-wide alert, interspersed by the sound of Leah crying out from the other room. Both nodded before launching into action. Evelyn went straight for the door to the outer bunker while Liam rushed for Leah. There was no way to quiet her until they deactivated the alarms, but he preferred to have his daughter in his arms first. Leah squirmed against the loud noises and bright lights, trying in vain to shield herself from both. Liam scooped her with both arms and wrapped her tight, bobbing her back and forth before following in Evelyn's wake. The alarm's strength dwindled as they hit the outer bunker. She was working at the computer terminal in ops when he arrived. The system closed down, and Leah's crying dwindled. Looks like we got 2 pings out in Section K, Evelyn said, clattering the keyboard. Both less than a minute apart. Section K. Liam tried to tie the location to his cognitive map of the outside world but came up short. Where the hell is that? Southern entrance. Mountainside. She pulled up the topographic map of the surface world. They had an established network of strategically placed motion sensors, broken up by zone to act as an advanced warning system should anything have broken through the fences. 2 red dots appeared in a sea of blue. K2 and K3 were the ones that got tripped. Liam rubbed his chin now that he could visualize the intrusion. Might be a mountain goat. If I recall correctly, Section K is an open zone because of the steepness of the terrain. Nothing else would be able to get through there. Nothing intelligent, anyway. She let out a deep breath and leaned back. But you're probably right. I can do the sweep if you want, Liam. Today's been stressful enough as is. Another light flashed red. This alert came from K1 back 100 meters from the others. Before Liam could float the possibility of a second mountain goat passing through, K2 got triggered again, along with K4 entering the mix. He gulped as more lights flared, now spilling in from sections H and L. Within a minute, the entire southern entrance was alive with red lights. B2, Chapter 4, Noises in the Dark, 1. I'm recording this in case anything happens to me. There's no way out of it. The world is changed. It don't make sense to me no more, but I do know one thing. You gotta live, no matter what. You gotta stay alive, my dear, sweet Evelyn. Marquise Jones, unnamed. 2 months after. How many times had she done this now? In and out. In and out. The air recycled through her respirator. Her night vision goggles shaded her vision in a layer of green. Her skin chafed against the plastic hardsuit on top and combat fatigues beneath. One would think that today was just another day in her world. Nothing to worry about. They would be both right and wrong. Today was a day like any other, but what bound them together more than anything was that fear, knowing that it would all be over with a single mistake. That was it. Just one bite, or scratch, or drop of infected blood that happened to contain an HBRS soft cell. Then it was over. Her body would weaken, her mind would empty, and she would transform into another mindless hollow. Just like everyone else she had ever known or loved. Evelyn Jones refused to let that happen. She shuffled through the blackened halls of the outer bunker, her feet making neither sound nor impression against the concrete foundation. The suppressor on her M4 jerked this way and that as she sought out threats. No surprises at fire control. Nothing at the dorms either. She paused near ops when a rumble broke the stillness, but it was just a boiler acting up. On and on, Evelyn cleared the bunker, zone by zone. This was protocol for whenever anything triggered the topside motion alarms. Kill the lights, disable radios to enter MCON, and give the outer bunker a fresh sweep before working back from there. Evelyn had gone through this routine more than she could count. Ever since Mother left Cheyenne under her stewardship, this had become another part of her life. It was almost always a deer or raccoon that forced the lockdown. Sometimes a hollow found a gap in the fence. Never a real problem though. Never, ever. Until it was. Her heart stopped in her chest. 2 steel blast doors protected the bunker below Cheyenne Mountain, well over 3 feet thick and reinforced by hydraulic servos. They were angled against a miles-long tunnel that could deflect the power of a nuclear warhead, even if it landed right above. This was the ultimate defense. Nothing could breach those doors, living or dead. The air around them though? That didn't enter their home by magic. Instead, a heavily filtered, double-plated HVAC system pumped fresh air into the bunker while cooling it enough to keep this place habitable. It was the only way that anyone could survive down here. Their lifeline to the outside world, but also a gap in their armor. And gaps could be exploited. Evelyn stared wide-eyed at the empty hole where the grates into the vent were supposed to be. That did not happen by accident. She twirled on her feet and rushed for the nearest cover, her head thrusting from side to side as her breath struggled to stay even. She checked and rechecked every hole larger than a rat could hide. All to no avail. Nothing else was out there. At least nothing she could see. In and out. In and out. The words were empty. Her heart kept racing, and her night vision goggles clogged up from the perspiration on her brow. What the hell had gotten in here? Too much shit to have set off so many alarms at once. This was no longer the sanctuary she'd been living in. These passages were just like the outside that she'd come to despise. Dark, lonely, and wholly terrifying. As a child, Evelyn would have made a silent prayer in the hope that God would protect her. But those days were long since gone. She'd experienced enough of this life to know that such cries for help went unanswered. God no longer came down here. Not anymore. Only Evelyn remained as the single and last line of defense for her family. She turned her head. A silhouette in the shape of a person took form in the field of greens and black. She fired without hesitation. Her ears lit up to the sound of suppressed pings in such a tight space, but the intruder did not budge. She fired another pair. No effect. Evelyn took a step forth and blinked. Her intruder was a crate with a barrel on top, now leaking coolant onto backup hardware. She cursed herself, knowing that those would be impossible to replace. She twisted again to another sound, her finger wrapped around the trigger. This time, she had enough sense to wait for another second before shooting. The noise became more recognizable. It had come from the same boiler as before, now hitting a louder beat. This would not do. Evelyn closed her eyes and breathed deeply. In and out. In and out. This time, the words took hold. In and out. Fear was expected. Normal, even. To not fear a post-Halloween world gave it a chance to kill her. But fear behaved like any other emotion. It needed to be controlled during crises. In and out. This breach was not the first time these walls had been penetrated. Evelyn survived that ordeal. She could do the same now if she controlled her fear, just like then. In and out. She opened her eyes. The fogginess cleared, and her breath moved to a regular flow. She discharged her semi-used magazine and fed a fresh one in. The next time she needed to shoot, it wouldn't be into a drum. Evelyn began the slow and methodical retreat. Reaching the inner bunker had become the new priority. Leah was there. Liam too. He needed to know that this breach was everything they feared. Evelyn dared not break Emkin though. Too risky. No way for her to know what tools their enemies had or how long they'd been scouting them out. Her mind began to race as she considered the possibilities, but she quickly shut them off. There would be plenty of time to wonder what went wrong later. They had to win this fight now. Her movements were again measured as she reached the final stretch. All that remained was to clear the missile warning center. The inner bunker had been bored directly into the granite behind there, and it was in that hole where they could muster the best defense. But it was also here where Evelyn spotted their intruders. She slid into cover, choosing some crates nestled against the central tunnel to maintain her vantage. There were 3 of them. Black, unadorned cloaks over smooth skin. Too smooth. She blinked. Were they human? Are you certain that this is the spot? One asked, his voice deep and gruff. Reet, sir. Definitely a reet, sir. I am sure, Brother Amos, another said with the same harsh tone. I didn't step inside, but this is where we came to. Amos placed a hand on his shoulder. Brother Russell, we have traveled a long way over your words. Surely, you do not wish to displease the Lord. Russell tensed up. I would never betray our father. This is where we'll find Liam Fenix. Her heart skipped a beat. They knew about her husband. About here. What had Liam done? Another stepped into view, out from the missile warning center. I found a tunnel, he said. Good work, Brother Hiram. Amos nodded, and the 4 marched inside. Evelyn used the chance to close the distance, swapping her M4 for the old Sig Sauer pistol she always kept on her person. The feeling of its polymer grip in her gloved hands gave a welcome sense of security, especially as she slipped on its suppressor. It was trivial to find the right window to hide behind. These guys might have been new around here, but Evelyn knew every nook and cranny like the back of her hand. Russell and another made their way down the hall as Evelyn waited. Amos and Hiram lingered behind in silence. Then the lights flared on. Warning, Mother's electronic voice hailed as the automated system came online. Intruder, detected. Infected biomatter, detected. Defenses, activating. What the devil is going on in there? Amos shouted as he shielded himself from the light. Russell gasped from within. I don't know. You have 10 seconds to confirm uninfected status, the system continued. 10. 9. Do something, the other Reitzer shouted inside the tunnel. Russell grunted. Like what? 6. 5. 4. Retreat. Amos ordered. Wrong choice. Mother had designed this trump card herself. If ever any HBRS pseudocells were detected inside their bunker, automated turrets would activate, honing in on their prey with basic head tracking software. There were only 2 ways to escape: use a nearby eye scanner to confirm uninfected status, or manually plug in Mother's emergency override code. Anything else was doomed to fail. So it only took another second before the hall lit up in a flurry of bullets. Evelyn didn't need to see inside to know that Russell and his friend were goners. The moment they tripped the rearward motion sensors, the turrets had taken them out. What do we do now? Hiram asked. Go warn Brother Ezekiel, Amos hissed. He must hear about this devilry. Hiram gulped. Have faith, brother. We have all 80 inquisitors on this holy mission. By the Lord's word, we will overcome this obstacle together. Nothing holy about this, bastard. Evelyn stepped in front of the window and took aim. Her shots hit their marks before they saw her coming, the 9mm rounds easily tearing through unprotected scalps. Amos and Hiram gasped once before falling. She leapt through the window and closed in. No movement. She popped another bullet into each. Safety always came first with the undead. With the area cleared, Evelyn let out a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived. The immediate threat had been eliminated, but how many more were out there? 80 by Amos's count. What weapons would they have? Guns? Blades? Both? Where were they coordinating? Inside the bunker or topside? Were they using radios or word of mouth like their advance party? Her mind raced as she considered the possibilities. A crash resonated out from the dorms, cutting Evelyn's thoughts short. Too little information. Not enough time. She had to get back inside and warn Liam. Their whole world would have to be burned. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Are you sure you heard right? Liam asked, his eyes widening. There's 80 of them out there. 76 if you remove the ones that got purged, Evelyn considered before another possibility occurred. Damn it. We don't know if these inquisitors are the only hunter group out there. We don't know if they're hunters either. Evelyn scoffed. Who else would they be? One of them said he'd been here before. That's happened exactly once before, Liam. You know it. I know it. But he only shook his head. Leah would never allow that. We haven't seen her in half a year. A lot can happen in that time, and I mean a lot. You think I don't know that? I think you don't know Jack, Evelyn wanted to say. Liam had spent more than a decade on an abandoned island when the Halloween came. He never experienced it until finding his way back home. He hadn't lived it. Evelyn had. She'd just been a 12-year-old girl, forced to watch the world end. Forced to experience the violence and cruelty that came after. No one knew better how to survive this hellscape than her. She rubbed her eyes. Look, we're wasting time. There's no telling how long before reinforcements get down here, and that tunnel's failsafe can only take out so many before someone has the bright idea of destroying the sensors. Then we're dead in the water. We need to leave. Now. We should stay. Our reserve supplies in the escape truck won't last more than a few weeks. Those odds are still better than what we'd have in here, cornered against an enemy who has breached these walls. She took a step forth. Let's face it. This bunker has only ever had 2 primary defenses against an organized Reitzer force, secrecy and the horde of ravenous hollows in the tunnels outside. We lost many of those hollows when Hades invaded, and clearly, our location is no longer a secret. There is no other choice. You know it. Liam went back to the crib. Their daughter stared up from within, blinking at them with those tiny, innocent eyes. If only Leah could stay here forever. He stroked the little tufts of her black hair. It's too early. She'll never make it. She has to, Evelyn said. Now get our go bags and put your suit on. I'll prep the sedative. Before Liam could get another word in, Evelyn made for the infirmary. All the pre-Halloween medicine had long since expired. Their chemical reagents could only last for so long. But the greenhouse had done well to cultivate all the herbs they'd needed over the years, and she had plenty in reserve. With the added education that Evelyn had been given, she was more than ready to handle any ailment on her own, from pneumonia to shingles. Like everything else, Mother had developed a plan for this type of crisis. All that remained was seeing it through. Evelyn ground up the valerian root and ephedra they kept on hand while the water warmed besides. The valerian would act as a relaxant and put Leah to sleep, while the ephedra would regulate her heart rate and keep her breathing. Evelyn made sure to triple-check her measurements before mixing them. The dosage would have to be perfect for this to work. When the cocktail was complete, Evelyn drew the mixture into a syringe and returned to the crib. But Liam stepped in between, his heart suit only halfway zippered. I can't allow this. We have no choice, she repeated. Are you out of your bloody mind, Evelyn? If you're off by the slightest amount, you'll give our daughter a heart attack. She tilted her head, the shadow falling onto her face. She'll die if we stay. We'll all die. He had to see that she was dead fucking serious. You don't know that. Yes, I do. There's no time for this. She shoved her way past Liam. Leah stared up from the crib. Her plump lips pursed as drool ran along her chubby cheeks. Her eyes darted to the syringe as Evelyn leaned in, and she shifted nervously. God, she was so beautiful and pure. Evelyn blinked through the tears before they could well. For a second, just a second, she almost put the syringe down. But then the rational part of her brain kicked into overdrive. Leah squirmed as the needle pierced her thigh. Her eyes then glazed over before closing, and she fell to sleep. Liam stared dumbstruck, his mouth quivering. Evelyn turned away. That look was too much. How could why? It's done, Evelyn countered, her eyes closed. Now, get the rest of your gear together. We leave in 5. She marched off to gather her own things, leaving Liam on his own. Of course Evelyn hated to do this. More than he could know. But there was no choice, she reminded herself. They had to be unquestioning in their ruthlessness, just like the world above. A single moment of weakness, and all 3 of them were dead. At least putting Leah to sleep gave her a chance. It was the only way their daughter could survive beyond these walls. Evelyn shoved MREs and bottled water into her rucksack, threw it over her shoulder, and zippered her hazmat suit over the leather armor beneath. Tightening the straps was easy after so much practice, and the metal shanks crunched into place without error. All that remained was her respirator. She studied the faux fur padding that lined the interior. To think that it had once been pink, much like the plastic frame. But years of sweat had turned the padding brown, and she'd coated the plastic long ago in matte black paint to make them invisible in the dark. Yet, she'd had this very same respirator since the beginning of the outbreak. Since her own father was still alive. It might have been the last physical relic of her life with him. Evelyn slipped the respirator onto her face and hooked her suit's oxygen hose into the port on the side. The familiar taste of compressed air flowed free. Her father might have died protecting her, but not even death would get between Evelyn and her daughter. B2, Chapter 4, Noises in the Dark, 2. A silent lull pervaded the tunnel as Evelyn and Liam marched through. Since the HVAC vents were breached on the southernmost entrance, they made their escape through the northern one that ran due east. Hollows were at their least active here, having been the most driven in and out of hibernation when the pair reclaimed the outer bunker. Many had lapsed into a permanent coma after their bodies were drained of energy, leaving them trapped like embalmed mummies in a tomb. Others were only pretending. The moment their receptors detected some new sense, they'd spring back to life. That's what made this trek so delicate. When deprived of nourishment for too long, Hollows became as desperate as any starved predator. It had been quiet since they cleared the bunker. Too quiet for Evelyn's liking. Where were these hunters hiding? Evelyn clutched her M4 as they walked on, scanning the path in front. Liam was not far behind. His boots crunched against the pavement every couple of seconds. It was the only reminder that he still walked behind her. They both knew the drill. No loud noises. No sudden movements. Even holding the M4 was pushing it. Suppressors only went so far in noise dampening. A single gunshot could rouse half the tunnel. Slowly, surely, they marched to safety. Evelyn glanced behind occasionally to ensure she wasn't alone, but Liam was always there. Somewhere along the way, he slung his Remington over his shoulder and removed the portable crib from his pack. Leah rocked back and forth between his arms as they made progress. That hurt. Even though they were all hidden beneath walls of plastic, the look on his face was still etched into her mind. He always had it whenever she performed the necessary. Like she was the soulless monster and not his wife. Did he think any of this was easy for her? Shut it down, Evelyn. Shut it down. She could have some elongated internal struggle later, as long as they first got through this tunnel. Liam yanked her back. She looked over her shoulder where he remained. Stuck as a statue. Evelyn flashed a hand signal. What? Listen, Liam responded. She held her breath and waited. Her eyes strained to pierce the veil of green-tinted shadows that lay behind. A moment passed unopposed. Then another. Still nothing. Her lungs cried for oxygen, but she kept her throat locked. Nothing. Evelyn wanted no more to keep going, but she knew better than anyone not to underestimate a sound in the dark. A hiss came at last, barely audible despite the confined space. A hollow. Far off, perhaps 200 yards away. But it was out there. Awake and moving. Until something cut it off. There was no denying the louder, more unmistakable sound of flesh squelching as the hollow's hiss ended. Evelyn patted Liam's shoulder and nodded. The two swapped spots. Him in the lead. Her in the rear. They resumed their shuffle with more urgency, Evelyn's finger once again wrapped around the trigger of her M4. No more words were needed. They were being followed. On and on the pair went. Evelyn scanned the tunnels when able, but their goggles were pre-hollowing tech. The lenses only had so much resolution after this much time. The world blurred past 50 yards. She didn't need to see their enemies to know they were closing in. Every so often, the distinctive moan of a hollow flowed down the tunnel, only to disappear seconds later. The further they pushed, the closer the sounds originated. Liam increased his pace, and Evelyn did the same. But then a nearby hollow suddenly snapped to life. Its eyelids lurched open, overflowing with green light under the lens of her goggles. It started to track Liam's movements. The jaws clattered next as the hollow roused from slumber. Evelyn immediately threw her M4 over her shoulder and advanced, her knife now drawn. The hollow honed in on her. Too late. She'd already slipped her blade into the base of its jaw, straight to the brain. The hollow went limp. Two of its neighbors began to stir from her sudden charge, but this wasn't her first rodeo. The closest hollow went down without a fight. Quick and easy before it could sit up. The second was more exposed, so Evelyn went the safer route. One slash through the back of the neck was all she needed. The hollow stared powerlessly as she tiptoed away. It wasn't like it could do anything else now that it had been paralyzed from the neck down. The remaining hollows continued to lie in peace. None had noticed their friends get murdered. Evelyn breathed deep. Too close. Sure, she'd had her share of near misses in this tunnel, but the safest solution had always been to sit and wait until the hollows forgot about her. Not today though. They didn't have the time. Their attackers were getting closer by the minute. The tunnel was almost at its end. The familiar glow of nighttime entered the otherwise opaque dark. She could see the shadows of surface hollows shambling about. The pair slackened further to compensate. Behind, another hollow's moan died out, and Evelyn realized the trap they'd wanted into. HBRS pseudocells could partly create biomechanical energy by sunlight, making the undead photosynthetic. Not enough to feed into a res, but enough to allow hollows to walk around forever, provided they had access to the sun. This made hollows outside behave differently depending on how far into the tunnel they moved. The ones near the blast doors were the most sensitive and aggressive because of a lack of sunlight, while those on the surface were more active but duller overall. Thus, the closer Evelyn and Liam came to the surface, the slower they had to go to keep from being spotted. But their enemies behind them didn't have this handicap. Reitsers were at their greatest risk when hollows were at their weakest. The increase in aggression made them sensitive enough to pick up the subtlest changes in pheromones and eye color. In the past, this would have been enough of a defense to keep Reitsers at bay, but clearing most of the hollows when retaking the outer bunker had finally bit them in the ass. What few hollows remained were easy to defeat by hunters. Meanwhile, the ones on top wouldn't be half as dangerous. Reitsers could stroll right by if they kept their heads down. Evelyn watched as a hollow sprung to life behind, just at the edge of sight. But rather than facing her, it twisted into the shadow and started crawling back. The hollow vanished, and the heavy thud came only seconds later. There was no way out of it. This was a race that they weren't winning. Just a little more, Evelyn told herself as they picked up their pace again. They could see it. The edge of the tunnel. From there, it was just a short skip to the fence. Then they could run. As fast and as far as legs could carry. All they had to do was clear this final stretch. A sob broke out from between Liam's arms. The two froze for what could have been an eternity. Crying rose. Baby cries. Oh God, not now. Evelyn must have fucked the dosage in the sedative. Leah had woken too soon. Liam tried to calm their daughter, but it was too late. The hollows had caught the sound, and all their attention was now focused on them. Flares? Evelyn shouted before ripping off her helmet and night vision goggles. Liam attempted the same, but it was a struggle with Leah shaking in his arms. The world went pitch black, but there was no mistaking the moans of the dead closing in. Evelyn reached for her waist and yanked. With a snap against her thigh, the flare ruptured with blazing red light. The hollows were everywhere. A ring had formed around them, held back only by the sudden, intense flash. Run! Evelyn ordered as she broke into a sprint, flare still in hand. A gap formed in the ring, though it was small. Hollows could only be stunned by this trick for so long. They reached the entrance, only for a larger wave of surface-side hollows to turn their attention toward them. Evelyn threw the first flare and drew another, and Liam did the same. The hollows up front froze up, but those behind shoved them onward. There were too many. Cover me! Liam shouted, making a break for the fence. Evelyn tossed her flare into the tunnel to buy more time, then went for the M4 again. Leah's wailing reached its peak. Everything slowed down. The hollows all focused onto Leah. Onto her daughter. They wanted her. Evelyn took aim. Her gunshots tore through the crowd, downing any monster that dared get too close. When one magazine reached its end, she tossed another in with a speed she did not know she had. Her shoulder burned from the recoil, but she did not stop. She could not stop. Not until Leah was out. Liam burst through the fence's gate, not a moment too soon. Hollows crashed into it seconds after, but the metal wiring held firm. They were safe. Then Evelyn remembered herself. She glanced over her shoulder. Dozens of slathering, grey faces were mere feet away. She dropped her M4 and made her own escape. There was no way to reach the fence gate. She'd have to scale the closest part. But the moment she drew near, the Hollows redirected their wrath on her. Red light burst free as she pulled her final flare, but the Hollows merely blinked before advancing another step. They were already acclimating. Desperately, Evelyn waved her flare around. She needed to buy herself time. Something. Anything. But there were too fucking many, and they weren't slowing down. Ichor exploded out from the nearest hollow as a crack roared above their moans. Another dropped a second later with a bullet to the head. Liam had entered the fray, using his Remington to take pot shots from the cover of the fence. Evelyn used the chance to scramble to safety. Bony fingers clawed for her legs, but they couldn't get a grip against her plastic suit. Pain stung as she floundered over the barbed wiring. Her shoulder rocked from the shock of the ground, but her rucksack had taken the bulk of the impact. Her limbs ached, and her ears heard nothing but ringing, but Evelyn didn't allow herself to stop moving until she reached her family. Leah's painful cries echoed throughout the valley. It's okay. Mommy's here. Evelyn wrapped her arms around, tears finally flowing free. I'm sorry, Leah. I'm so sorry I made you do this. Liam grabbed her shoulder, his eyes panicked above the respirator. We have to blow it, love. Give me the charge. Evelyn stared dumbstruck. That was right. It still wasn't over. The Hollows couldn't clear the fence on their own, but those Reitsers weren't far behind. She handed Liam the charge and hugged Leah tighter. This was it. Their final countermeasure. A radio transmitter that hit a nearby receiver, which in turn triggered the plastic explosives buried directly above Cheyenne's tunnel. A simple press of a button, and their bunker was blocked off from this side forever. It was their nuclear option. Only for use when they were absolutely fucked. Which they were. Evelyn stared into the lip of the tunnel and knew true terror. The flare was still burning, shrouding a wall of black-clad Reitsers in crimson light, with cloaks shaped like medieval monks. Their faces were all the same. Blank. Serene. A force of immortal killers united by a single purpose. A single thought. Only one stood apart from the rest. His body stood a full head taller than the others, with a tattoo running around his bald scalp. Dark and jagged, like a crown made of thorns. He turned their way and grinned. Evelyn rocked Leah, her heart racing. She could see them, but they could see her too. They watched her daughter. They knew. Then Liam activated the charge, and the tunnel filled with fire and smoke. B2, Chapter 5, Return to Pandemonium, 1. The sheer brilliance and potential for HBRS cannot be understated. Only through the American defense budget coupled with Ian Dynamics' opaque nature could a fraction of this research be made possible. Because of them, this world has been transformed into what it is today. Mother, notes on HBRS 15.21. 6 years after. The truck rolled to a stop. How are we doing back there? Liam asked, his hands locked on the wheel as he scanned the horizon. She's sleeping again, Evelyn said, rubbing Leah's head. The sight of that woman touching his daughter after what happened the night before tied a knot in his stomach. Liam still hadn't gotten the chance to tell her just how strongly he felt about the unilateral decision she made in drugging Leah. But true to form in this hellhole, there was a time and a place to stand his ground against such lunacy, and this moment was neither. The morning sun cut through pine glades on the side of the cracked road, reminding them that they had been on the run all night. It had taken less than an hour to reach the hidden truck they loaded with supplies for just this type of emergency, but conditions had greatly deteriorated once they left Cheyenne's Valley, so it cost them the better part of the evening to cover enough ground on streets that were still usable. They dared not stop until Cheyenne was far below the horizon, pushing north towards Denver while clinging to the foothills where they would be harder to see. But at least for now, they were safe. Liam leaned back and closed his eyes, his limbs suddenly spent. It seemed that whatever adrenaline that carried him this long had finally been expended. Oh, how he wanted nothing more in this moment than to rest it off. Just for a bit. What's the plan? Evelyn asked, piercing through the momentary calm. He grunted and rubbed his head. We must have gone 50 miles from Cheyenne, and there's been no sign of our pursuers. I'm starting to think that they don't have vehicles. What makes you say that? Well, for starters, we were stuck in those hills for hours, and they didn't catch us. It's also become clear that there aren't many roads still operational, which means the likelihood that they're driving around through different routes is low. If they're out there, they're either just as lost as we are or they don't have the same means of transport that we do. Cars or not, we're still not free of them, Evelyn pointed out. Reitzers can easily cover 50 miles in a day on foot. Hell, they can do well over 100 if they're nourished and know where they're going. Liam nodded. True. We've bought ourselves some time, but not enough to evade them for long. So what's the plan then? How am I supposed to know? He scoffed. Last I checked, Evelyn, spending the rest of our lives underground was the plan. Right. Which is why we'll need to retake it from them. With just the two of us? Are you out of your bloody mind? Keep your voice down, Evelyn said, shushing their daughter before she could wake up. We don't have a choice. Liam exhaled before anger got the better of him. It would be suicide to try to fight them by ourselves. We'd have better luck finding another bunker, if you know of any other end-of-the-world bunkers we could take, he quipped. There's Raven Rock and the Greenbrier, Evelyn stated with no hint of catching the sarcasm. Both are in the black zone though, where the nukes got dropped, so we can't risk it unless you want Leah coughing up blood before she's two. Mother's only other candidate was the Defen bunker up in Canada, but it's too far with our fuel, and we don't know what we'd find there. Again, Liam rubbed his head. Always a struggle with this one. Be that as it may, we can't do anything against Reetzers without getting ourselves killed, Evelyn. Well, what do you think we should do then? We should get help. Evelyn grunted. We don't know who sent these hunters. We don't even know if they were hunters, Liam countered. If anything, the lack of vehicles of their own suggests they don't have Pandemonium's resources. Did you see any guns, either? I didn't see any. Only a couple crossbows amongst their ranks. She leaned back. That's true. Still doesn't feel right. They knew that you were here. You, Liam. Not anyone else. How else could they have gotten that information? I don't know, but I do know who I can trust. He had been thinking of it all night, ever since that moment when the breach first happened. There was nobody else. They had only one other ally in this world. We're returning to Pandemonium, Liam said. Evelyn winced. If you aren't right about this, it's not just your life or mine in danger, but our daughter's too. You'll be killing us if you're wrong. Just like you almost did. It's like you said, Evelyn. We're over a barrel on this one and won't last long out here on our own. We need help. He breathed deeply. We have to find Leah. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It took almost a week to make it back to California. Their escape truck was outfitted with bulletproof plating and had wheels that could roll through the worst of it, but after so much time without upkeep, much of humanity's infrastructure had given way to the elements. Tunnels were caved in, bridges collapsed, and entire roadways were swallowed beneath landslides. And that said nothing of the herds of hollows that still roamed these wastes. Were it not for the sheer volume of biofuel they stocked their truck with, they would have never escaped Colorado alone. It did not help that they were traveling as one. Evelyn had never learned to drive herself, leaving the task to Liam alone. He had done well to catch up in such a short time, but his mind could only stay active for so long, and their daughter still had her own needs to attend to. The two of them ended up breaking into shifts, with Liam forced to handle the brunt of the time until he could find a suitable hiding spot to sleep. Nothing short of perfection would do in Evelyn's eyes, though the two were in agreement for once. His initial confrontation with her had also gone far better than expected. He'd only need to see the shame in her eyes to know how difficult it had been to sedate their daughter, and part of him had come to recognize the urgency of the moment. Not enough to forgive her completely, but enough to move past it. At least for now. Leah's safety mattered more than everything else. That was what made this site such a godsend. A great wall spanned the length of the horizon, formed from a motley of buildings, sheet metal, and storage crates. The streets nearby were freshly paved, with not enough debris for even a mouse to hide behind. Where the rest of the outside world was a ruinous wasteland, the sticks that surrounded Pandemonium still stood firm, an island standing obstinate above a dead land. Liam rubbed the fog from his visor now that he was alone. The heat was sweltering beneath the clothes he had scavenged, but it was a necessary precaution. Reetzers would be able to detect his scent if given the chance. It all felt so familiar, marching up to this undead asylum wrapped in far too many layers. Even Karen remained exactly where he'd been left, still in his corner shop near the gate. His black cloak hung loosely over grey skin that could have been carved from stone, with an assault rifle poking from his back. His red eyes flicked Liam's way as he drew near, but he otherwise remained motionless. Haven't seen you before, Karen said. You got papers? I've got none, Liam responded in the deep, gruff voice he had practiced before this point. Don't know where you think you are, but newcomers have to report to immigration before they get in. I could send you an escort if you'd like. That won't be necessary. I'm here to see someone. Who's that then? Leah. It wasn't easy to make out movement against his hairless scalp, but that seemed to have gotten Karen to raise an eyebrow a fraction of an inch. That's so? Who should I be telling her has come to visit then? Who, indeed? They'd never planned this far out. Tell her I'm an old friend who traveled the country with her. If you say so, Karen said. Do me a favor though, and wait back there. Liam complied while a couple of Karen's men stood nearby. The sight of armed soldiers dressed as death incarnate could have been alarming, but he'd had the good sense of leaving Evelyn and his daughter with the truck a mile back, and this would all be easy to explain the moment he had the chance. The gate creaked open after some time, but instead of seeing his long-lost friend, 3 militarized trucks barreled through the opening before slamming to a stop nearby. The doors opened, and dozens more black-cloaked soldiers burst into view. Within moments, they had him surrounded, guns aimed to kill. Hands where we can see 'em, one shouted. Liam threw his arms up high, the air caught in his throat. What was going on? Then he watched as another door opened. Light glistened off the surface of a pair of freshly polished combat boots before revealing the faded jeans that lay behind. A black-gloved hand gripped the side of the door, followed by another on the roof. He caught sight of the sheepskin jacket next, jet black, and falling past her waist, this one with an abundance of grey wool overflowing along the trim. Even the buttons stood out, glittering in the midday light, as did the aviator sunglasses above. But it was the scarf that Liam knew best. That burgundy silk fabric wrapped around her pale face before trailing in the wind behind. It might have been used to cover the wound that disfigured her cheeks, but she had since taken it as her own form of identity. A woman who defined herself through her defiance of the world she'd been given. Leah stepped forth, the light dancing off the hunter's badge atop her chest, now cast in gold. Well, well. If it isn't our little thief. What are you talking about? Liam asked, barely able to keep the gruff tone. Thought we didn't see you driving here with one of our trucks? Please. Watchtower spotted you hours ago. Speaking of, she turned to one of the soldiers. Anyone find where he stashed it yet? He muttered into a radio before it crackled back. Looks like the other team's got it blocked in, though they're saying someone else is there. They're armed too, boss. Great, just great. Have them fire off a couple warning shots, but don't engage yet. I want that truck in one piece. Wait. Liam shouted before the order could be relayed. What are you doing, Leah? It's me. She chuckled. I know a lot of mess, but I don't recognize you. Liam looked around at the dozens of strangers aiming automatic weapons and had many regrets about how his life had led to this point. Can you just come over here and talk to me for a minute? Think I'm fine over here. Does she really not remember me? Bloody hell, Leah. Just come over here and look into my eyes already. She tilted her head to that and raised a hand. All at once, the soldiers lowered their weapons. Leah closed in and removed her aviators. Liam swallowed the lump in his throat. Her violet eyes were burning with a vibrant intensity he'd never seen before, almost as if they were glowing of their own accord. Had they always been so bright and full? Liam lowered his goggles, letting Leah see into his own. A moment passed in silence as she studied his living, human eyes. The soldier with the radio suddenly stiffened and started to walk over. Leah grabbed the radio and held it to her ear, though she never broke eye contact. What's going on out there? We're in a standoff with the guy in the truck, but we managed to get a peek inside and... Ugh. You might want to see this for yourself. Her violet eyes bugged out as the implication settled in. Again, she looked at Liam, piercing deep into his soul. You fucking idiot. B2, Chapter 5, Return to Pandemonium, 2. The convoy drove through the streets of Pandemonium as their passengers waited inside. Liam and Evelyn kept their daughter in their arms, but she merely blinked with curiosity at the creature on the other side. Leah watched back, her legs crossed. So that's her, hey, she said at last. Liam smiled meekly. That's our daughter, all right. She looks well. She's a fighter, just like the woman we named her after. Where have you been? Evelyn interjected. Her eyes flicked over. Good to see you too, Evelyn. I see you're still as charming as always. It's been what? 7, 8 months since you've made a delivery. In case you hadn't noticed, I've been busy. She sighed. Besides, last I made the hike, it seemed like you two didn't need me anymore. It was true. Leah had been separated from Liam after his final showdown with Hades, and she had disappeared in the chaos that followed. It was well over a year before he saw her again when she showed up out of the blue with a truck filled with canned food behind. The two had caught up soon after, where he'd introduced her to Evelyn and the current state of affairs. Ever since then, Leah vowed to help them when able and had made a habit of dropping off fresh supplies every other month like clockwork. But then she'd stopped right before their daughter's birth, disappearing as quickly as she had come. The last thing she'd said was that she wasn't sure how many trips she'd make. Liam always assumed that that number would be more than 0. You could have at least kept your goons at bay, Evelyn said. I nearly blew their heads off. Blame Liam for that, Leah said before turning back. Old friend who traveled the country with you, seriously. Could you have been any more vague? Why didn't you just give Karen your name, asshole? No one knows who you are. Told you we were better off coming in on foot, Evelyn followed. I wasn't sure who we could trust, Liam squeaked, now feeling the weight of both these women on him. It felt safer. Leah grunted. Safe went out the window the second you got down here. For fuck's sake, I've got the whole valley under lock and key. Look, you can give me a hard time for the execution of how we got here all you want, but that won't change the facts of the situation. We are still in danger. Leah nodded. Right, a bunch of guys in black cloaks. I'm telling you that there's no hunter crew called the Inquisitors. You sure they were Styx security? Liam shook his head. I got a good look before I detonated the tunnel. The trim of their clothes was completely different. Not anything like what Karen or the others wear. They reminded me more like monks than the embodiment of death. So you're telling me that you've got a bunch of warrior monks chasing you? All that we know is that we were attacked, Evelyn said, leaning in. I overheard them myself. They knew that we were there, Leah. As far as we know, the only ones left alive from Cheyenne are the 3 of us. Unless something's changed. Leah sat still, her face revealing nothing from behind her scarf. The moment dragged on before their van came to an abrupt stop. She knocked on the window to the driver's seat. How we looking? He opened the visor. Area's clear, my lady. Good. She turned back. Don't think I ever told you what's been happening around here, have I? What's that got to do with it? Liam asked. You'll see. She opened the door and stepped outside, then nudged over her shoulder. Come on, you're good. Liam scooped his daughter into his arms and followed, with Evelyn behind. They had reached the lodge, with its immaculately trimmed hedges and sandstone walls. The crystalline windows were as polished as he remembered, and the water flowing through the fountains was just as clear. But what stole the breath from his lungs wasn't the venue but those within. Or rather, the lack thereof. Though raw meat still lay on the plates in the outside dining area and soft music played from speakers, not a single soul remained in sight. Leah marched onward, her steps echoing off the marble tiles. After Cheyenne, I spent a while on the road. We'd had our wonderful adventure together, Liam, and I thought I'd live for myself, as you'd said. For a while, it worked too. I traveled the country, saw a lot, had my share of close calls. But I'd always had that itch. Like I'd left something unresolved back here. Turns out I was right. We like to pretend that pandemonium is this well-oiled machine, but when push came to shove, Hades and Mother were the only ones keeping it together. After they were killed, the whole place fell apart. I'm not talking riots either. It was some next-level civil warfare shit, block by block as different bosses fought for control. Just like that, the one bastion for my race had been brought to the cusp of ruin while I was fucking around in the woods. I might not have been able to cure the harrowing, but the least I could do was help those who still lived with it, like me. So I returned, cleared up the chaos, and made the city my own. Liam blinked through the stillness. The last time he'd been here, this building had overflowed with bodies. Hundreds of hunters and workers were buzzing about, only ever concerned with their lives. And yet, Leah had cleared this entire place by simply snapping her fingers? Are you telling me that you lead pandemonium now? Liam asked. I thought you told us that you were only the head of the hunters. The head huntress, Lady Leah, she said with a yawn. Ruler? Commander? Monarch? Whatever word you want to use, it's all one and the same around here. Just as it had been for Hades. How the hell did you pull that off? She shrugged. How does anyone do anything these days? Through bullets and blood, and lots of both. She turned a corner, heading upstairs. Anyway, the first thing I did after taking control was to track down survivors from our battle. There weren't many. Only Xander's crew had been there, and we took most of them out during the fight. I finished off the stragglers once I had the chance. Are you sure you did? Evelyn asked as she studied the empty halls around them. Do you think they might have told someone? Maybe one of your enemies? Or Mother's? Leah waved a hand. Relax, Evelyn. This isn't amateur hour. I bashed the appropriate skulls and took off the scalps I needed. If anyone else in Pandemonium knew about Cheyenne, I would have either discovered it a long time ago, or it would have hollowed out on its own. Evelyn stepped closer. What about the names then? Do you remember any of them? Ezekiel? Amos? Hiram? Russell? She started to shake her head but then stopped halfway through. What was that last one? Russell. I think there might have been. Shit. She rubbed her head. There was one small group under the last of Xander's officers that made a break for it. I tracked them as far as Texas before losing the trail. Now that you mention it, one was named Russell or something. I forgot until now. Evelyn was aghast. How could you forget? She stared dully. Ever hear of this thing called the harrowing? Tends to fuck with your memory over time. So you're telling me that some of them did get away then? Still wouldn't be enough to mount anywhere near an assault as big as you're claiming. That's more bodies than they'd be able to muster, even if they had an outpost backing them. And again, I would have known if they'd done that. Could be that they're with an enclave then. Liam considered. You know, one of those smaller settlements that Reitzers form outside of here. Too big for any I've come across, Leah said. Either way, I don't like it. Might be bandits. Might be traitors. Might be an enclave for all I know. The good news is that now that you're here, they won't get anywhere near you. I'll make sure of it. Liam grimaced. Why do I have the nasty feeling that you're about to say there's some bad news with this? Bad news is that driving right up to the gates will cost us both. Some of my men saw your daughter. They're going to talk, and whoever they tell will talk too. Even if I manage to shut everyone up, there's no telling how long I can keep the rumors down. Like it or not, either we take out these guys quickly, or we'll have a bunch more breathing down your neck soon enough. Great, so it isn't enough that we have to fight another army of Reitzers or reclaim Cheyenne and set up the defenses again. We must also do it before anyone learns we're here. They reached the top floor and began to walk across a balcony. I told you that you're a fucking idiot, Leah said. But at least this won't be like the old days. It's not just the two of us against the world, Liam. Now, I've got one at my beck and call. Liam watched as she leaned back against a railing, pandemonium to her flank. Her hunter's badge shimmered in the midday sun, its canine skull shape cast in gold, where her older one had been mere silver. Buildings rose into the sky, with neon lights flooding the streets below. Though the lot remained empty, hordes of Reitzers scurried about in the greater city. They all seemed so small and insignificant compared to the warrior standing in front. The woman who lorded over them all. A new dawn rose in their world. B2, Chapter 6, God's Will, 1. Justice and judgment are the habitation of thy throne, mercy and truth shall go before thy face. Father Abraham, the Holy Word. 14 months after. Their world was getting uncomfortably larger. Life was simpler back at the bayou. They had a bountiful, fertile land, plenty of space to accommodate their congregation, and ample protection from sinners and heretics alike, praise be for his blessings. With the patrols that the Inquisitors had formed over the years, not even the devil himself could have marched into their beholder camp without a fight. This land was different. Steep, cold, and littered with the ruins of God's judgment. The very air tasted of a bile that had long since been forgotten, as if to obscure the words of the Lord above. This whole pilgrimage was complicated from the start and only became more so by the day. Why was the father so insistent that this trek be done? Brother Ezekiel preferred simple. As he crossed back into camp with his inquisitors in tow, he wished for nothing other than to turn around and go back home. The defenses held firm, at least. They had been on the move for months and learned how best to balance speed with protection. Palisades could be erected and dismantled at a moment's notice, tents packed, and horses shepherded onward. What had once taken more than a day could now be performed in mere hours after so much practice, and every beholder knew their roles by heart. The Lord truly shined on them. Ezekiel passed by the cattle farm. Their limbs were becoming lean after so much time moving about, and he could see the subtle rise and fall of their chests with each passing breath. The air was alive with their scent, a sweet mix of sweat and manure that was all too familiar. His mouth watered as his eyes wandered. But Ezekiel was quick to bury the thought. Hunger was born from sin like every other mortal fault, and he would never survive the beholding and join the Lord above should he succumb to such temptation. Just need to wait for communion, Ezekiel reminded himself. Once embraced again by the love of the Lord with his brothers and sisters, this vile hunger would be easier to combat. Their Holy Communion served this function to great effect. They all drank from milk blessed by the friars, and their spirits grew stronger because of it. He traced the camp to keep his mind busy. Tents popped up around the valley they had chosen as refuge, their fabric composed of a plain white cotton where they weren't held together by lacquered wooden chutes. Temporary workshops had been built in a similar fashion, though they lacked the uniformity of what they'd constructed in the bayou. By uprooting themselves from their farming duties, many brothers and sisters had taken new jobs. The other congregants dispersed wherever the inquisitors drew near. Some murmured from a distance, doing their best to avoid locking eyes with Ezekiel as he walked by. He would have to observe the camp with fresh eyes once his meeting concluded. Too long on their own would make many drift into sin enough to warrant a proper inquisition. That will have to wait for now, Ezekiel considered as he reached the tabernacle, a great tent that spanned enough space to hold their entire congregation at a time, with sconces burning bright along the edges. This was the most divine vestige of their camp. The Lord was able to follow them through this place, wherever they went. His holy word was kept and maintained here, and it was here where their leader would be waiting. In the back, beyond the veil where others keep watch, and into the holiest of places. Not even the prophets of old had built such glory under God. Father Abraham spoke with Brother Aaron and the other friars upon Ezekiel's entrance, the rest of his inquisitors waiting behind. The air tasted of incense and jasmine as he drew near. "Ah," Father Abraham said with a smile, "it would appear that you were correct, Brother Aaron. The Lord has hastened the return of your brothers, after all." Brother Ezekiel fell to one knee. "Praise be, Father. Come here, my son." Like the rest of the beholders, Abraham did not appear as much more than an ordinary man, at first glance. His clothes were black and plain below his white collar, his stature was on the shorter side, and his thin brown hair was combed over otherwise gaunt cheeks. Many looked upon his form and considered him to be no more than another able-bodied worker around camp. But then they would look into his eyes as Ezekiel did now and see the full power of God. He had blessed upon Father Abraham a strength against sin that no one could match, and his bright, violet eyes were a testament to this fact. A lilac devotion that had no greater or equal in this world. Such was the strength of the Lord, and Father Abraham was his messenger. He smiled wide, warm, and inviting. "I see that you have returned to us in good health, Ezekiel, but you appear to be short a few brothers. And they lack the unsullied man God tasked them to find," Brother Aaron pointed out. Ezekiel grimaced. This was going to hurt. "We lost brothers Amos, Hiram, Caleb, and Russell when he led them into the Chosen One's home. There was some kind of contraption in place with mechanical turrets that we did not foresee. We also lost Brother Lucas to an explosion they placed, and then Brothers Samuel and Cain fell soon after. Their bodies were too damaged from the blast, so they succumbed to sin before we could return." He frowned. "I put them down myself." "So much loss," Father Abraham said, his eyes revealing nothing. "But what is this they that you speak of? Was Liam Fenix not alone as prophesied?" He shook his head. "I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it for myself," he went on from there, describing the bunker they had entered, and the technology that still functioned, and the traps that had been laid, and the life that was being lived, all buried beneath a sea of sinners that would have put the trials of antiquity to shame. Ezekiel had followed the holy word and pushed through each obstacle, but it was what lay at the end that troubled his heart so strongly. Or rather, who else was there? "An unsullied woman, you say?" Brother Aaron asked, astonished. "Not just a woman," Ezekiel continued, keeping his eyes locked on Father Abraham. "There was a child too. A baby girl, untouched by sin. By the holy word, I saw her for myself." "That cannot be possible," Aaron hissed. "The text is clear. He will return to us, and him alone. I know what I saw. Perhaps your time away has made you forget whom you are beholden to, Brother Ezekiel. Perhaps the devil has thrown a veil that has obscured your sight. That would explain why you failed in your task." Ezekiel grit his teeth. The two were supposed to be equals under God. Brother Aaron led the friars and interpreted the holy word for the masses, but Ezekiel was tasked with leading inquisitions whenever anyone went astray. Both were needed to ensure that sin did not flourish in their camp, but too often, Aaron behaved as though he were the superior, with his beating red eyes and nose that he always pointed up so as to look down on whomever he spoke to. This audacity had grown with the size of their congregation, even bordering heresy at times. "Enough," Abraham said with a wave of his hand. "Let us not question the testimony of Brother Ezekiel, nor his faith in our cause." He tilted his head. "Perhaps he speaks true, and it was your hubris that formed an incorrect interpretation, Brother Aaron." Aaron's eyes widened at the implication. A smirk broke Ezekiel's lips before he could bury it, but it disappeared the moment he looked back to Father Abraham. His face remained blank. As for you, Brother Ezekiel, there is no denying the failure of your mission. You did not acquire Liam Fenix as you were told, you lost brothers along the way, and even with this greater discovery of a woman and child, you let them all get away. This was not just our defeat but one for God as well. He bowed deeper. You are correct, Father, but I promise that they are not lost forever. We investigated the bunker thoroughly and discovered tire tracks where their footprints ended. First, going north and eventually cutting west. With enough time, I could determine the exact route. Do not forget the word, Brother Ezekiel. For ye shall not go out with haste, nor go by flight, for the Lord will go before you. We will deliberate your words with his and determine the next suitable action. You, on the other hand, should have your own deliberation. Whatever task God requires, I will perform. A smile again formed across his thin lips. Then look to the color of your cloak and know the answer he has provided. Ezekiel knew at once. Repentance. Where the majority of beholders wore white to symbolize the purity they hoped to gain in heaven, and the friars wore brown for the downtrodden they wished to share the holy word with, the inquisitors were clad in all black. Such was the color of repentance, for it was their duty, above all else, to force God's divine repentance whenever sin was found. I understand, Brother Ezekiel said before making his leave. No one was above God's judgment. No one. B2, Chapter 6, God's Will, 2. Whack. 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 Brother Ezekiel thrust the barbed whip into his naked back. Again and again and again. With each strike, more of his corrupted flesh ripped free. The slickness ran down his torso before long, and the scent of blood filled the air. His muscles began to slacken as the exercise dragged. But still, Ezekiel did not relent. His body was a mere shell that sin had claimed when the beholding began. The mark of the beast defiled his fragile coil. It did not matter what happened to this chassis next. Only his soul remained free. That was God's gift to him. Where the devil had captured so many others, God had chosen Ezekiel to enact his will. In these final hours of revelations, so many precious few were still able to do so. And yet, he had failed in his duty. Under his orders. Could that really go without punishment? Whack. 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 Finally, Ezekiel went to raise the whip, only to realize that he could no longer. The nerves in his back had become torn after so much repentance. He would not be able to leave this spot without assistance now. That suited him just fine. While many of his brothers and sisters meditated in the light of the Lord together, Ezekiel always chose to rediscover his humility in solitude. This act was as personal as it was spiritual, and the conversations occurring here were between him and God and no one else. Ezekiel leaned back, allowing the light of the sun to pass through his exposed flesh. Why had he given them such a difficult trial? To have faced the countermeasures in the bunker was expected on its own. From what Brother Russell explained, the heretics before them had fallen against those traps, so Ezekiel performed his due diligence to approach each device with a measured resolve. The Lord had guided his hand throughout, and in the end, only a few inquisitors were lost. But no one had foreseen the baby. As Brother Aaron pointed out, the text was clear, and the word came from Father Abraham himself. God would return when his untainted vessel was found again on this earth, and he would destroy all the sinners and heretics by pouring his 7 bowls of judgment. He, not she. How would he bring them salvation as a her? Speak to me, my Lord. There had to be something they were missing. That Father Abraham himself had not seen. As difficult as it was to fathom, there could be no other way. Ezekiel closed his eyes and embraced the light with all his fiber, hoping beyond hope that he would clear his mind and guide the path forward. It was all for naught. Ezekiel was an inquisitor. His duty was to do as the Lord commanded, not to understand his wisdom. That role belonged to Father Abraham alone, with the friars acting as his extension. Brother Ezekiel needed to remember his place. His mind was one not built for interpretation. It was his body that remained strong. Even when weakened by repentance, it would be blessed back to restoration within the day, so long as he trusted in God's power. Ezekiel's heart grew to ease as the light continued to pass through him. He need not question the path forward. He need only follow it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Brothers and sisters, Father Abraham began, his voice thin and melancholy behind the lectern. You all know the cost our pilgrimage has imposed. Just as the Israelites during their exodus, so too has our faith been tested by God on this journey, and though new members have been baptized in the name of the Lord along the way, let us not forget those who have been lost. He began to list the names off, one after the next. Their entire congregation had shown up to the tabernacle for this sermon, with the majority huddled inside while others clung near the edge where the sconces burned bright. Brother Ezekiel leaned against a pillar from the rear, his head easily towering over the others, even as he struggled to stay standing. His body still recovered from repentance, but he wished to watch the crowd anyway. Sin often manifested strongest in those who deviated during these sermons, so he would habitually study the crowd when able. It never hurt to be prepared for an inquisition. Today was a blessed day, however. A sheet of uniform white bodies remained fixed throughout the tabernacle, their heads bowed and hands clasped in prayer as they listened to every word spoken to them. It warmed Ezekiel's heart. When those blessed sacrificed were honored, Father Abraham pivoted to the holy word and the lessons it provided. He spoke of Job and his trials when his faith was tested. He spoke of David and the torment he suffered at the hands of King Saul. He spoke of Moses and the travels his people underwent. He spoke of his own namesake, Abraham, and the covenant the Lord had formed with him. Father Abraham's voice flowed through the crowd like honey, warm and sweet, as he demonstrated the benevolence of God. Then his tone turned darker, and he spoke of those who had been punished for turning from his light. He spoke of Adam and Eve and their fall from grace. He spoke of Lot's wife and the fate she suffered for disobeying the Lord. He spoke of Herod and how his hubris led to his demise. Finally, he spoke of the beholding itself and how God destroyed the world of man for their many sins. It was not long before the congregation quaked in fear. Ezekiel grimaced as the weight of Abraham's words settled into his mind. How easy it was to forget the blessings bestowed upon them in these dark times. Dusk began to settle when Father Abraham reached this apex, the shadows stretching wide along his face. So it is that we find ourselves tested yet again, he continued. As some of you have no doubt heard, the chosen one, a man by the name of Liam Fenix, was not alone. He laughed. Indeed, to put to rest the rumors that have no doubt spread, he indeed has both a wife and daughter. This contradicts the word itself, as we were promised that God would come alone at the end of Revelations. After the 7 trumpets of pestilence forced us into our current forms, the Lord shall descend from the heavens and pour the 7 bowls of judgment into the earth. He was to do this himself. Clearly, this is not true as perceived, and I have led your beliefs astray. For this, I must humbly apologize to you all. The crowd began to murmur, and Ezekiel stiffened in place. Abraham's faith might have been beyond question, but he often forgot that his brothers and sisters were more fallible. When was the last time that he admitted to wrongness? But, he said with a tone as sharp as a needle, upon further investigation, I have come to recognize that there was more truth than first imagined. Let us look at this man again, Liam Fenix. As I have said before, Liam was derived from the name Adam, the first man, formed in God's image. What we have since learned is that his woman is named Evelyn. He grinned wide. I need not remind you all where her name came from. The words took hold, dropping the jaws of the congregants in waves. The air caught in Ezekiel's throat as the revelation formed in his own mind. He had reported this fact himself, yet he had been blind to this truth. Father Abraham beamed, his zeal rising. So you see, brothers and sisters, God speaks to us even more powerfully than before. I was a fool for assuming the Lord would ever be so simple in his path. He laughed. Why, he even sent his very own Adam and Eve to act as his caregiver. Isn't that just amazing? I have since amended the holy word to accommodate this truth, now that the Lord has lifted the fog clouding my eyes. The crowd gawked, his words ringing out. Behold, my children! Abraham roared, pounding the lectern. Don't you see his brilliance? Behold! Just as the chosen one once formed in the womb of Mary through an immaculate conception, so too has he come to us again under those same terms. Behold! It is not the man we must seek, and it never was. Behold! It is the child. Only through her will we find salvation. Behold! An energy swept through the tabernacle, the Lord's power flowing through the crowd. Some shouted praise for the wisdom the Father shared, while others merely ululated without words. That Abraham had made his first amendment to the holy word in years mattered little. God would not have forced this change were it not true. Behold! Abraham shouted, with the congregation echoing in answer. Behold! 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 This was the true reason for why they were here. Just as Satan claimed the souls of the endless sinners of man and marked them as such, the beholders had been saved to witness his divine strength. But that alone could not be enough. Such was the era of the beholding. The final battle between the Lord and Satan, and Ezekiel, along with the rest of their congregation, had been anointed to not merely observe this fight but to engage with it themselves. That was the true, righteous path. They would find Leah Fenix, just as God willed. B2, Chapter 7, The Head Huntress, 1. Power. You either have it or don't, but you never get it until you do. What a strange way to decide the hierarchy we live under. Hades, some philosophical shit. 4 years after. Heavy lay the burdens of civilization. Leah sat cross-legged atop her throne as she waited for the others in the council to arrive. Like the rest of Elysium, much of the throne's design still lingered from years gone, with the seats fabric the color of blood and the supports carved into the shapes of skulls and bones. Stone gargoyles sat to either side, staring down audience members with an unmatched fury. Spikes spilled from the walls where there weren't crimson banners, now decorated in the canine skull and crossbones symbol for the hunters. A reminder of the power that the seat commanded. There was once a time when Leah had been the one who entered as a guest into this room, back during the era of Hades when he called upon her for some inane reason or other. She was one of the few who'd been around during its construction and had gotten over the mind games after years of playing the back and forth with him. To her, it had been no more than just another seat that she sometimes looked up to. Until she sat in it for herself. Where are they? Leah wondered as she ran her gloved fingers along the rim of a gargoyle. She preferred her estate at the top of the lodge and seldom came out to Elysium unless it was for official business. Being here filled her with a sense of wrongness. Even though Hades died off years ago, the memory of his presence still burned hot for many. Leah had at least cleared and filled in the pit of hollows that he used to keep in the middle of this room, replacing it with a set of chairs and tables that could be used whenever these meetings were formed. The door opened, and the first of her guests arrived. Apologies for the delay, my lady, Sinclair said as he strolled through the door. My last meeting ran longer than intended. You can say that again. Sinclair had gone all out today. His silver three-piece suit had a vibrant sheen, matched only by the glitter in his tie. His skin smoothed out, and his blonde hair was freshly oiled. Toss in the added cosmetics, and he almost looked like a living human. That was his shtick, anyway. As the de facto boss of bosses, he was perhaps the only one in Pandemonium wealthier than Leah. Or would be, if she couldn't just take his riches with a wave of her hand. Stein came next, his lab coat still dirty with the blood of his patients beneath his dark hair and sallow cheeks. With its previous owner dead, Mother's Grace had been one of the first to get ransacked during the infighting that followed. Everyone knew just how many resources she'd hoarded for personal redistribution over the years, and her people's loyalty only went so far without her. But then Stein had managed to rally everyone back together, clinging to the memory and values that had been left behind. Though he was no mother, Stein was an expert physician who had filled the void she'd left behind. Now, most of the city looked up to him as they had for her. Those goddamned lines echoed down the hall as Fran rolled into view. Man, did Leah gain a certain low satisfaction in forcing Fran, the head librarian, to come all the way over here. Her white hair was tied back, and her skin was wrinkled to no end, but it was always locked in a scowl whenever she arrived. She hated leaving her precious library, and Leah loved forcing her to do shit she hated, especially after so many years of jumping through her insane hoops just to get a book she liked. Karen entered last. He came in silently, his lidless eyes dull and empty beneath his blackened hood. Leah remained convinced that he was secretly immune to the hollowing, drawing strength for his res from the sticks itself. The guy never left his guard post unless forced, and never looked the least bit bothered, even if barely ate or read. Yet the second Leah made him come to these meetings, he'd have this glaze over his eyes like he was about to hollow out for good. Everyone shuffled into their seats, with Leah towering above on her throne. Just like that, the Council of Pandemonium was formed. Took you fuckers long enough today, Leah said. Well, no use dragging this out. Out with the reports. Fran tapped her glasses in place and shuffled through her notes. As per the monthly economic report, we've seen a continued uptick in demand for romance novels, decreasing general stock by 12.8% as a result, compared with a 9.7% decrease last month. I've bumped up the rarity tier for half the remaining units. Science fiction is also down another 2.8%, which is mostly consistent with the 3.2% decrease we experienced last month. There was a surplus in fantasy by about 8.2%, but most of the units were identical. My understanding is that they came from the same hunt. Leah nodded. Yab. Turns out that Kincaid found them on a run. Apparently, there was some college event where they'd planned to distribute thousands of copies of The Hobbit before the Halloween. Either way, Fran continued. I'm still keeping fantasy at an inflated rate. It isn't easy to see where the values will stabilize until next month's numbers are compiled. As for non-fiction, technical books are on the rise. Fran continued to move through the economic report from there. As the head librarian, she had charged herself with regulating the supply of books coming in and out of Pandemonium's economy. Back in the day, Hades simply left her to her own devices until a crisis arose, but Leah had been trying to be more forward-thinking. She wasn't about to get blindsided with a riot springing up because the central bank ran out of horror novels. Fran turned the page on her notes. We've also been hemorrhaging value by scrubbing the banned text that keeps coming in. Right, Leah said. You mentioned that last I was down there. What's been going on? Books of a religious nature are being traded among workers in Tartarus, and it has been spreading throughout the greater economy, eventually coming back to the bank. We must trade them in for a greater price to ensure they can't remain in circulation, though it's hard to say how many are out there. The author appears to have made modifications to the text. Leah raised an eyebrow. Modifications. Subtle changes to how sentences are phrased or structured. The overall content remains the same as the original work, but the framing has been altered enough so our system can't automatically pick it up anymore. Sounds like a lot of work went into this scam. Remind me again why these books are banned. Fran tilted her head. Couldn't give you the reason. I just know that Hades insisted on it, and if I recall correctly, Mother also agreed. So unless you want me to change that rule. No. Let's not fuck around with shit that's been working until now. This does beg the question of where these religious books keep coming from, though. She grunted. Someone's got a printing press out there. I'd bet 1,000 books on it. And they've made changes to the text, so it's harder for your people to spot, Leah filled in. Well, the fun times won't last forever once I get a hold off that press. This shouldn't be costing us so much though. How the hell do we keep running low across the board? I thought you rigged the system so that can't happen. Fran shrugged. There's only so much I can do to regulate rates for the general public, and the main drain continues to come from municipality. So, looks like my next grievance is with Euthan, Sinclair. She crossed one leg to another. You've burned a hole in the bank, yet every time I walk through Tartarus, the buildings are still as cracked and dirty as always. Where have all my books been going? He smiled wide, hands clasped. My lady, let me first thank you for your wise and powerful leadership. No, Leah cut in. We're not doing that. When I appointed you as a counselor, Sinclair, it wasn't to have direct access to lick my boots. You'd better have a good fucking reason for why reconstruction is taking this long, or I'll find someone else who can do it faster and for cheaper. His smile didn't budge. Our industrial needs have unfortunately been hitting a post-Halloween wall of sorts. Many of the equipment we rely upon have been in service for well over a decade, and their parts can only last for so long without replacements. The other bosses and I have been doing what we can. So throw out contracts for the missing pieces. Same deal as always. We have, but as you know, there are not as many hunters as there used to be, so we're forced to raise bounties to entice those who remain. This still takes time, which has slowed reconstruction. Unless someone can conjure up thousands of extra workers willing to do the labor for free, there is little else to be done. Leah considered the obstacle. Obviously, the latter can't happen, so we need more hunts going instead. She turned over to Karen. How we looking on that front? I count another 12 that were down this past month, he said. 4 were confirmed as killed by members of their crews, but the other 8 have gone missing altogether. I suppose it's better than the 20 we lost the month before. Who did we lose this time? Can't remember the names of the dead ones, but the 8 came from Declan and his crew. You're telling me that a hunter as experienced as Declan got killed out there? Died or went bandit? I got a report from Seaside about crates of fresh fish getting stolen, and it sounds like they were in the area at the time. Her eyes widened. Are you shitting me? Why the fuck didn't you tell me before, Karen? Just found out today. Leah buried her face in her palm. Send a patrol out there to investigate the area, but keep them in range of the outpost. If Declan's taken up the bandit life, it's going to be a bitch to root him out. Understood. She turned to Stein. At least tell me that you've got good news. He grimaced. Hallowing's been ticking up as well. We've had 15 new admissions to the rehabilitation center in just the last week. I thought the distros were holding strong, even after I raised the cap. They are. I think the crisis we're experiencing is psychological, not physical. There's been an increase in patients with signs of depression and PTSD, and these conditions only accelerate the rate of Hallowing. Couple that with the greater usage of Elysium sins in Tartarus, and what was once a manageable drug obsession is quickly becoming a re-Hallowing epidemic. This day just gets better and better. Any ideas on how to head this off? He furrowed his brow. As I've said before, the best thing we could ever do for the city is to ban the sins. Leah stared back. And as I've told you, that's not happening. I start telling people they can't pop a cap of pride after a long week's shift, and you might as well drop a nuke on this city. Forget about a riot or civil war. That level of unrest would make everything else look like a picnic. She considered alternatives. The best I can do is to raise the cover charge for Elysium another 50 picks and crack down on the illegal drug rings outside. That'd help raise income for everything else anyway, and I'm sure Dwayne will have no problem clearing them out with his guys. Stein frowned. I suppose that'll help. Your point's been taken though. All of you. The moral of the story is that we've been working everyone too hard and stagnating too much, and at the end of the day, we're not hunting enough. Pandemonium only has so many resources inside its bubble. Without scouring the old world for the shit we can't make ourselves, we'll keep being hamstrung. So, as the head huntress of this city, it'll be my job to rectify this problem. Leah breathed deep. Looks like I've been sitting on my ass for too long. The next hunt will be mine, and I don't want to hear any bullshit from the rest of you about needing me here to keep the peace. Understood. They all nodded. Good. Now, on to the real reason I've brought you here today. You have undoubtedly heard about what happened at the gates a couple days back, and I'm sure there's been no shortage of rumors flying around. Don't even try to deny it or play dumb either. I know that all of you have at least heard the bare minimum. The rest of the council looked among themselves, trying to avoid her glare. Sinclair cleared his throat. Dare I ask? Is there any truth to this gossip? Yes, Leah answered without hesitation. A family of living humans arrived at the sticks with one of our trucks. They're now here, in Pandemonium, under my protection. No going back now. Leah had been toying with whether she'd reveal this to the council for days, ever since that first moment when she looked into Liam's eyes. She'd done well to slow things down, but as much as she hated to admit it, the longer they stayed here, the more difficult it would be to contain their presence, and she would need the support of the others to make sure this remained clean. Leah looked each of the counselors in the eyes. To answer your questions. No, you can't see them. And no, I won't tell you what I plan to do with them. What I will tell you is that they are here, and I want this pocket of information to be as small as possible. So here's how it's going to be, the first person in this room to crack gets hunted. No exceptions. I don't care how connected you think you are. In fact, let's have a nice demonstration so there's no mistaking me. She left her throne and grabbed the bag she'd stashed behind, a nice burlap sack tied tight. With a quick toss of her hand, the bag flew open, and the contents spilled free. The counselors recoiled as a trio of severed heads rolled across the table, their brains conspicuously carved out. See these guys? Leah asked, her voice deep. I gave them the same fucking deal. Keep quiet or die. But it turned out that the gossip was too juicy. She marched back to the throne, sat down, and crossed her legs again. I don't need to tell you how good I am at hunting my enemies, so trust me when I say that if you cross me over this, you'll end up at the top of the fucking list. Is that understood? She let the silence linger while the counselors studied the severed heads on the table. The moment wore on, but none of them budged. Leah smiled below her scarf. Let me ask again. Is that understood? Yes, they all answered, almost in unison. Good. Then there are no misunderstandings and no ambiguity. This secret stays in this room, and if any of you catch it outside here, then I know you'll do your due diligence and report back to me. She leaned back. I believe that's everything for today. As the head huntress, Lady Leah, I hereby conclude this session of the Council of Pandemonium. You can all go and fuck off now. B2, Chapter 7, The Head Huntress, 2. Night was starting to fall as Leah marched through Tartarus with a squad of her soldiers besides. Everywhere she looked, the people cleared her path. She missed the old days when she could just stroll through a city block without it being a fucking crisis for the citizens who lived there. But that was when she was a regular hunter and not at the top of the food chain. Now, everyone looked at her differently. They looked at her like they had for Hades. Leah sighed. As much as she hated playing the bloodthirsty tyrant in front of the council, she had no other choice. A show of unapologetic cruelty was the only way to keep them in line, and that would trickle out to the rest of Pandemonium. Hell, the only reason that there were any heads on that table at all showed that people were starting to think she'd become weak. I gave them one fucking order. Leah could still see the look in their eyes. She had gathered everyone from the team that had spotted the baby and locked them in a room. She'd told them what would happen if they told anyone else. But they still had that look. That doubt. Like she was bluffing. Like she wouldn't follow through. Sure enough, it was less than a day before half the sticks were talking about Liam and his family. They won't be saying shit now. Leah had gathered everyone at that point. Everyone who had ever so much as looked at the three defectors. All were brought outside the sticks and made to watch as she dragged out the traitors, kicking and screaming. Oh, sure, they begged for mercy, and Leah almost let it slide. But it was too late for that. Not with the others watching. So she removed her scarf, let the world see her disfiguring mark, and hunted them on the spot. All while their friends could do nothing to stop her. Then the message was crystal clear. Leah crossed through an intersection and watched as a group of workers glanced her way before scurrying into the nearest alley. It would be nice for one of them to smile at her for a change. She liked to think that Pandemonium had gotten better under her rule despite these occasional shows of force. After those first few bloody weeks where she'd rallied the remaining hunters and brought order to the chaos, she'd gone to lengths to improve the survivors' lives. The distribution stations had been restructured to allow for everyone to get their fair share, depending on their size and weight. No more hollowing because a Reitzer was too large and poor for their own good. She'd forced the bosses to give a minimum daily wage boost for shifts that broke 24 hours. Enough to get anyone into Elysium for a night if they put in the time. There were even shelters for the homeless and patrols to keep an eye on Tartarus. Oh, how she missed those early days when her title as head huntress was still fresh and new. But like everything else in this world, nothing lasted forever. It was only a matter of time before the knives got drawn behind her back. Leah remembered a moment she'd had with Hades, years into his own reign. I could never do this job without Mother as my equal, he'd said with a laugh, and she'd be lost without yours truly. She hadn't understood at the time. Hades was the unequivocal ruler of Pandemonium by then. Everyone bowed to his name. They weren't equals. Mother was just some doctor on the side. Except that she wasn't. Both were playing their own roles. Hades ruled with an iron fist, crushing anyone who dared step in his path. Mother did the opposite, uplifting even the weakest among them. In a world where the hollowing pressed against all without mercy, they needed both to keep their race going. Hades as the unbeatable tyrant to drive them into submission, while Mother remained as the beacon of hope to lift their spirits back up. It kept them all alive. Always fighting, never stagnating. But with Hades and Mother gone, Leah was forced to embody both spirits simultaneously. The tyrant and the saint. Here to pick everyone up when they were down, only to smack them in the face if they rose too high. It was an impossible balance, and this latest test had only further proved that truth. With the weight of Leah's threat, the rest of the council would lean against their subordinates to stay out of her wrath, but that would only last so long. The hollowing had a way of selectively changing how Reitzers saw their world, as Socrates identified, so it was inevitable that some would one day see those murders as a violent warning. In contrast, others would eventually consider it to be no more than justified vigilantism. She'd no doubt have to make another display like that before long. Heavy lay the crown. She reached the boundary to Asphodel with her entourage, where a crowd had formed. It took a second to realize why they gathered. At least someone's having a good day. Her friend in the brown cloak still stood on his plywood box, but he seemed to have rallied a group of supporters after so much time in that spot. Good on him too. Everyone looked so happy and full of hope as they listened to him blather on about his book. Until someone saw Leah coming. Then they dispersed like sheep before a wolf, leaving the guy in the brown cloak once again alone. He didn't seem too bothered and focused straight on her instead. Ah, if it isn't our benevolent leader, Lady Leah. You're just in time. Would you like to join us? She crossed her arms. All right, you got me. What's going on here? He smiled. Why, it's Sunday, of course, and I've just been giving a sermon on humility. You're more than welcome to participate with us. He waved his hand forward, if not for her benefit, then in a desperate plea to draw everyone else back. She had no idea why the day of the week mattered, but it was clear that everyone else wanted nothing more than for her to keep walking. Part of her wished she could be like the rest of them. Just spend a couple of hours sitting here and listening to whatever this guy had to say. How nice it would be to nod along and let someone else do the thinking for a change. But Leah was still the head huntress, and humility was a word that no longer existed in her vocabulary. Carry on then, she said instead, yawning as she marched through. The lodge stood in front. Her home. Her fortress. It was there where she held the most power, and it was there where she kept Liam and his family in hiding. Their presence was the real problem, throwing her world off balance. She'd made no headway in figuring out who attacked Cheyenne, and there was no telling just how long it would take without giving too much away. And if their attackers were based outside Pandemonium, the only way to find them required searching beyond the walls. That could take months of combing the countryside. Months at a time, all while keeping the real reason for this hunt hidden to herself. She couldn't have anyone else snooping around Cheyenne, after all. Meanwhile, Leah still had her daily obligations to keep pandemonium from falling apart. The council could only do so much without her oversight. She had only formed them to keep an eye on the biggest power players in the city. When left to their own devices, they were as self-interested and greedy as any other warlord. Then there was her own hunt to consider. The one that she volunteered to ride out in order to gather more necessary supplies for the city. She'd need to double her protection duty to ensure it all went off without a hitch. The slightest sign of weakness now would do nothing but set everything else back. How far was Leah willing to go with this? As far as you have to. Liam was entitled to that much. In spite of the failed mission for a cure, he'd given her a reason to live, and she couldn't forget that, or why she'd pushed so hard to make pandemonium greater. Leah rubbed her eyes. Too much shit was coming for her at once, and she was letting it get the better of her. No way for her to beat this all alone in one fell swoop. But she couldn't get help either. Not from anyone she could trust. How would she swallow this elephant by herself? One bite at a time. B2, Chapter 8, Homecoming, 1. I saw you help that boy today. Oh sure, I was angry that you went behind my back and took the risk, but it reminded me just how capable you are. Never forget this, you can do anything you put your mind to, Evelyn. Marquise Jones, unnamed. 3 months after. I can't do this. Evelyn shouted, the scalpel shaking in hand. And why is that? Mother asked. Because you're a fucking psychopath, Evelyn almost said. Winry lay on the operating table in front, her soft, brown eyes glazed over as her furry chest rose and fell. Evelyn had come to love her pet goat after raising her, and now she was expected to do this? Winry is suffering from internal bleeding brought about by her injury, Mother said calmly. The only way to save her is to perform a laparotomy on the affected area, just as I've taught you. She grit her teeth. Why can't you do it? You're the one who hurt her. That I was the cause of her injuries is irrelevant. This is your pet suffering by my hand today, but it will one day be someone you love through an ill twist of fate. If you remain hesitant now, how will you be able to protect your children when the time comes? That made Evelyn blush. I'm only 16. And already, you're one of the last remaining fertile women in this world. She leaned in. You're wasting precious time, Evelyn. The pressure will continue to build inside Winry until her organs fail. I suggest that you act quickly if you want to keep her alive. She's really going to make me do this, isn't she? Mother had been protecting Evelyn since freeing her from the jailers. There was no denying how much safer she'd been in her hands. The cold basement of Mother's grace was a godsend compared to the world beyond, and Mother planned to even build an entire bunker for Evelyn to survive inside. A place where she'd live free from the Hallowing, once and for all. But Mother was also a Reitzer like any other. Cold. Dead. A monster driven strongest by her hunger. She knew it. She owned it. And it was in that ownership that she defined their relationship. Mother pushed Evelyn to become stronger so she could survive on her own. This was just another step in her development, as much as it messed her up inside. Evelyn looked into Winry's sedated eyes. They were so calm and peaceful. Her muscles relaxed. Evelyn didn't want anyone else to die. She couldn't. Not when she could do something about it. Evelyn sliced along the abdomen where the bruising occurred, just as Mother had shown her. Fresh blood burst through the opening. Once upon a time, this much blood would have caused her to faint on the spot, but she didn't even blink against it anymore. Suction, Evelyn ordered. Mother complied, handing her the tube. Whirring grew as she swallowed the blood up, exposing raw muscles beneath. Evelyn calmly peeled more layers of flesh away. More blood flowed free. She swept it out, looking instead for signs of where the vessels had burst. Got you. The moment she reached the liver, the area practically overflowed with fluid. Suture, Evelyn said. Mother followed along. I can do this. Evelyn moved methodically as she sealed the torn vessels and alleviated the pressure. This type of surgery would be the easiest. Not like removing an organ, or tumor, or cyst. Evelyn wasn't just some regular 16-year-old girl either. She'd become a survivor of the Hallowing. One of the dwindling few left. So long as she trusted in herself, everything would be okay. It was almost over. Evelyn had identified 3 different burst vessels and finished closing them all. Just need to trim the excess stitches. But then her finger slipped. Scarlet fluid burst forth in spades. She quickly went for suction, but it couldn't clear it out fast enough. So much blood. Why won't it stop? Evelyn asked as her heart raced. Mother sighed. You've pierced a major artery, Evelyn. Oh, God. Winry's vitals began to slow. Evelyn moved faster to sew the wound up, but the blood seemed to have a life of its own, and within moments, her arms were drenched past the elbows. I'm sorry, Mother said, but there's nothing more to be done. She injected another syringe into the 4 bag above and pulled Evelyn's hands away. The heart monitor flattened out within moments as Evelyn stood powerless. Winry's eyes changed in that last quiet second. It was the same as Evelyn had seen before, time and time again. That moment when the mind finally disappeared for good, replaced by an emptiness that knew nothing else. She still remembered the first time she'd seen, locked in the eyes of a hollow behind a fence during Z-Day. There were so many after that too. From the people who'd hollowed to the survivors that had been killed to the ones she'd murdered herself. It had been the same from her father in his final moments. The same look that Mother had now. It's your fault. Evelyn swore, swinging her scalpel. Mother grabbed her wrist before the blow could land. Will harming me alter the events of today? She asked, still with that cold, Dead stare. Evelyn's eyes watered, and the scalpel fell from her hand. Before she knew it, before she realized it was happening, she was bawling her eyes out, once again that sad little girl. But she didn't care. What did any of this matter? Mother dropped down. It's okay, Evelyn. You are right. This is my error for forcing you to act before you are ready. No one is to blame for Winry's death but me. Why me? Evelyn squeaked. Why do I always have to be so strong? Mother hugged her tight. Hades just launched an ICBM into an Antarctic facility that we had made contact with. Another group of irreplaceable living souls, extinguished for good. This follows the extermination of the Vancouver Island community that Leah destroyed alone. I have tried my best to be proactive in finding new partners, but the hunters are moving faster than I can respond on my own. It won't be long before you're all that remains. Evelyn blinked through the tears. I don't deserve this. I don't deserve to be the only one saved. It is us who are undeserving of you, Evelyn. Make no mistake. I may not have birthed you in a literal sense, but you are still my daughter, and I will do everything in my power to craft a world in your image. But still, that could never be enough. Not for you. The Halloween could be reversed and humanity returned to its former glory, but that would still be a mere afterthought compared with my love for you. You deserve more than I could ever give. Evelyn held her back, her eyes closed. This life was bitter and cruel to no end, but wrapped inside Mother's arms, the pain drifted away. Only here was she truly safe. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Evelyn studied Mother's grace from the safety of the balcony. She couldn't get a good sight from this vantage. Almost a mile away and tucked between buildings, only a corner of the giant Red Cross banner could be seen, along with the vague silhouette of a sniper posted above. Evelyn doubled back inside with a sigh. Liam watched on as their daughter lay in bed. How's she doing? Evelyn asked. He patted Leah's head. Dare I say that she's sleeping like a baby. Looks like she's finally gotten used to her new surroundings. At least one of us has. He rubbed the heavy bags below his eyes. You can say that again. It had been just shy of a week since they'd come to Pandemonium. A week of not being able to sleep for more than an hour at a time. Between Leah's non-stop crying and the endless noise of a city that knew no sleep, it felt like neither Evelyn nor Liam would ever be able to close their eyes in peace again. They did have a good situation, thankfully. The other Leah had set them up with a unit right at the top of the lodge. She had a feeling this room once belonged to Mother's old lieutenant, Mr. Clean. He always took cleanliness to the next level, anyway. A private cistern that was separate from the main water line had been installed, and it carried a triple filtration system that kept HBRS pseudocells from passing through. Evelyn thought it was bullshit at first, but she'd tested it more than a dozen times before Liam finally wore her down. Now, their daughter could get the proper hot bath that they could rarely do back home. When combined with the furnishings, the free TV, and an electrical grid that knew no limit, their lives were more comfortable than they'd ever been before. But this was not enough. It could never be here. Not in a place where her daughter's life was at stake. I'm going out, Evelyn decided. How much longer can you stand on that balcony? Liam asked with a yawn. She went for her backpack. Where her husband had been quick to offload his gear, she had kept her own zipped up in case they ever had to turn on a dime. No. Out, out. I'm going to scout the city. He blinked. Why would you do that? We're finally comfortable, and our daughter is safe, and you want to risk it all by sneaking off on your own. We're only ever safe while we're safe, Liam. In case you haven't noticed, it's been a week since we arrived, and your friend still hasn't come up with any answers. How long do you think Leah can keep this going? Longer than if you try to play Rambo in a city filled with intelligent zombies. Besides, you'll never make it past the guards. There's a gap in their patrols on the west side. I could be down the balcony, over the fence, and back again without anyone seeing me. Just another reason to see what else they missed. She grinned. Besides, you might have only spent a night here before, but don't forget that I lived for over 5 years in this city before Mother had Cheyenne operational. That's 5 years of experience keeping my head down. Trust me, I've forgotten more about Pandemonium than most of its residents will ever know. Liam looked at Leah, then back to her. I still think you've lost your mind, but don't let me get in your way. As long as you make it back safe, that's all that matters. His voice trailed off at the end, as though he had more to say. I'll be fine, Evelyn repeated. She couldn't read her husband's mind, but she knew her own and trusted her instincts above all else. Evelyn quickly threw the last of her disguise together. Unlike Hollows, Reitzers were easier to fool once getting over her living scent. A hoodie over her hair, some sunglasses to hide the eyes, and a dash of their artificial hollow spray was all she needed to fit right in. She didn't even bother with the respirator, instead wrapping cloth around her face to cover her otherwise full and vibrant lips. They only had so many filters left to spare. Once finished, she waited for the window of opportunity and tossed a rope over the balcony. She rappelled below. Fast and silent. Scaling the lodge's outer wall was even quicker. By the time the guards rounded back, Evelyn already strolled around the bend. Only to stop once she hit the next opening. A flood of loud noises and neon lights burst in front, somehow blinding her even through the shades. Reitzers were such strange creatures. Their minds were under constant assault by the Hallowing, so any stretch in stagnation had a habit of accelerating the process. They had devised various tricks to fight against this fate, ranging from the practical to the fantastic. Asphodel was one such solution. As the center of commerce in Pandemonium, its shopkeepers engaged in a never-ending arms race to outdo each other, always striving to make bigger, flashier, and louder forms of advertisement to catch a potential patron's attention. With no one to step in and tell them otherwise, they could keep building an arsenal of LCD screens and floodlights forever. The end result lay in front. A constant, turbulent rush of bright colors and lights. Even Evelyn found herself hypnotized by so much constant and conflicting stimulation in one place, her brain kicking into overdrive just to process a fraction of it. From what she remembered, the residents here hollowed slowest on their own, and it was no surprise why. She strolled down the street, blinking away the noise while sliding through the crowd. Hundreds of hunters, bosses, and workers streamed by, all struggling to find their way in this chaotic expanse of an undead bazaar. Evelyn tried to inspect her surroundings with a critical eye, but the exercise proved a waste. She hadn't been exposed to so much in such rapid succession since the last time she'd been here, and her memories paled in comparison to this overproduced mess. In the end, she found herself a block away and out of view, with nothing new to report other than a dozen ads of guns and lotions replaying in her mind's eye on loop. But then the world slowed again, and her spider senses tingled like nobody's business. The sudden silence and darkness hit harder than the mayhem before. Every blind nook was potentially occupied. Every shadow held a possible threat. Evelyn could feel others out there. Watching. Waiting. Biding time until she slipped up and turned away for too long. Her hand instinctively fingered the pistol at her waist. Nothing else could save her here should trouble come her way. But that was Tartarus in a nutshell. Where Asphodel had grown so vast over time, Tartarus defined itself by its ominous calm. The buildings might have been taller and roads more developed, but those heights only made for tighter, darker alleys. Endless gaps were created, leaving perfect ambush spots for the unwary. Not every Reitzer was destined for wealth or comfort. Most were lucky if they could keep their vocal cords intact. These unwashed masses made their homes inside the dimly lit blocks of Tartarus, if they had any homes at all. Without the added security or hunters floating around, no safety could be found here other than that which one created for themselves. Evelyn's fingers stayed firmly wrapped around the polymer grip of her Sig Sauer as she marched onward in silence, watching everything that crossed her gaze yet learning nothing. What few figures she could identify in the shadows stole all her attention, and there were no doubt plenty more hidden from her. This exercise dragged on, block by block, until she found her next destination. Her heart skipped a beat at the sight. A giant white banner with a red cross hung from the hospital's walls. Floodlights radiated out for all of Pandemonium to see. Where the rest of the city was either shrouded in darkness or multicolor lights, Mother's Grace stood out in its whitened purity. A bastion of stability against an otherwise anarchic world. Finally, Evelyn had come home. B2, Chapter 8, Homecoming, 2. Must be my lucky day. No line at the ER. Only a single guard in a pair of scrubs, with an AK slung over his back. He held up his hand as she approached. All right, that's close enough. What business do you have here today? Evelyn raised her own. Just looking around, she said in the deepest and gruffest voice she could muster. I used to be friends with Mother. You and everyone else these days. I'll tell you what I tell them, no one gets to waltz in here unless you have an emergency. She grit her teeth. Faking an injury was a non-starter. Couldn't let anyone touch her or see her anatomy. No way to bluff her way through this either. Too much would have changed. Or had it? Her eyes fell on the doctor that had just left the trauma center. His lab coat was coated in blackened ichor, but his skin was still smooth beneath dark hair and gaunt cheeks. Even this far away, she could make out the familiar face of the only surviving Reitzer who'd remember her, Dr. Frankenstein. Evelyn started to advance, but the guard stepped between. Wait, she said. I have to see him. The boss? No. Dr. Frankenstein, she shouted. It's me. He kept walking. All right, that's enough, the guard said. Evelyn grit her teeth. Hey, Dr. Frankenstein. Don't you walk away from me. He paused at the door and turned. Evelyn shifted from side to side to keep his attention. It took a few moments before he finally wandered over. Can I help you? Dr. Frankenstein asked. It's been a while, but it's me. I've come back home. He raised an eyebrow. Who is me? She studied the guard, his face hard as granite. It was worth the risk. She leaned in and whispered. It's me, Mother's daughter, Evelyn. For a moment, Dr. Frankenstein just stood and stared without speaking a word back. Evelyn would have loved to read his facial expressions, but these shades were a real bitch to see clearly through. Did he still remember her? Ah yes, Evelyn, he said at last. It's good to see you. You know this chick? The guard asked. He waved his hand. Don't worry about this one. It's fine. She breathed deep. Thank God. I was worried for a second. His thin lips curled into a smile. What can I do for you today, Evelyn? Look, I'd rather not get into it out here. The guard still lingered at the edge of her vision. Not when there are so many eyeballs watching. There's nothing to fear. No one will harm you. Easy for you to say, but I wouldn't have come all the way back here if the threat wasn't real. She paused. We really should get to your office. But he just stood in place. If you don't tell me exactly what you need, I won't be able to help you. What are you talking about? I've already said as much as I can out here. The threat is real. That's why I left Cheyenne and came back. She paused, a thought sliding into place. She looked into her old friend with fresh eyes. Only a stranger stared back. You have no idea who I am, do you, Dr. Frankenstein? He didn't even blink. However much damage your reservoir has suffered, Evelyn, I would be more than happy to provide you with care. This facility is equipped to handle all your needs. Her vision blurred, but she turned away before the tears flowed unrestrained. No, it can't, Evelyn muttered as she walked away. Not anymore. And for the record, my name is Stein, he called out after her. She kept herself composed for the better part of a block, slinking back into the cover of Tartarus where no one would pay her mind. But no sooner had she dipped into an abandoned alley did the cracks form and burst. A subtle gasp at the back of the throat was all it took. Sobbing, then crying. All in the span of a second. She leaned against the wall for support, but her body grew so heavy at once. Then as quickly as it began, she clammed up. No choice. Couldn't be spewing fucking mouthfuls of living snot and saliva. Not here. A single whiff and she'd be outed as human. Evelyn threw her hand over her mouth to keep from screaming. This was the worst part of surviving. Not ever being given the decency to vent outwardly. Only in the depths of her soul could she afford that release. She shut her eyes as if to suffocate the tears. Fuck this shit. She made the long trek home. Quiet and alone. Dr. Frankenstein had been such a powerful force in her life. As the most talented surgeon, he'd risen from a mere attendant to one of Mother's most trusted lieutenants, rivaled only by Mr. Clean, whom she kept in her inner circle. Evelyn had spent no shortage of time around him, learning all manners of anatomy before leaving for Cheyenne. How could their time together have hollowed out of him? Shit, Dr. Frankenstein wasn't even Dr. Frankenstein anymore. Did he not remember all the hordes of people who celebrated his good name either? He'd earned his name not out of irony, but through the respect for how well he could sew a Reitzer back together. This shouldn't have been surprising. It had been 10 years since she'd left Pandemonium. 10 long years hiding under a rock in a world where a sound memory was equal parts luxury and burden. Just as she could draw upon more experience than perhaps any Reitzer alive, so too was she trapped by the solitude it created. She'd known the possibility of having no allies the moment they'd planned to make the hike out here. But to see that amnesia in the flesh? To look into the eyes of a long-lost friend and experience nothing in exchange? That was cruelty embodied. The type of malice that only the Halloween could bring about. Dr. Frankenstein should have remembered something about her. The tears grew again, and this time, Evelyn lacked the willpower to stop them. Why did you do it, Mother? Why did you have to die? Evelyn understood the answer intellectually. Hades had invaded. Cheyenne would have fallen soon after. Had it not been for Mother's quick thinking and the carnage that followed, they would have never stood a chance. Their entire mission would have been for nothing. And yet, Mother had still died. Her. The most brilliant, tactical mind this world had ever known. Always a step ahead of her enemies. Always predicting every outcome. There was no one stronger than her. How could she have died so easily? Now, Evelyn had no one else left. She loved Liam, of course she did. They had their child together because of their relationship. But Liam had never earned his place in this world, nor could he shoulder its burdens. He'd only lucked into it by chance. Another miracle brought nudged along by Mother. Evelyn had always fantasized about having another man in her life after her father died. She needed someone to protect her, and make her feel safe, and give her the peace of mind she craved after so much time fighting this world alone. Liam was not that man. He leaned onto her, not the other way around. Except for intimacy, but even then, his older age had caught up to him, and he could barely muster an erection half the time. Hell, Evelyn could even forgive that, but having to split his love with his first wife was where she drew the line. Liam almost never brought her up. He was too smart for that. But Evelyn could see the look in his eyes whenever he talked about the old world and his time there. That sense of longing that she knew all too well. He could have those years as his own support. There was no shortage of time from a romantic relationship that consumed many years of his life. Despite everything around them, Liam could still find comfort in those days long gone. But who was there for her? Without Mother. Without that bastion of stability to prop herself against, Evelyn was so fucking lost. She closed her eyes and tried to will Mother's image to the front of her mind again. Tall. Proud. Arms held wide for an embrace. Her eyelids slipped open, the tears running down her cheeks. That was all Evelyn had left. A memory. A fragment. No more than a passing thought. Her reality remained unchanged. The cold dark stood as proof of that, ready to swallow her. And no one could change that. Are you all right? A gruff voice resonated nearby. Evelyn froze in place, her hand gracing her pistol out of reflex. She turned around. Only a single guy stood nearby, plopped on a plywood box. His skin was smoothed over, and his red eyes were bright in the light of the lantern above, contrasted against a brown, unadorned cloak with a rope wrapped around his midsection before falling past his knees. He smiled meekly. I don't mean to be a bother, but you sound unwell. What's it to you? Evelyn asked, her head now back on a swivel. If this guy was about to try something, she'd be ready. I only wish to help. In Tartarus? Give me a break. Listen, pal. If this is about money, just know that I don't have a pick to my name. His smile widened. Rest assured, my good sister. What I have to offer has no price at all. Now that she had her bearings, Evelyn realized how close she'd come back to the lodge. Couldn't have been more than 100 yards to the edge. This would be a bad place to jump someone. Not when so many hunters were nearby, just waiting for an excuse to rough up someone and defend their turf. That didn't mean she could get careless, though. Evelyn made the slow advance, keeping her attention in her peripherals lest something else come out. As she drew near, the guy in the brown cloak ruffled through his plywood box. "I'll bite," she said. "What you got?" "Only the most sacred gift this world has ever received." He pulled out a book. Plain black binding with a cross on th. "Is that a Bible?" She leaned a couple inches closer. "Yes," the brown cloaked reader said. "That sense you have inside your heart is correct. What you see is the holy word of the Lord, gifted to us from heaven." When was the last time she'd seen one of those? Not since she was young, before the Halloween began. "This is for you," the brown cloaked reader said, his smile unwavering. Evelyn took the Bible in hand. "You're giving this to me for free?" "Of course. Such truths could never be denied." He leaned forward, and the shadow fell over his face. "I only ask that you read it with an open mind. Let the Lord into your heart again, and he will raise you back up." Evelyn supposed that it wouldn't be a bad idea. Her whole scouting operation had been a waste, with no more intel against their enemies than before. But it wasn't lost on her that the Inquisitors were religious in nature. Her brief spat against them informed her of that much. Part of her considered a connection to this guy, especially with the similarly designed outfit, but his demeanor was completely different. So pious and calm, where they'd been quick and aggressive. A certain warmth flowed into her hands when she gripped the Bible, once again reminded of better days. Back to a time when her father still lived. To think she'd once gone to church with him every single Sunday like clockwork. Oh, how she wished she could return there, even for a bit. "What's your name, anyway?" Evelyn asked. "I am Brother Nathaniel," he said. "What is yours?" "Evelyn," she responded before thinking. She chewed her lips once the realization set in, but then again, would telling one random worker her name make a difference? Nathaniel grinned wide. "It is nice to meet you, Evelyn. If ever you feel troubled, just know that you are not alone, even in these days of revelations. I, along with many others, will always be here to help, as will the Lord above." "Thank you," Evelyn whispered. This might have been the first time in a decade that someone had been kind enough to gift her something with no strings attached. She made her leave, the Bible still in hand. A smile worked its way to her lips in spite of herself. And for the first time in longer than she could remember, Evelyn felt safe again. B2, Chapter 9, A New Friend, 1. One of the staples of infection is a degradation of proteins in the eyes, forming the cataracts witnessed within the eyes of every hollow. This leaves their vision stunted, blinding them further to the world beside. Mother, notes of HBRS 15.21 4 years after. What a brave new world. The last time that Liam had been to Pandemonium, it was less than a day before he was back out the gates. Between the shell shock of encountering Reetzers for the first time and the mayhem that was their civilization, he'd wanted nothing more than to find his wife and child again. Their world was not his, nor did he want it to ever be. Now that he'd spent a week here, this place was bloody paradise. Food, clean sheets, hot water, electricity, television. All manners of necessity long since forgotten could be gained again with a simple call on the radio. What more could they want? There were risks, to be certain. The men that attacked them were still out there, and a hotel room surrounded by a city of intelligent zombies was hardly a venue to raise a child from infancy to adolescence. But if there ever was a time to give their daughter some peace and comfort, it would be in this pocket of protection. They might never get another chance like this. If only Liam wasn't alone in this thought. The door opened, and Leah marched through. She'd made a habit of checking in on them daily and giving them more food. This time, however, she had nothing in hand. "Sorry to do this," she said, "but I'm gonna have to be quick today. I've got business outside the city that needs to get handled." "You find those hunters?" Evelyn asked. She shook her head. "No black-cloaked inquisitors floating around. Hate to say it, but this threat is definitely external, whatever that'll entail. Good news is that they're unlikely to find you. Bad news is that it'll be a bitch for me to get them." "Is that why you're leaving?" "No, but I'll see what I can do once out there. Shouldn't be more than a few days." "A lot can happen in a few days," Evelyn pointed out. She nodded. "Yep. That's why I've gotten someone I can trust on the case." On that note, she went to the door and opened it. Another walked in. This one was dressed in the familiar butler attire of those workers who maintained the lodge, with the white dress shirt over black trousers. But a prosthetic leg had been bolted into one knee, and one of her arms ended in bone at the elbow, with the other wrapped in a rubber glove. Glossy, black hair flowed from her scalp, revealing smoothed skin and vibrant, red eyes. Even when obscured behind a plastic visor, there was something familiar about her. She gawked. "These are the humans. Try not to get too close," Leah said, holding up a hand. "Liam, Evelyn, meet one of the best managers the lodge has ever seen, Chantal." Liam grinned. "I knew I recognized you." Chantal blinked. "Hey. Last I was here, you weren't doing so great." "Got a good tussle from Leah, but I see that's water on the bridge." "Good thing too. I always wondered what had happened to you. How have you been? Looks like you've moved up in the world, yet." But Chantal and Leah merely stared back blankly. Liam's heart sank as the moment dragged. Though their encounter had been brief, it had been memorable, but he supposed that with the curse inflicted on them, he might be the only one who could ever recall such times with accuracy. "As I was saying," Leah continued. "Chantal will act as my liaison until I get back. Anything you need. Food, water, furniture, books, DVDs. You name it, she'll get it. I've even set her up on our encrypted line. Same deal as me. Evelyn leaned over to Liam. She good, she whispered. He nodded. She's one of the good ones, yet. Got any questions? Leah asked. Everyone shook their heads. Good. I still have some prep work, so I'll leave you to it from here. She glanced at Chantal. Take care of these ones, will you? They mean a lot to me. She beamed. I won't let you down. On that note, Leah made her escape. The two stared awkwardly at their new servant as she smiled meekly back. A couple seconds went unopposed as she stood in wait. Need anything from me? Chantal finally asked. Maybe I can help with the baby. Evelyn crossed her arms. You know how to change a diaper. Her eyes lit up. I could tr. I was kidding. You're going nowhere near my kid. Oh. She frowned, deflated. Liam scoffed. Relax, Evelyn. She's got more PPE than a doctor for the CDC. She raised an eyebrow. Now you want a vector for the most infectious disease known to man to come near our daughter. No, but you don't have to be so rude about it. He turned to Chantal. Don't mind her. As you can imagine, this is hardly the safest place for our family. So just bear with us, yet. I understand. Leah gave me a crash course on everything that can go wrong, so I promise to do my best to give you space. No offense, but your best isn't good enough, Evelyn said. A single HBRS pseudocell is all it takes. Just one. That's it. She took a step forth, her eyes hard as granite. Don't you dare forget because we sure as hell won't. Chantal matched her stare. Leah demanded perfection, so I will do nothing less. I owe her more than I could ever repay. She looked to Liam. Speaking of, is it true what you said before? You were here during the day that she put me in my place. I suppose that I was. Did the Hallowing rob you of that memory? It's all a bit of a blur now. I remember being so scared when I tried picking the lock to her personal library. I was afraid of re-Hallowing back then and thought there was no other way to keep my res going than to steal from her. But then, out of nowhere, Leah was towering above, with her gun in my face. I thought I would get purged right then, but she gave me this instead. She pulled a pic from her pocket. Though the edge was ripped and image worn, one could still make out the iconic San Francisco Bay. Have you ever been? Liam asked. She blinked. Oh, no. Seaside is too far past the sticks for me to go anymore, and I've got too much to do in the lodge anyway. But I always keep this pic because it reminds me of the best day of my life. If it wasn't for Leah's generosity, I would have never gotten to where I am today. Her red eyes lit up as she beamed. You said you were there too though. I hear that living humans never forget anything, right? You have to tell me what else I missed. Every little detail. Liam swallowed the lump in his throat. In truth, her recollection was far from accurate. Leah had practically mutilated Chantal on the spot, with a blow to the floor powerful enough to shatter her ribs through her chest. Choosing to spare Chantal was an afterthought, and one that Liam always suspected only occurred because he'd happened to have been in the room at the time. The measly handful of pics given was a paltry sum against the damage that Leah callously inflicted, and Chantal had even been forced to crawl away on her own, the bones in her back shattered from the assault. But could Liam voice these truths out loud? If Chantal's warped memory of that brutal day brought her peace and solace, then whom was he to take that away? Liam did his best to form a reassuring smile. It is just as you say, Chantal. Leah had noticed the intrusion and acted quickly but turned it around the moment she recognized you. She told me afterward how sorry she'd been for hitting you. She closed her eyes, and the reddish tears rolled down her cheeks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Some lies were better kept as false truths. B2, Chapter 9, A New Friend, 2. Liam shifted back and forth under the covers. The sun might have dipped, and the windows were sealed shut, but nothing could quite keep out the chaos of pandemonium for long. Multicolored light bled through the cracks in his blackout curtain shield, and the distant shouts or gunshots were never far from his ear. How the bloody hell are we supposed to keep this up? With a sigh, Liam left his bed and stretched. Sleep wouldn't be returning to him anytime soon. He considered going to his wife and daughter, but Evelyn was on baby duty and would no doubt scold him if she knew he'd broken their agreed sleeping schedule. Though the sudden danger had done well to shift their priorities away from marital melodrama, they could only be trapped in this place for so long before the turmoil would flare back up. At least we have space to breathe. True to form, the lavish expanse of their top-floor suite in the lodge could have easily accommodated the needs of 20 people in its pre-Halloween days. Not only did he have a bedroom to himself when required, but there was another buffer room between the bedroom and the kitchen, along with more unused suites to the sides. It was within these nestled quarters where Liam found himself before long, wandering a derelict entertainment center that had known better days. Dust clung thick to the furniture and floor, reminding him how little this room still bore use. Just like the home they'd fled. If only there was something he could use for a change. Within a few hours' time, Liam would be back to keeping Leah busy while Evelyn slept, using mere facial expressions and waves of his hand as a worthwhile substitute for proper toys. All the ones back home had been abandoned in their escape since they were non-essential. Though his daughter had done well to follow without complaint, this never quite sat well with him. Life was more than survival. Of this, he knew well. Leah deserved something new. Something authentic of its own. Liam scanned the room full of unused furniture, bedding, and miscellaneous knickknacks, his mind considering the possibilities. Could this be made to work? Without thinking too deeply, Liam doubled back a room to fiddle through the drawers and pulled together some tools. It had been quite some time before he'd embarked on a quest such as this. Liam first went to an old oaken stool and broke down the legs into blocks of varying size and shape. The wood was hard and could work as the bones of his imagined creation, but time had weathered its form to remain soft enough for use, especially if the edges were sanded down. Liam spent the better part of an hour on this front before stringing them together into jointed bones with tiny hinges taken from broken drawers. The result was less than satisfactory, but he supposed no better alternatives presented themselves. The guts would have to come next, though that was straightforward enough. Liam drew his knife and hacked into a sofa, shifting through the padding until he had more than necessary to suit his needs. A pile of cotton fiber lay ready for later use. Guts and bones were nothing without the skin that held them in place. Liam spent more time here, digging through the pillows and blankets before uncovering a brown Sherpa throw that contained just the perfect texture once the dust was wiped away. This next phase of Genesis thus became the most crucial. Cutting and sewing had never been Liam's forte, but with the stakes that had now been set, there was no going back. He worked slowly and systematically, measuring each strip twice before committing to any final moves. The Sherpa rapped against itself where needed, and a spool of thread locked it all in place. At each tug of a limb, he shuffled more cotton padding into place. Even in the dimmed light of this empty room, Liam could see that the canvas had been completed. Now, only the portrait remained. According to Leah, this derelict suite had been converted into one of her extra storage units before their arrival, and if he knew her, there would be no shortage of materials to use for this final stretch. Aha! Just as Liam surmised, one of the closets practically overflowed with attire, with sheepskin jackets hanging from the wall in varying conditions. Leah could afford to have one or two marred for the purpose of her namesake. With a couple more buttons at the ready and a blank patch on hand, Liam stitched the last bits and pieces in place. 2 large plastic buttons for the eyes, another oversized one for a nose, and a dozen extras to form a smile. And just like that, a stuffed bear had been born, with a body wrapped in Sherpa wool and a face composed of buttons. A perfect companion for his baby daughter. Well, not quite. Liam took the empty patch and sewed it into place. It only took a few mere clean scrapes with his knife to complete this closing step. Life is good, the letters read, proudly displayed on this new friend's chest for all to see. His old canteen, thirsty, had carried this very message. It had gotten him through so many lonely years in isolation, and it would be used to prop her daughter's spirit up now. She deserved that same kindness as him, for no one in this world should ever be alone. But what name could be assigned to this new companion? Liam shrugged. If Thirsty had been his canteen, then his daughter would have a foil of her own. The pronounced gut on the stuffed bear's chest made for a quirky touch. He looked like quite the eater. And with this revelation, Hungry was complete. Liam checked his watch. Looks like I finished just in time. His shift to watch Leah was about to begin. With a yawn, Liam made the hike back over to the main living room, where Evelyn would no doubt be ready to take her break. His eyes were now heavy, but that was a small price to pay for the present he would deliver. He calmly shifted Hungry behind his back as he entered the room. Only to see Evelyn grinning on the sofa, with a book in her hand and Leah on her lap. When was the last time she'd smiled like that? Oh, is it that time already? She asked with a blink. Liam squinted. Are you reading the Bible to her again? You know she can't understand a word of that, don't you? I know. It just helps to pass the time. She grimaced. You said you were fine with it. That's still true, right? Well, yes, of course. I'm just surprised how much you've been reading it lately. I'll be honest, it's been strange to get this back in my life, especially knowing what I know now. What do you mean? There's all sorts of evidence of the Hallowing in here. I can't believe that nobody saw it coming. Liam stared at her sideways. Evelyn cringed. I know how it sounds, but you can't go a page without finding something. Come here. I'll show you. She shifted to the side to make room, with Leah goggling back and forth. Liam casually moved the stuffed bear out of sight, equal parts perplexed and gladdened to see his wife in such a good mood. He supposed that his present could wait for another time. Here. Evelyn said, pointing to a line. This is in the story of David and Goliath. Choose a man for you, that's Goliath speaking, and let him come down to me. If he be able to fight with me, and to kill me, then we will be your servants, but if I prevail against him, and kill him, then you shall be our servants, and we shall consume his flesh. Pretty strange, right? That's just regular cannibalism, isn't it? Liam suggested. Okay, bad example. She shifted down the page. Here, and when the Philistine looked about, and saw David, he disdained him, for he was but a youth, and ruddy, and of a fair countenance without any rot. Why would Goliath despise David for not rotting unless he was himself? And also this, David, come to me, and I will feast upon thy flesh like a beast of the field. Okay, more cannibalism, I get that, but it's a recurring theme. Let's not forget that David killed Goliath by scoring a headshot though. Swords and spears couldn't harm his body, just like a Reitzer. She paused. Please don't look at me like I'm crazy. Liam buried his skepticism. It's not that. I didn't know this was how the story of David and Goliath went. Me too, but I guess that's what happens when you don't read a book for decades. There is something here, though. Every new passage I read, there's more and more evidence of the Hallowing scattered throughout. It's all subtle and implied, but it's definitely there. She let the book rest with a wince. I'm not being weird about this, am I? It's all still good. To some extent, it wasn't. Liam had been raised in a strictly atheist household after moving to the States, and Nellie treated organized religion with similar disdain. Exposing his daughter to that kind of trash was far from the top of his to-do list, and he did not like having it pushed as though it contained some absolute truth. But Evelyn once again stood as his opposite on this front, and after happening upon a Bible a few days back, she'd been glued to its pages ever since. As much as he disliked the idea, there was no denying how much happier she'd become by immersing herself within. Coupling that with Leah's age, it wasn't as if any of these beliefs were being unfairly imposed onto her. She couldn't form a word of her own, let alone comprehend ancient texts. It's fine, Liam said. As long as you're happy, my love, that is all that matters. He could re-evaluate this decision some other time. Evelyn smiled, warm and sweet. Thank you. He planted a kiss on her lips, once again gladdened to have peace and stability in their world. Hungry continued to sit behind his back, waiting for his own chance to join the fun. He would have to give him his own time to shine. Once Evelyn grew bored with this trip to the past. Besides, Liam reminded himself. It's just a stupid book. It could bring no harm to them. B2, Chapter 10, Easy Hunt, 1. There is no greater communication between lives than when hunting. Only in that moment, when the lines blur and death approaches, do you and your victim truly see life for what it is. Hades, some philosophical shit. 4 years after. So it begins again. Leah left the boundary of the lodge with a posse behind, their gear in hand. The sheepskin jacket with the exaggerated length she'd come to prefer had been swapped out with an older one that contained more internal pockets, her combat boots shone clean from a fresh polish, and her M16 rested in her arms. The other hunters were all similarly dressed for the occasion, like the killers they were, ready to exterminate all in their path. She'd handpicked them each for that reason. The truck could have picked them up at the lodge, and she didn't need to have her people march around with their weapons drawn, but there was value in making a show of it all. Pandemonium was in the throes of heavy hollowing, and her people needed an injection of hope to get them back on track. What better way than to see that the head huntress had their backs? It worked too. The perpetual swarm of Asphodel's shoppers gave way the moment Leah entered the street, their eyes swelling with glee as the hunters marched past. The nature of the hunt didn't matter to them. All they cared about was that a group of their kind traveled beyond the sticks to get the resources the rest of them needed. Something worth dying over. That was enough. Dwayne waited at the gate, his own MRAD sniper rifle packed in a case over his shoulder. Hope you've got the safety activated, at least. Wouldn't want that thing going off before we've gotten in the trucks. He chuckled. Looking like a real rookie today, boss. Did all the sitting around make you forget how to hunt? Piss off, Dwayne. I know we won't be needing these for days. She grinned below her scarf. Besides, I'm not the asshole wearing a bulletproof helmet over a bulletproof mask in the middle of sanctuary. Can't remember the day I ever thought of Pandemonium as a sanctuary, but point taken. I guess we better get rolling then. Leah nodded and made for the truck. Dwayne was perhaps her best recruit after losing her last crew against Hades. Hunters were ruthless mercenaries at their core, and their leaders held loyalty to nothing more than the bounties they hoped to gain. And it was in that truth that Dwayne became so easy to manage. He'd never had a reputation for honorable risk. Where others waltzed about without fear, he wore a ballistic mask inside Pandemonium lest a stray bullet strike his head, and tossed another helmet on top whenever he left the sticks. The moment a job became too dangerous, he'd pack his shit and go home without a second thought. Hell, he was one of the few who hadn't bothered to join Hades in the hunt against Leah. He knew how that battle would go down. Some were getting purged in a fight against her, and Dwayne would not be one of them. So when Leah brought the city back into controllable anarchy, he was the first to fall in line. Now her top lieutenant, he'd done well in helping to keep the peace. Of course, Dwayne would also be the first to turn on Leah should the odds ever tilt against her. Just another reason that this needs to go smoothly, she considered. So what's the job this time? Dwayne asked as they hopped into the truck. Just some warehouse raids outside Oasis, Leah explained. We managed to find a few that shouldn't have been stripped yet, and if those are dry, there are a few backup options further south. There might be a herd in the area, but it's nothing we haven't handled before. If we're lucky, we could be there and back in less than a day. He glanced at the other 2 trucks behind, where a group of Styx security was loading up. Quite a lot of heat we're packing for a hunt this straightforward. Karen was already looking to pick up supplies, so I thought we'd kill 2 birds with one stone. Besides, you know how it is, Dwayne. You get a couple grunts out on a real hunt, and next thing you know, they're falling over themselves to form a crew of their own. Still feels like overkill. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were playing this round cautious like me. She narrowed her gaze. You got me. Been hearing a lot about folks leaving to pick up the bandit life, and there's no better way to protect ourselves from them than boosting our ranks. Bandits only ever hit soft targets, and with this entourage, no one is harder than us out there. She also had her other concern, but no one else needed to know about that threat. Not when she still didn't know it for herself. Yet, been hearing the rumors of hunters going rogue, though I heard that Declan came back at least. Leah turned his way and stared deep. You hear about anything else? No, he replied, far too quickly. So he either hadn't heard about Liam and knew not to ask, or he had and was smart enough to pretend that he hadn't. She supposed that either option worked. All that mattered was keeping everyone too scared to make this a big public story. The hollowing would ensure that the memory eventually drifted out, so long as she got them back to Cheyenne sooner rather than later. Good, Leah said. Let's get this over with then. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Easiest hunt of her life. Oasis was an outpost they built inside the city of Phoenix, Texas, where old world tech was recycled into usable equipment. Pandemonium stood in Beverly Hills, which made the trek something that could be done in 6 hours or less by vehicle. The highways were clear, and enough open space lay along the way to simply off-road around any hazard they might face. With 3 hybrid trucks decked out with everything from reinforced steel plating to .30 calories minigun turrets to 40mm rocket launchers, it didn't take much intelligence to know not to pick a fight with them. For those poor hollows who lacked that, they had enough armament at the ready to eviscerate any group of them without batting an eye. Not that they needed to. As chance would have it, no herds bothered them on the initial drive up, and from what the workers at Oasis told her, it had been a quiet summer in their area. The first 2 warehouse raids went by without incident. A paltry force of 100 hollows interrupted them midway through the third, but Leah just used one of the trucks to double back and lure them into the nearest river. Why waste ammo when nature could solve the problem for them? It wasn't long before they were overloaded with everything they needed. Servos for machines, circuit boards for electrical equipment, gears and screws and bolts that were too small and precise to manufacture on their end. All wrapped in plastic by the humans who built them. They could have gone straight home, but Leah took an elongated detour through the north, several hundred miles before looping back. Nothing could threaten them with their current gear, and she had the privilege of knowing that all her decisions were final and behind question. Besides, Leah had her own reasons for exploring. She hadn't left Pandemonium in months. That was too long to not remind herself of the nothingness that lay beyond the sticks. Of a world where the Hallowing claimed dominion. She had to see it for herself. And Liam's pursuers are hiding in these barrens somewhere. That much was clear. Leah had exhausted possible leads inside the city, so the only alternative lay somewhere in these untamed lands. With the new route that she'd plotted, they were in the general area where Liam and his family had fled. Looking for new recruits was the excuse she'd fed to the others to keep from snooping. But this plan slowly eroded into the waste of time she knew it would be. Empty desert dominated the expanse between Las Vegas and Pandemonium, where the Mojave stretched as far as the eye could see. Nothing still flourished here, save for their own outposts. Until something popped into view. B2, Chapter 10, Easy Hunt, 2. Hold up, Leah ordered to the driver. The convoy rolled to a stop as Leah drew her binoculars. What you got, boss? Dwayne asked. She narrowed onto her target. It's humanoid, that's for sure. Think it might be a hollow. No. They're moving away from us. Could be another dreg then. Could be. Only one way to find out. She drew her radio and put in the order. Their engines hissed into action, and the trucks moved to intercept, spreading wide across the dusty plains to form the widest net. Leah's rig barreled through the center as their target got larger and more clear. Thin brown hair puffed out over a masculine face, revealing a mark along the cheek that tore into his muscles beneath, along with some exposed teeth down to the gums. Much like her own mark that she kept hidden below her scarf. They made it within 100 yards before the wanderer gave up his escape, knelt his head down, and threw his arms in the air. Their truck parked nearby, and Leah stepped out alone while Dwayne took aim from the minigun turret behind. She held out her own hands wide to calm her target. Easy there, my friend, Leah said. You look like you can use some help. The guy kept his head bowed. His teeth grit were exposed. Can you talk? Leah asked while the quiet lingered. Gonna be a boring conversation if it's on my own. Yes, he said at least. Then look me in the eye and let's see where this goes. He raised his eyes slowly. The telltale red of a Reitzer stained his irises, twisting what once must have been blue into deep violet. But Hallowing had been hitting him hard, for a mantle of white cataracts had dimmed those same eyes into something duller and lighter. I'm Tristan, he said. Please, don't hurt me. My name's Leah, and if I planned to kill you, it would have happened by now. Tristan blinked a few times as he considered the thought. I just want to get away. Get away from where? Not where. Them. Okay. Then who is them? Tristan grit his teeth, his eyes watering. Come on, Tristan, Leah said. We were doing so well. In case you haven't noticed, I've got enough firepower here to turn everything that you've ever seen into a pile of dust. The other 2 trucks parked nearby as if to strengthen the point. Why don't we take a step back? Where did you come from, and what happened to cause you to leave? Tell me everything you can remember. She turned around and snapped a finger. One of her guards nodded. We've got all the time in the world. Another moment came and went before Tristan dared to speak. It was a nightmare understanding his story with such thick stutters, but Leah did her best to follow along. Her guard brought him some fresh meat, though the rest of her entourage stayed in the trucks behind. The guy was jittery as shit. Apparently, Tristan belonged to an enclave northeast. Perhaps as far as Utah, where the land was more fertile. He and a dozen others had gotten by raising a flock of sheep in a closed-off valley. From how he told it, they had formed a pretty strong community, with a palisade wall they doused in undead ichor to keep the hollows away and a couple spare guns to kill anything smarter. They even had some kind of election system to decide who'd be in charge, though Tristan never entered. All things considered, it might have been one of the most robust enclaves out there. Until someone else showed up. And who were they? Leah asked. The Beholders, Tristan said, blinking back tears. They promised us salve vivation, but it was a lie. They killed you as soon as they got in. He shook his head. No, worse. We had to be baptized, they said. But it changed the others. It made them unrecognizable. They forgot who they were. In what way? Just different. They couldn't think the same anymore. Their minds were transformed. What the hell could do that? Leah considered the possibilities but came up short. Too little information. She handed him another hunk of meat. Tell me about the beholders, Tristan. What did they look like? CC cloaks, he coughed out. Some with white. Others in BB black. The black cloaks were the most dangerous. They murdered Tobias when he refused to do their baptism. Leah perked an eyebrow at the sound of black cloaks. Do you mean the Inquisitors? His pupils flashed in terror. How did you know? That proved it. I think it's time that you come with us. If this guy had come across the same group that targeted Liam, she needed to get him back home, fed up, and properly interrogated. She held out a hand. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Tristan looked at the bloody remnants of the free meal he'd received and licked his lips. You mean it? Yes. We've got a whole city of our kind waiting for you. Just take my hand, and it'll be yours too. A whole world, he repeated before putting his palm in hers. She led him back to the truck, nice and easy. But the moment they drew near, Tristan suddenly froze. One of Karen's men opened the door for them, revealing his long black cloak that fell to the ground. No. Tristan shrieked. Calm down, Leah said. He's one of mine, not them. Liar. Tristan yanked himself free and swung his leg out. Leah tumbled into the dust. Damn it. By the time she'd gotten her bearings, Tristan had cleared a healthy distance, bumbling away in a movement that was somewhere between an uncoordinated sprint and a stumble. Go. Leah ordered her crew. I want you to bring him to me. Alive. The lead truck roared in pursuit while Leah chased on foot, her own steps precise and disciplined. She couldn't let him get away. She couldn't afford to lose her only lead. If that meant hacking off Tristan's arms and legs and throwing him in the barrel, then that was how this would go down. This wasn't just about Liam anymore. If there was a group out there strong enough to take out entire enclaves and fucking with their reservoirs to boot, then it would be on her to beat them. Pandemonium's security couldn't be allowed to lapse. She needed to know who they were, where they came from, and most importantly, how many they had in their ranks. She almost had him. Tristan scaled a hill where the truck couldn't chase, but one of the guards crawled onto the roof with a harpoon gun and took aim. Any second now, they would have him. But then the truck hit a bump as the shot went off. The harpoon flew high where it should have gone low. Leah was powerless as a puff of black mist burst from Tristan's scalp. Right where the spear struck. Shit, the guard swore. Sorry about that, boss. Leah stared blankly. Just like that, she was back to where she started. Alone and without answers. B2, Chapter 11, Holy Pilgrimage, 1. Trust in the Lord and his shepherds with all thine heart, and lean not unto thine own understanding. In all thy ways acknowledge his word, and he shall direct thy path. Father Abraham, the Holy Word. 14 months after. Another day. Another member added to their family, hungry for answers. Brother Zion bowed low. You honor me with my inclusion into your ranks, Brother Ezekiel. Ezekiel nodded. The honor will be yours only if you earn it. There is no greater glory than serving as the Lord's Inquisitor. He needs every warrior he can get. Thank you. Ezekiel remained silent. In truth, he did not like the idea of including one such as Zion in his ranks. That he was a brother now only went so far. Especially when his heretical ways weren't far behind from that valley they had plucked him from. Even the baptized needed more time to internalize the Lord's message. Of this truth, Ezekiel knew all too well. But it could not be helped but to initiate this training. The Inquisitors were weakened after their attempt to capture Liam Fenix, and the Father had rendered his judgment. More would need to be trained to ensure that the congregation remained safe, and the more experienced ones could always use a refresher after so much time without a major conflict. Ezekiel studied his brothers. They watched back with empty stares, probing for anything but revealing nothing. Same as him. He focused back on Zion. As an Inquisitor, it will be your job to combat sin directly, wherever it may form. You must study your tools intimately if you wish to render God's judgment. He flipped open his cloak and drew the first. The cudgel will be your most direct tool in this camp. The devil can tempt even the most devout of heart, so you must always be vigilant against any signs of sin within our congregation. He tapped Zion on the shoulder. A firm reminder of the damage our mortal shells can receive is often enough to make an inquisition unnecessary. Your brother or sister will see the bruising and be reminded of their shame, and the Lord will remove that shame only if they become pure of heart again. Ezekiel pulled his next weapon out and gripped it with both hands. The bow staff is needed for those who would dare to fight back. You must always treat this tool as an extension of your own body. Just as a hand can stroke with kindness, so too can it form a fist. With a twirl of his wrists, he spun the staff around, hitting the open space near Zion's head. Never forget your own strength with this weapon, or it will result in your death or another's. Last, he set the staff aside and took out their most complex tool. Light gleamed across the limb where it had been coated in pine tar. And this is the crossbow. Mine is a simple hand crossbow, but we also carry larger ones that pack more force and medium-range repeaters that can fire in rapid succession. Very rarely should you need to use these weapons in camp. It is most effective against the devil's forces that would do us harm. With one pull of the trigger, God will smite your enemy as long as your aim and faith remain true. Sinners and heretics alike can be destroyed at a distance with this device. Would be easier with our guns, someone muttered nearby. The other inquisitors fell hushed and averted their gaze while Ezekiel focused on his challenger. Brother Jericho, did you just speak in error? I did not, Jericho said, his scarred brow in a hard slant. You speak of arrows and sticks as if they're divine weapons, but the crossbow is powerless against enemies with steel barricades and high-caliber rifles. We nearly lost more men when capturing Zion's enclave because of this handicap. Need I remind you, brother, that it was these arrows and sticks that felled your own heretical kindred? But Jericho merely folded his meaty arms. With all due respect, brother Ezekiel, your tactics defeated my old crew, not your weapons. Had we known that you had others in ambush, you would have never stood a chance. He raised an eyebrow. You doubt God's power. No. I merely understand warfare. What point are you trying to make, brother Jericho? He clenched a fist. My point is that we could bring God's judgment to so many others if we were more willing to use our guns. When all else is equal, the side with the greatest firepower wins, regardless of whom the Lord favors. Such heresy. The others leaked doubts as they considered his words, their thoughts bleeding into the open more freely. More than one murmured to their kindred, perhaps in agreement. Even Zion stared out, his lips a thin line as he pondered the possibility. Ezekiel closed his eyes. A hot temper could only further strife, whereas a cool demeanor would squelch this sin before it grew. It was not his brother's fault. Jericho was also new to their congregation and had not bathed enough in God's light to understand the truth that he had spent years learning. Ezekiel turned around and went for his tent, where the unholy weapons were kept locked up. Another moment, he had a pistol at the ready. Perhaps we can put your words to the test, brother, Ezekiel said, handing over the weapon. Jericho took the pistol in hand. What do you expect me to do with this? Exactly as you remember. Holster it at your waist and then attempt to strike me down. I will protect myself with nothing other than my staff. He gulped. That would be murder. Now, it was Ezekiel's turn to remain unfazed. There is no murder here. Let our fellow brothers stand witness to the words I have spoken. If you are successful in striking me down, then God has chosen you, and you are innocent of all crimes. If I can disarm you before that happens, then God has chosen me, and you will seek repentance in your heart for questioning his power. The other inquisitors looked from one to another without words. They no doubt questioned the wisdom of this exercise, but that was because they lacked the same faith as him. Ezekiel remained content with putting his fate in the hands of the Lord. No one else could interfere with his divine plan. Jericho stood in place, his fingers near his gun. Ezekiel began to pace backward. I know that you have not forgotten what we did to you, Jericho. I can see it in your eyes. You still value the lives of the heretics that you once loved. I understand your feelings. They are natural, and I used to experience them for myself. He stopped, now over 15 feet away. Go ahead and exercise this hatred against me. If you can. You have my permission. Again, Ezekiel closed his eyes and breathed deep. He was incapable of hearing the auditory voice of the Lord like Father Abraham, but he still found ways to speak through him. The muscles in Ezekiel's limbs loosened, from his fingers and toes, to his hands and feet, to his knees and arms, to his shoulders and hip, and into his torso itself, settling in his heart before rising to his head. Cool and clear, like the soft wind around. Ezekiel opened his eyes. Let us begin. He watched his brother and waited for movement. Jericho's eyes twitched, his fury burning. He ripped the pistol from his waist and took aim. Too slowly, of course. The instant Jericho moved his wrist, brother Ezekiel launched into a charge, the Lord carrying his legs with a speed that none could match. By the time his brother raised his pistol, Ezekiel was well within reach. With a mere twist of his staff, the unholy weapon tumbled to the ground. Jericho's anger melted into shock, but this lesson was not yet complete. Ezekiel advanced another pace and flipped his bow staff around, angling the other end behind his opponent's legs. As Jericho began to slip, Ezekiel elbowed his chest. His brother fell below, still crippled in bewilderment. The remaining inquisitors remained hushed, just as astonished by the display performed. Ezekiel did not avert his gaze. What is the lesson here? Jericho did nothing but lay on his back for a moment, the sun falling across his face. Zion's eyes widened. He trusted in the weapon of a sinful world, and you know, God himself brought him onto his knees for his hubris. Ezekiel held out his hand. That is correct. Jericho begrudgingly reached back. The beholding may have robbed us of our minds, but through the Lord's grace, we were able to redesign these weapons for ourselves. The cudgel is simple but effective, the bow more refined and lethal, and the crossbow our pinnacle of success. Even with our bodies weakened by sin, we are able to utilize this tool again by installing a mere lever at the base to compound our strength. That is an enhancement of old-world technology, not a step backward. He held up the pistol. Make no mistake, however. There is some wisdom in Brother Jericho's words. These weapons are still kept in this camp because they are sometimes needed for defense. The Lord only protects those willing to protect themselves, and there have been enemies too dangerous for us to combat through faith alone. Then and only then do we use these unholy weapons of war. Against the devil's army itself. But we must also never forget that this only proves how much we still have to learn. Even our reliance on the staff and crossbow demonstrates our weakness compared to the Lord. The polymer grip felt alien as Ezekiel activated the safety again. He holstered the pistol. God's true warriors need no weapons. B2, Chapter 11, Holy Pilgrimage, 2. Sunlight covered all in sight. There was no escaping it. After the congregation had left the mountains and traversed these empty plains, less and less cover remained available to them. The trees were no taller than Ezekiel, and a dusty expanse enveloped all in front. Shrubs bitterly clung to the sands beneath, with no water to bring them succor. The congregation continued their pilgrimage through this desert. As Moses once had with the Israelites, the Father assured them, but Ezekiel felt this ache into the expulsion of Adam and Eve. Their bayou might as well have been Eden when compared to here. Though the strength of the Lord's light aided them on their journey, their cattle could not handle such strain. Many had to be killed as their limbs failed within this wasteland, and their brothers and sisters struggled against the sin that their exposed blood produced. Communion was becoming a challenge as well. Consumption of flesh was heresy for the beholders, so they relied on produced milk alone. The friars ordained this process to form the holy communion that their brothers and sisters relied on to keep their spirits from becoming vulnerable to sin. With so many cattle harmed during this journey, less milk could be produced, which meant less holy communions were performed. How much longer could this pace be sustained? A few more weeks, maybe. But Father Abraham held his head high as he marched onward, his sight piercing through the shifting horizon to lands not yet seen. If only everyone could share in his faith. Brother Ezekiel closed in, his long-range crossbow in hand. We should consider making camp again, Father. He chuckled. On a day so fine? Now, what would compel you to think that we should? We're vulnerable right now. The Inquisitors are too busy helping transport supplies, and only a handful of my brothers still keep watch. There's no telling what lies beyond those hills. Or whom. Oh, my son. Such cynicism. Do you not see the progress we make? Why, those mountains were once so very small, and now, they could be no further than a day away. Ezekiel studied the terrain in front and swallowed the bile in his throat. An act that did not go unnoticed by the father. He raised an eyebrow. The more we advance our pilgrimage, the more disquieted you have become, Ezekiel. What is it that troubles your heart so? We're drawing too close to the unholy city. Is this not our intention? Brother Aaron called out from behind, with a troop of his friars hauling a cart with him. When did he get there? Our intention is to find the chosen one and return home. And yet, by your own admission, our path brings us there. No, Ezekiel corrected. Our path brings us near. Those tracks took us west. We know little more than that. Father Abraham humphed. Is that so, Ezekiel? Do you believe your brothers would lead us this way on little more than a hunch? He blinked. What are you talking about? The Inquisitors are not our only source of intelligence, Brother Aaron said, angling his nose so as to look down on him. The friars have been conducting our own investigation. Now, this was unexpected. Explain. He continued with a sigh. As you know, when this pilgrimage first began, many of your brothers were sent out on tasks of their own. Brothers Philip, Nathaniel, Uriel, Mateo, and Reuben. Each took charge of a small group to distant lands. Have you not wondered about this purpose? They were sent to scout other likely places where Liam Fenix could be found, Ezekiel considered. Untrue. They were sent out to locations where heretics gather in the hopes that the Lord's message could reach new ears. What? Our brothers were sent to the unholy city? Do you not know the risk? He looked to Abraham. Were you aware of this foolishness? The father merely glanced his way, his lilac eyes cutting deep. I was the one who ordered it. Do you not remember this discussion, Ezekiel? Has your soul become vulnerable to sin again? Ezekiel quivered under the revelation. He had no memory of such a conversation, but if the father declared it so, then his spirit was more shattered from his failures than he first realized. The father could not be in error. Not about such matters. Repentance would have to come soon. He frowned. I seem to have forgotten, Father. Then let me remind you of these divine truths. We all have roles to play in this congregation, Ezekiel. Yours is to lead inquisitions to ensure the faith is kept, while the friars must interpret and spread the word for all to hear. That is for all. Even heretics. As we marched across the land and the Inquisitors sought out Liam Fenix, many friars dispatched themselves to find others willing to listen. We cannot forget how close we are. When the 7 bowls of judgment are poured, and the beholding is resolved, none but the purest of heart will be saved. The Lord truly blessed the Father for his foresight, Aaron filled in. Nathaniel and Uriel have spent months in the unholy city now, and their reports have worked their way back to us. Within days of your failed attempt at capturing the chosen one, vehicles matching your description worked their way back there. An odd coincidence, do you not agree? Father Abraham grinned wide. It is the Lord's plan that guides us onward. Where the Inquisitors fell blinded, the friars gained new sight. One could not have happened without the other, and that is only because we have changed our ways. No longer can we hide in our swamp over fears of the evils beyond. As the beholding grows in strength, so too must our world diverge into something new. That is his will. Or, in the case of you and many of your Inquisitor brothers, Ezekiel, does your world converge? You were once a member of the unholy city, were you not? Aaron asked. Ezekiel grunted. He did not like being reminded. That was a long time ago. And yet, you quake at the mere thought of seeing those walls again. Does this place bring a temptation you seek to forget? He sighed. It is not that, brother. My concern is where it has always been, with the safety and purity of our congregation. You have always been shielded from what the heretics can bring, while I have done what I can to combat them so we were never found. To that end, the hunters that have crossed our path are mere gnats compared to the demons within that city. They have thousands of soldiers in their ranks, armor-plated tanks, automatic rifles, guided missiles. A false god of death leads them, bearing the name of Hades. He is a fierce warrior with a heart of the devil, and would have no qualms about destroying us all on sight. He thought back to his lesson with Jericho, along with the paradoxical nature that the Lord's tests often bring. To go against him directly would be suicidal. More than that, they would be undoing everything that had been built. Father Abraham cultivated a vast and powerful congregation, to be certain, but their ranks were still a bubble in an ocean compared to what the devil could bring. The unholy city was the capital to sin itself. A profaned monument that stood against all that they believed. Could it be true that the chosen one went there? Would the Lord really send them to breach a wall so impregnable? But Brother Aaron only smirked. What if I told you that your god of death has fallen? The heretics have continued their barbarism in your absence, Ezekiel, only to have one dictator be replaced by another. Their new ruler is a queen who covers her face in red cloth to hide the mark of the beast that the Lord scarred her with, and it is said that she consumes her subjects for sustenance, much like him. He stared forth, his red eyes twinkling. Do you cower in terror to the weaker sex as well? She is the whore of Babylon, Father Abraham echoed. The text of the holy word continues to align with our journey, and this is only further proof of our place in the beholding. Ezekiel walked on in silence. His instincts told him to agree with his brother, but something hid within those words. A memory. Distant, fleeting, obscured by his rebirth, and the sin that came before. But it was there. Whispering in the back of his mind. Could it be her that rules this land now? Brother Ezekiel halted. The others stopped soon after, seeing his resolve suddenly shift. He cleared his throat. If what you say is true, Brother Aaron, our fears have only been compounded. The Lord may have liberated my soul from those heretical days, but there are some memories that still bleed through. Just as I can handle a gun without being trained, so too do I recall this sense. Hades was a powerful warrior, but he had never been the greatest. There has always been one more deadly. And she is not to be underestimated. B2, Chapter 12, At the Gates, 1. Freedom is a choice, and one that must be made daily. Your memories, your decisions, the very thoughts that float through your mind. All a prison for your future. Fight against this reality or forever be trapped within. Hades, some philosophical shit. 4 years after. What the hell do you want from me this time? Leah asked. Hades beamed. Haven't you been following the hot goss around the blood cooler lately? We're getting together and bringing this little operation to the next level with a whole new government and everything. Mother nodded. This is a necessary next step now that the California basin is firmly under our control. No one understands how the hunters think better than you, Leah, so your perspective would be invaluable to this end. That's so. She looked around the square of the complex they'd taken as their base of command. The place had been some kind of convention center to the humans, with walls painted in red, blue, and green, and an architecture that folded over itself like it could tip over any second. Why Hades fixated here of all locations was beyond her. Claiming Beverly Hills was hardly a strategic win. So what's the plan then? Leah asked. Hades laughed. Can't do elections, obviously. Half our crew would forget who they're choosing or why they're doing it by the time it came to vote. It'll only get harder as our population grows. Any transfer of power runs a similar risk, Mother pointed out. Each successive regime would have to absorb many responsibilities from their predecessors, and with the threat of hollowing, duties and responsibilities are more likely to be lost in this stage. Coupled with the ongoing war against our living enemies, it would be unwise to adjust any paradigm drastically once it has been set. Leah stared dully. We can't do voting, and we can't remove our fearless leaders from power. How very convenient for you both. I have no interest in retaining authority. I would greatly prefer to manage medical needs as they develop, along with furthering my research into HBRS 15.21. Both of these avenues require my constant attendance as is. Can't say I'm enjoying this all that much either, Hades said with a frown. The killing's been a good OLE time, but sitting around listening to everyone's problems is a real pain in my ass, and I don't even feel pain in my ass. How's that for a treat? It took another second to catch the implication. Leah blinked. Are you both suggesting that you want me to play mayor? Hades' shriveled cheeks spread wide. Don't see why not. You've led more raids than we can count, and the people love you to death. Leadership is in your bones. What about someone else, like Robert or Mastermind? HRMPH. Mastermind is hard to take seriously because he's practically the size of a toddler, and Robert spends all day working on the sticks like he'll become the new Karen for it. He paused and stroked his rotted chin. Actually, that's not a bad nickname. I think I might start calling him that. Leah thought through more options. There's still Fortunato, or Zeke, or Fran, for that matter. All of them would make great figureheads for you. Leah, oh, Leah. Why are you making this difficult? Just say yes already. I'll still be the general who leads us to battle when shit gets real, and all you need to do is arbitrate the bitching and moaning from our more amnesiac brethren. Maybe we'll even give you a fancy title, like head huntress, so everyone knows you're legit. She turned to Mother. You're going along with this too. Whether you realize it or not, you have become an icon for most of our community. We have each experienced the threats out there for our kind, from the surviving humans that want to destroy us to the hollowed-classed infected who cannot tell the difference. Your ability to thrive against these foes has made you an almost messianic figure for those you have protected. This decision is not one we have taken thoughtlessly. They really mean it, huh? Leah had never considered herself as anything other than a soldier of fortune. She'd only tried so hard because the best killers got the most to eat. Those were the rules of hunting, and no one had ever questioned them in the field. So what do you say? Hades asked. I think, she started before pausing. Was Leah really qualified to lead? Sure, they were all just winging it and could rebuild the world in whatever fashion they wanted, but did that give her the right to step in and claim it for herself? This is, she continued, again weighing the options. It would be an interesting change of pace. Staying indoors and letting others do the fighting for her, all while she enjoyed some peace and security. Could she let this opportunity slip? Would it be alright to let others stand in defense of her? Bullshit. They both stood in silence, eyebrows raised against her response. Leah stared them down. You want my opinion of how your government should work? Don't bother with one. You keep doing whatever you feel like, Hades. And Mother can run off to her lab. Once Robert finishes building the sticks we won't need anyone to manage us, except in the loosest sense of the word. Leave us to sort our own shit, and we'll figure it out soon enough. Anarchy is hardly a worthwhile basis for society, Mother said. But Leah looked to Hades. What is it that you wanted to call this place? Pandemonium. That sounds perfectly fine to me. And what role do you imagine yourself having in this new chaotic world? Mother wondered. She clenched her fists. Same as always. A hunter's still got to eat, doesn't she? That won't change when the humans are defeated. She beamed. Hell, you won't even have to draft a police force. Us hunters are perfectly suited to handle this community's issues, so long as you are willing to pay us for the service. Give us something to eat, and we'll do anything for you. Who has become the opportunist now? A civilization that lacks formal structure is the ideal place for your kind to thrive. When resources are inevitably consolidated into the hands of the few, what happens to the needs of the downtrodden? Nothing, for this scenario only leads to an entrenched oligarchy using mercenaries to bludgeon the poor into submission. No, this cannot be considered. Hades broke into laughter. First, a small chuckle, but it quickly exploded into a raucous guffaw. Soon, he could not contain himself, his jaw dropped and tongue thrashing about as he howled in exhilaration. Yes, that's perfect, he roared, his eyes burning like crimson flames. I knew I was right to call Leah here. Mother hardened. You cannot be serious, Hades. Oh? And why not? You said that any political structure we build runs the risk of collapsing under the weight of harrowing, so what better way to protect ourselves against that than to have no government at all? I'll still have the final say and make changes as needed, but I sure as fuck won't be managing everyone's day-to-day affairs. That can be broken down by whoever is smart and strong enough to seize the moment and solve problems for themselves. Relying on the avarice of others is not a sustainable model. If you say so. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see how shit plays out. For now, this sounds like the best path forward. Plus, Leah's already agreed on this one. Ain't that right? That's the plan. He gleamed. There, looks like you've been outvoted today, Mother. I'll rally everyone together and make the announcement as soon as the sticks is finished. And just like that, Pandemonium was born. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Leah's truck rolled down the street, with a posse of her guards manning the guns. Does it ever end? After finally getting her caravan back home, Karen called her through the wire to pass on a message that problems had formed at the gates. Apparently, he was too busy wrapping up a patrol to deal with it himself, and they'd asked to see her specifically. A sea of desiccated husks bowed out wherever her truck drew near, forming giant rings on even the most densely populated roads. Her little pocket of stability, fighting obstinately against Pandemonium's endless chaos. Only in one part of the city did Leah face an obstacle. A crowd had formed along the border to Asphodel, no more than a stone's throw from the lodge. Workers had formed en masse, and for once, they seemed disinterested in yielding to the head huntress or her entourage. The driver bleated against the horn, but only a handful bothered to make room for them. What's going on? Leah asked from the back. Her driver grunted. Some guys on the side of the road, and everyone's blocked the road to hear him speak. I'll be damned. Leah's friend in the brown cloak was still where she'd left him, lecturing about his book for the world to hear. But he must have gained a following after spending so much time standing in that spot. He'd even gotten a group of diehards of his own, with their outfits colored white. Leah had half a mind to pull over and listen in for herself. Want me to ram em out of the way? The driver asked. Leah shook her head. No. We'll take another path. Duty still called, and this guy deserved his 5 minutes of fame. B2, chapter 12, at the gates, 2. The truck rolled back and redirected, shifting another couple of blocks before turning for the main gates. It was smooth sailing from there. Her vehicle trudged through the rest of Asphodel with minimal resistance. The two-story sheet metal wall that defined the Styx's main gate screeched as her truck drew near. Guards lined the peak, their automatic weapons trained into the world beyond. More lined the path beyond to herald her arrival. Leah glanced at her destination. All this trouble for that? The party held no more than 5, huddled near the admittance station with neither words nor weapons. While the rest of her men made the obligatory rush into formation, she fitted her golden head huntress badge in place, threw her scarf over one shoulder, and calmly strolled into the open. Oh, how she wanted nothing more than to bark some orders and go back home. But then Leah saw these travelers up close. All 5 wore cloaks, with hoods thrown over hardened faces and sleeves that hung loose along the limbs. Only a single strand of rope held the garb in place, tied along the midsection to keep it from falling off. Their skin was smoothed out, looking as fresh and clean as Pandemonium's aristocracy. 4 wore clothes colored brown, but it was the last guy who stood out the most. His cloak was black, and he stood a full head taller than the others, with a tattoo running along his forehead in the shape of a crown of thorns. He leaned against a bow staff for stability. That tattoo, though. Leah's eyes stayed fixed as she studied its intricacies. Had she seen this guy before? She probed the depths of her res for an answer. Nothing. Leah must have been confusing the description fed to her by Liam with some friend of the past. Leah composed herself. Gotta say, it isn't often that I get called down here by name. You are the leader of the city, one of the brown-cloaked guys asked. That's Lady Leah to anyone asking. The real question is who the fuck are you people? We are but simple beholders for the Lord. My name is Aaron. Leah blinked. Seriously? She recognized the description of the black-cloaked fucker at once, but she'd never expected him to just waltz up to the sticks. And with this little backup too? She turned to the nearest guard. They armed? No, he said. Just the one guy with the stick and crossbow. Good. She raised her hand and pointed. Her people flooded forth, forming a ring that locked them on 3 fronts, their weapons aimed to kill. Aaron kept his cool, but the rest shifted nervously in place. Even the black-cloaked guy clung to his staff like it might make the slightest bit of difference. Leah grinned. You gonna make this easy, or are those cloaks of yours about to have a few holes ripped through them? Aaron remained still. There is no need for violence. We do not wish to bring you or your people harm. We come in peace. Peace, hey. She chuckled. You know, I've been hearing a lot about beholders lately, and none of it is good. I suppose that many would have differences of opinion about our cause, but that is the world we now live in. Is it not? And what causes that? Leah mused. He didn't blink. To find Liam Fenix. We wish to see the unhallowed child, along with her parents, Liam and Evelyn. The words cut like a knife, and her chest tightened with a phantom heartbeat. Did that guy just say that shit out loud? Here? Now? Right out in the fucking open? Leah tilted her head, her brow furrowed. I don't think I like the way this guy is looking at me. Bring me his head. Gag his friends while you're at it. I don't want another word out of them. Wait, the black-cloaked beholder jumped in front, his staff tossed to the ground. Forgive my brother for speaking without respect, Lady Leah, but you must not harm us. She laughed. And why the fuck not? Because then our congregation will have no choice but to attack. I do not wish to see further bloodshed after how far our pilgrimage has taken us. He turned to his side. You are not to speak another word, Brother Aaron. Aaron grimaced as though he'd been smacked in the face. This one's got more tact. She breathed deep, letting her rage subside a beat. There was no going back now that the beans had been spilled, but she could still fish for information before taking the necessary next steps. Leah examined her guards. Everyone, listen up. Here's how we're going to play this. The rest of you take a couple steps back, and if a single one of these cloak-wearing fuckers so much as blinks, you're to put them down on the spot. Got it? Her guards nodded and complied, giving them more space. Leah advanced until no one else could hear, then pointed to the tall one. You. Your name is Ezekiel, isn't it? The black cloak reitzer looked from one end of the firing squad to the other and grit his teeth. I am. Figured as much. Let's not play games then, Ezekiel. A couple weeks back, you and your friends went to a place you didn't belong. A bunker hidden under Cheyenne Mountain. That is correct, yes. We did. Then all that I have to say to you is this, the best thing for you and your little group is to march back home and forget anything ever happened. Can you do that for me? She could wipe them all out on the road. Ezekiel's mouth furled into a thin line. Forgive me, Lady Leah, but that is not a decision I can make. She raised an eyebrow and looked at Aaron. You're telling me that this chump is your leader. He cannot make that decision either. So you've been sent as an advance party, she deduced. To what end, exactly? He paused, once again studying his enemies before focusing back on her. It is as you would guess. Our father sent us to ascertain whether or not Leah Fenix and her family are located here and to request that they return with us if they were. Those are our only tasks. He does not wish to bring you or your people harm, and he is willing to negotiate with you directly once the rest of our congregation arrives. Is that so? Then you guys aren't near as bright as I thought you were. So tell me, brother, why is it that I shouldn't purge the lot of you before you run off and talk to your father? Do you really think that your pesky crew of 80 is anywhere near enough to threaten me? Ezekiel's lips twitched ever so slightly into a faint grin. Do you believe that we have no more than 80 in our ranks? Leah blinked, caught off by his sudden bravado. But before she could probe further, a guard had wandered over, holding his radio out. I told you to stay back, she snapped. I'm sorry, my lady, but you have to hear this. Leah pressed the radio to her head and listened. Her eyes widened as the message came through. Without saying a word, she turned around and ran for the gate. Through the sticks, up the nearest tower, and onto the roof where her people kept watch. She yanked a pair of binoculars from the nearest guard and focused on the horizon. For the second time today, her heart jolted back to life for a beat. There, along the mountains to the northeast, a mass of white had formed. Narrowing it further exposed just how vast this army spread about. Horses, cattle, tents, carts, and cloaked reitsers. Black, brown, and white. So much fucking white. No matter which way she looked, more kept coming. This shouldn't have been possible. There were hundreds. No, thousands. All crawling toward pandemonium like an entire city on the move. Like a nation invading. Leah swallowed the lump in her throat as another revelation blossomed. She shifted the binoculars into pandemonium and adjusted the lens. The crowd of onlookers remained where they'd been left outside the lodge, mesmerized by the brown cloaked reitzer on a plywood box as he continued to drone to the masses about his book. She'd never taken the time to look at him up close, but with the aid of her binoculars, getting the exact size and shape of the cloak he wore was child's play, along with comparing it to what Aaron and the other beholders wore. Identical. Well, shit. This day just got a whole lot more complicated. B2, Chapter 13, A Little Gaslighting, 1. I killed a man today, Evelyn. Met him downtown. Made some small talk. I thought it was all good, but then he drew a gun, and I just reacted. There ain't nobody out there to save us. We got to do it ourselves. Marquise Jones, unnamed. 3 months after. How the hell did you let this happen? Evelyn snapped. Pardon me, Leah said, blasé as ever, but it's hard to run an investigation when all I have is the color of a cloak. You should have given me more to work with. Easy for you to say, Evelyn thought. Leah could march worldwide without so much as an N95 to keep her safe. It hadn't been on Evelyn or Liam to stand around and ask questions to the monsters who'd attacked them. So what's the deal then? Evelyn asked, her mind calculating the possibilities. How many have they got? What are their weapons? Are we dealing with long barrels? Tanks? Spears and swords? Did they nestle in just the one spot, or have they started patrols in the area? Let her speak, love, Liam said with a placating wave. Are you absolutely sure that they want us, Leah? Those were their exact words, she said. Not just you either. They're after your entire family. Especially your kid. Why her? Beats me. Ezekiel wouldn't say, only that this Father Abraham guy wanted to talk about her. Evelyn's cheeks reddened. Well, it sounds like you found our enemy, and they're well within range of the sticks. Just have Karen set up some mortars and be done with it. She sighed. Oh, how I really wish that it was that fucking simple. After making contact with the beholders, you can bet your ass that I put out contracts like nobody's business to collect as much intel as possible before coming over to you. This isn't anywhere near as straightforward as the 80 guys we thought. Their leader is with the main beholder force. They have roughly 2,500 bodies in their ranks. The vast majority wear white cloaks, which we have determined as their version of workers. However, many keep weapons on hand, so it would be no surprise if their entire congregation would spring into an attack if threatened. That they've made it this way, both on foot and this quickly, shows how well equipped and coordinated they are. The black cloaks are the inquisitors you faced directly, and there aren't many in their ranks. From what we've uncovered, they seem to work like hunters, rushing out to kill hollows. Or sinners, as they call them. I caught part of their training bouts myself, and there's no denying the skill. Then you have the friars. They behave like bosses, officers, or middling leaders for their little group. While their orders tend to be minimal, everyone flocks to them like they're gods. We think it's because they're in charge of reading the beholder's main book to their friends, if not outright giving them away. They can be identified with brown cloaks. Evelyn's heart skipped a beat with that last bit. She glanced to the couch, where her Bible still sat, gifted to her by Nathaniel. Had she seriously been chatting with one of them this whole time? Leah crossed her arms. It's this last group that's made this shit so delicate. Some of the friars apparently entered pandemonium a couple months back. I never paid them any mind because they had no power whatsoever. They've just been walking around and handing out this book to anyone who will listen. In a city like this, you can imagine how monumentally stupid this is. You could no doubt make many friends that way, though, Liam deduced, staring at Evelyn as he made the point. She bit her tongue. There was no denying that she'd walked right into this grift. But she couldn't just announce that to Leah. Not after defying her explicit orders to stay locked up. Exactly, Leah continued, not catching the looks either exchanged. Those friars have become so popular that a few workers here and there have surrendered their worldly possessions to become beholders like them, and they aren't alone. As we speak, there's a guy standing a block away from here, preaching endlessly to a crowd that's been growing larger by the day. And you can't just go down there and lock him up without cause, Liam said. I might do it anyway. Their group has even come up with a fun little name for me. The Whore of Babylon. She scoffed. But I have to think about how exactly I'll shut this shit down. Hell, I'm not even sure who to trust right now. It's more than a few workers who are listening to his crap. Some of our guards have come down, and even a hunter or two have been spotted there. Add in the fucking beholder army that's set up shop next to the cliffs not far from here, along with the fact that they somehow know you made it to the city and our military capabilities, and I can't expect it to be as easy as launching a missile and calling it a day. We need to be strategic about handling this, or we're only putting out one fire by lighting another bigger, more uncontrollable one. What's the plan then? Evelyn asked. Leaving is still not an option. Not when they know about Cheyenne. Leah stared deep. First order of business is dealing with Father Abraham. He wants to speak to me directly, so I'll listen to whatever he says to buy more time. Then it's off to get some allies and handle this the old-fashioned way. What do you mean? She stroked her scarf. Way I figure it, if the hammer won't work, it's time for a scalpel. I gather a good group of mercs that haven't dealt with these beholders yet, give them the best armament this city has to offer and roll through their camp before they see us coming. Once Abraham and his friars are out of the way, the rest of the external threat becomes minimal. At the end of the day, they're still mostly workers with sticks and bows. Liam frowned. But if some of your hunters have become sympathetic to this enclave, then trusting them might be a problem. Yeah, but that's Pandemonium's hunters, Leah pointed out. They're not the only ones in the world. Evelyn weighed the thought. You're going to El Dorado, aren't you? She nodded. Liam raised an eyebrow. Where? This city's got outposts all over, Evelyn explained. Some of them are more developed than others. Think of El Dorado as if it's Pandemonium Jr. It's near Mexico City, several thousand miles away, but if you've got trucks and guns, you could be there and back in less than a week, with 100 more soldiers to boot. Leah's cheeks contorted into a grin below her scarf. I see you're not completely hopeless, Evelyn. Mother sure did a good job of teaching you our ways. She smirked back. Trust me, I know everything about your kind. So, what do you need from us? Liam interjected. Same as before, Leah said. Lay low, keep quiet, and call Chantal if you need anything else. I'll be busy while dealing with this, and the last thing I need is more people to ask questions about you. Easy enough. Evelyn swallowed the lump in her throat and nodded. It wouldn't be as straightforward as sitting here, not after engaging a beholder directly. But if she voiced that thought out loud, their situation would get more sticky. Good, Leah said after the pause lingered. She made her leave. Evelyn and Liam turned their attention to the Bible on the couch. Right there, as if it had eyes of its own, watching their every move. Are you going to be the one to tell her, or should I? Liam asked. She grunted. Leah doesn't need to know about this. She doesn't need to know that one of the people chasing us gave you their Bible. Yes. That. What do you think she'll do if she knows I've been snooping around without her permission? I think that she will be perfectly accepting of your concerns. Evelyn shook her head. As much as Liam liked to pretend they were all in this together, she knew Leah better than him. While they'd only ever had one brief encounter before her exodus to Cheyenne, Evelyn had witnessed her cruelty through the looking glass of Mother's daily updates as humanity got exterminated. Leah was what her people thought of her, the ultimate hunter. In a world where the dead slaughtered the living to keep themselves going, she had risen to become the very epitome of what Evelyn had learned to fear long ago. Whatever growth Liam thought she might have experienced, Leah was only ever a couple weeks away from forgetting it completely, once again destined to become the brutal monster who cared for nothing other than butchering her enemies for sustenance. Coming to Pandemonium had only happened out of necessity, and leaning on Leah's resources was an extension to this end. But could Evelyn actually put faith in her to see the day through? Could she become beholden to anyone now that Mother was gone? The answer was obvious. A clear, flat no. Their salvation could not be left to chance. I'm going for another run, Evelyn decided. Did you not hear what she said? Liam asked. If these beholders are in the city, why would you want to go out there? Isn't it obvious? Because they are in the city. Let's face it, honey. Leah's dropped the ball in letting things escalate to this point. So you're going to fight 2,500 Reetzers on your own? No, I'm only going to get information. Same as before. Now that we know there's a connection between Nathaniel and the rest of the beholders, I can tug on that rope to find out more. For a moment, Liam said nothing, no doubt considering the options at play. Then he walked over to the couch and picked up the Bible. Are you sure that is all you want to learn? She scoffed. Don't start. This has nothing to do with that. All I'm saying is that you've been fixating on this book ever since you got this damned thing. Her cheeks reddened. I know what I'm doing. Of course, Liam wouldn't understand. His life had been devoid of spirituality, and he cared for nothing more than the birds and the trees. To him, life was no more than a stroll around the earth, day in and out, until it eventually killed him. Not for Evelyn, though. She'd always known that something more lay beyond this fragile, short existence. Mother might have insisted otherwise, and Liam couldn't give a shit, but now that Evelyn had been connecting with God again, she could see how wrong they'd both been. The fact that he'd seen the Halloween coming proved his words were real beyond a doubt. She mattered. Her husband mattered. Their child mattered. In God's eyes, their lives all bore meaning. That's what made this so vile. The beholders were using his words to find Evelyn and her family. The very wisdom that had gotten her through a difficult childhood with her single father was now being utilized to snuff her out. As the last surviving mother in this world too. No, she couldn't allow these monsters to continue. Evelyn would fix this, even if alone. B2, Chapter 13, A Little Gaslighting, 2. Nathaniel's crowd had only grown more prominent with time. What had once been a barren, dark street now exploded with activity. Workers and guards alike floated around themselves, each struggling to catch a glimpse of Nathaniel as he continued to speak. Evelyn kept to the rear, once again hidden under her Reetzer costume. Close enough to not stand out but still far enough away to keep her scent from being picked up. There was only so much artificial Halloween spray to spare, and if Leah had half a res, she would have installed other plants into this crowd by now. The sermon went on, with Nathaniel reciting verses on greed. Evelyn kept her ears on nearby onlookers, however. Without formal support, only gossip could be gained out here. But gossip was to intelligence as pieces were to puzzles. The more available, the more complete the picture became. 2 workers caught her eye, whispering among themselves. One stood tall and lanky, with an eye patch neighboring a diluted, magenta eye, and a mark across his cheeks. The other was shorter, with dark hair falling over a ragged coat and red eyes more filled. Drool clung to his blackened lips where they weren't parched. Evelyn shifted to them, facing away to not rouse suspicion. I still think this is BB bullshit, the lanky one stuttered. No way this G-guy's been standing here so long, Garth. Garth wiped some drool away. It's true, Skiff. I seen him myself. You haven't BB been here for 2 months straight. No, but Jesse and Beetle have on and offs, and Thays said he and never left. Same W with the other one. Brother Uriel. Skiff spat. 2 months without meat, yet and no hollowing? Just are reading a book? No WWA. Evelyn silently agreed. That was impossible. Garth grinned, with more drool forming. I'm telling yous. It's the truth. Not just thems too. There's a whole BB bunch past the sticks. Thousands. Alls they do is read and drink some milk. We've BB been lied to about hollowing. Keep your VV voice down, he hissed. The 2 glanced side to side. Evelyn took another few paces closer, staying in their blind spot. Garth wiped saliva away, though more was quick behind. The council is LL Lion. That's how it works, man. Get us eatin' meat. Fill our res with sinful thoughts. Next thing we know, we depend on them. But the badge holders are different. Thays need the holy word and nothing else. The Lord protects their res. Thays said SS so. Skiff shook his head. No brains, just milk. I don't believe it. Why do they ban the holy word then? And how else would he be able to stay here so long? How, indeed? Evelyn considered. The more she thought about it, the more she realized that Nathaniel had practically become a staple of this block. Ever since they'd first arrived, he'd been standing on this corner outside the lodge, and she hadn't seen him anywhere else. Was he getting deliveries? Sneaking off when no one was watching? Keeping some brains hidden in that box? Even a couple pounds of lard could help sustain a res. And yet, Evelyn started to consider the possibility further. Could Nathaniel keep a res intact off of pure faith alone? Did God still protect his children, even in undeath? It seemed fantastic on its face, but there Nathaniel stood, talking away to a crowd of workers struggling against the hollowing, with his eyes as full and bright as the day he'd been left. She averted her gaze. Don't forget why you're here, Evelyn. Whatever sleight of hand he used could be uncovered later. Important business came first. Nathaniel's lesson winded down as the sun reached its crest. Somewhere along the way, a distant alarm sounded. Distro time. Workers shuffled away, intent on grabbing the free cattle meat that got distributed throughout each district, with a splice of brain mixed in to help keep their reservoirs stable. Only a handful stayed behind, mouths salivated like dogs as they stood torn between the beholder's presence and the routine that they'd come to expect. Evelyn maintained her distance while the others slowly filed out. It wasn't like she needed distro meat herself. Her brain had all the time in the world to sit and wait. Eventually, everyone else left. Nathaniel fed some commands to his new beholder friends. The white cloaks took more copies of Bibles and scurried off separately. Only then did Evelyn make her move. He grinned. Ah. Hello, Evelyn. I hope that you're enjoying the holy word. It's Eva, she corrected. What are you talking about? Nathaniel asked. We've spoken several times this past week. I think you're starting to hollow again, Nathaniel. I told you that my name is Eva at least 5 times. Not anything else. No one has ever called me what you just said in all the years I've been in this city. He looked away. Oh. That's one problem on track to being solved. This wasn't the first time Evelyn had slipped up and exposed herself. Back in the good old days, Mother used more efficient methods to expunge a memory from society, but those tactics weren't exclusive to her. So long as Evelyn kept this charade going, the thought would eventually leak out of Nathaniel's reservoir on its own. A little gaslighting went a long way around these parts. I have enjoyed the word though, Evelyn admitted. He beamed. It is truly a blessing for our kind, Eva. Yes. To think how much knowledge was lost when the hollowing began. The beholding, you mean. He smiled as she watched him. Do not let words of folly pollute that which you see in front of your eyes. These days are not some prolonged doomsday, as many believe, but one of future salvation. As the hours of revelation draw ever closer, our souls have been saved so that we may witness the Lord's return. To behold his greatness. And how will that happen? Evelyn asked. How do you think? The Lord will return to us in an uncorrupted vessel, as he did before. Then he will pour the 7 bowls of judgment, and those who have sinned will be slain, while those of us with faith shall be saved. Revelation 16, she realized. You're telling me that God will return to this world as a living human to rain judgment? Not as an angel or Reitzer. He leaned in. Who is to say that he hasn't come to us already? The world is vast, and we all experience so little of it. Keep going. You're almost there. Evelyn swallowed the lump in her throat. The chance of Nathaniel outing her should still be nil, but there was no denying that Evelyn was walking on thin ice. She couldn't reveal more than the bare minimum. Do you think I'd have some part in this? She asked. You know the answer, Eva. His gaze narrowed onto hers, and for a moment, she swore that they pierced through the non-reflective sunglasses and into her living eyes beneath. You can feel the truth in your heart. God has chosen you for some purpose to be performed. All that remains is seeing it through. She trembled at his words. Something about the way Nathaniel looked at her. The frenetic certainty in his reddened eyes. It made the moment all the more unreal. As if he could read her mind. A convoy rolled by, with Elysium guards manning the guns. Leah watched them from within. Evelyn twisted her head away before she could be identified. Don't forget why you're here. Is there anywhere else we can talk about this? She asked. Perhaps more private. I cannot leave this spot. I am but a humble servant, sent here to show this city the power of the Lord. His eyes twinkled. But there are others whom I am certain would wish to see you, especially after what I've told them about your spirit. She studied him closely. You've been talking about me? Why? We've only spoken a few times. Your heart is open to the Lord's wisdom, and your mind is so much stronger than the rest of your kindred. You mustn't underestimate that strength, Evelyn. He paused. I apologize. I suppose I should have said, Eva. Great. They did want her, and she'd been playing along without realizing it. Surely, they wouldn't have come all this way on a whim, but even if they did, this reveal also gave her an opening to put that rumor back under wraps. So long as she played this right and slagged more people into stupidity, they'd forget that there'd ever been an Evelyn in this city. Same as now. Where do I need to go to meet them? She asked. Brother Uriel currently speaks outside Elysium, but it is the main congregation you should join. It has arrived not far beyond these walls, and our father will soon plead with the head huntress to ensure that we are treated with the peace we bring. When this happens, I would request that you go and see him for yourself. We welcome all who believe in the power of the Lord, and Father Abraham would love to speak with you for himself. Of this, I am certain. I'll come back next time I'm free from work. Thank you for talking to me, Nathaniel. She started to make her leave. There is no one to thank but the Lord for choosing you, Eva, he said, though his tone bordered somewhere between earnest and insincere when calling out her name. Evelyn kept walking, doing her best to avoid looking back. She knew how this had to be handled. Evelyn would have to clear up this misunderstanding about her name, hike back home, swap clothes, and disappear into the lodge for no one to ever find again. That was the rational choice that had been drilled into her mind over the years. There was no way out of it. Even the tiniest threat could claim her life if left unchecked, and the best path forward was neutering it completely. And yet, another sense stirred within. Ever since she'd first been rescued by Mother, Evelyn had always wondered. Why her? Why not anyone else? Where the rest of her race had succumbed to genocide, it was as if divinity selected her for some future purpose. Mother insisted that she'd repopulate this world again, but after a decade of waiting and 1,000 unsuccessful attempts at artificial insemination, Liam showed up, as if by magic. Where Mother had failed on her own, fate intervened to give them one final chance. As if they'd been selected as a second Adam and Eve. But even after their relationship came together, the best that Evelyn managed to produce was a single child. Her beautiful baby Leah. Oh, how she prayed that her daughter would change this world, not just for her own sake. 4 children, Evelyn remembered. 2 boys and 2 girls. That was the plan, and not only for the benefit of humanity. By making 2 couples, Leah and her future sister would be able to have grandchildren with a mitigated risk of genetic defects. Were Evelyn to provide less, Leah would forever be forced to incinerate some of her children, or her children's children, simply because the bunker failed to have enough options to spread the gene pool wide. Could she really be forced to live under those circumstances? And yet, Leah was their only daughter. It had taken them years to have her. Evelyn was now closing in on 30. Not much time remained in her biological clock before she'd be at risk of dying through childbirth. Would she be able to clear this threshold? Would she be able to have even one more, or was Leah all she'd produce? Not the future matriarch of the human race but the last gasp of a dying breed. Was fate truly so uncaring? You know the answer, Nathaniel had said. You can feel it in your heart. Obviously, she could not be naive. The beholders didn't come to them to hold hands and sing Kumbaya. They were an existential threat, like everything else in this world. There was only one to solve them, with neither qualms nor mercy. But still, Evelyn could shake the feeling. Had all of this happened for a reason? B2, Chapter 14, Deal with the Devil, 1. Gotta love our new world order. Reitsers just love springing up all over, and we've got the freedom to remake ourselves into whatever we choose. But if I've learned anything in this wide world, it is that we still speak the same language, and that is at the barrel of a gun. Hades, some philosophical shit. 4 years after. She couldn't let this continue. Leah watched the crowd beneath Elysium, her body shrouded in shadow. Another beholder had set up shop, right outside the capital to sin, where he'd get the most traction. So many had turned out to see this brother Uriel guy, staring like hollows as he bleated about his nonsense endlessly. That Uriel had chosen to be outside Elysium brought insult to injury. Right under her very nose, where Leah and the council conducted their governance. There had been no time to waste after uncovering how far the beholders had infiltrated her city. Leah had dispersed a flurry of hunters to do some sneaking about and now knew the full extent to which their world had been invaded. It turned out that their economy was being undermined by the illegal swapping of the beholders' religious book, the Holy Word, as they called out, and more workers were opting out by the day. After watching Nathaniel and Uriel stand in place for so long, many were starting to believe their fantasy. Leah swirled some thinned goat's blood and sipped. Sustaining a res without flesh and brains? Give me a break. The science was clear. The hollowing mutated their bodies into only accepting living flesh as sustenance, and every brain cell lost was one that couldn't be replaced on its own. To think that their minds could remain stable with no more than a single book to read was nonsense. Lunacy, even. And yet, hour by hour, more and more sheep were falling for the lies. Watching him. Listening. Turning their eyes away from the world that had been built for them. Weakening Leah's own defenses. That was what made this so unsustainable. If enough workers fell for his bullshit, labor would slow, the economy would slack further than it was already, and insufficient food would be produced to keep society moving. Without a steady supply coming in, tempers flared, and the hollowing flourished. A couple days of having the industrial farms shut down would force pandemonium into a death spiral. The kind that she'd struggled to reverse once before already. Then there were the beholders just beyond the sticks, preaching the same shit while carrying crossbows behind their backs. This Father Abraham claimed that his intentions were benevolent according to his scouts, but he'd been taking his sweet-ass time to make the trip over. Meanwhile, his minions continued to spread disunity in the streets, gnawing away at pandemonium's relative stability like poison in the bloodstream. Oh, sure. They pretended that their goals were humble, but Leah had seen enough of this world. She knew exactly what games were being played. There was no way out of this. As much as she didn't want another show of force, it was time to remind her people of which immortal being they bowed down to. Leah made the necessary calls. Within minutes, Dwayne rolled by with a crew of 20. All her loyalists. All armed to the teeth. She relayed her commands and made her opening move. Down through the halls of the Elysium, Leah marched. Past the graffiti-laced walls and the many rooms beside, filled to the brim with others of her race. Dancing, shouting, gambling, fighting, partying. Elysium overflowed with life through those embraced by the sins, their own minds under a comfortable numbness that made their existence bearable. Gluttony? Lust? Pride? Who cared, so long as it let them enjoy their true selves? She walked beneath the blinking neon lights and the blaring speakers above, vibrating the ground with the metronomic thumps of the heavy metal tunes that permeated this place. She listened to the interplay of several beats merged together. The fragments of a world long destroyed blared on, now recreated into something better than before. Something that was theirs. Patrons watched Leah as she crossed into the open yard. They remained huddled while guards collected cover charges, the necessary tax to enter these profaned halls. Not that any minded. All knew just how much they had all struggled to reach a point where a place like Elysium could exist in the first place. A hub of raw emotional expression within an otherwise destroyed world. Then she cleared the cobblestone roads and tightly trimmed hedges along the exterior, and entered the city proper. Buildings rose around. A mix of apartments, shops, warehouses, even skyscrapers. Each one was built upon the ruins of the civilization left behind, meticulously honed into place through the everlasting toil of her race. More neon lights clung to the frames of many, once again reminding their kind of how unique their existence had become. Leah moved into the open, straight for Brother Uriel. Some within the crowd saw her approach and made space. A fragile lake of undead shells, yielding to their pillar of strength. Her target smiled meekly, his true devotion hidden behind a veil of faux piety. She strolled up to the beholder. Up to this foreign body. This interloper who invaded her world. He stood and watched her approach. Just like the rest, Uriel's smoothed-out face stayed locked like granite behind that artificial grin. She stared deep into his eyes, along with that strange frenzied flicker he kept buried beneath. Leah drew her pistol and shot Brother Uriel in the face. It was as though the air had been sucked out from the block as the crowd gasped in unison. Dwayne and her troops formed a line at once, their weapons ready to purge any who would dare step forth. Murmurs evolved into shouts as the consequences of her actions took hold. Leah climbed atop his plywood box and turned to face them all. A mere stomp of her foot silenced the crowd. The wind gained strength around her, fluttering her scarf beside her. Everybody, listen the fuck up, she shouted. It has come to my attention that some of you have forgotten how this world works. The crowd hushed, eyes widened against this sudden brutality. Let me make one thing clear to you. There is no hope for our race. No salvation. No light at the end of a tunnel. We don't live, but we sure as fuck can die. We face this truth every single day, with every breath we take, our memories leaking out from the depths of our consciousness. With each passing thought, we become lesser versions of ourselves. Do you think there is some divine plan against this fate? That you were inflicted by this curse only to be saved by something greater than yourselves? No. There is nothing to protect you, above or below. There is only us. Pitiful. Frail. Destined to lose the very minds we've gained unless we fight to keep them sane. Don't believe me? Look at the corpse to my side and see the evidence for yourselves. Where is this charlatan's god now? She furrowed her brow, the wind growing with her intensity. Fear the darkness and the light, my friends. Both will bring you nothing more than an accelerated death. Embrace the liberty you've been given under my control. Find security by making war against your inner peace. Treat these contradictions with the disdain they deserve. That is how you grow stronger. Every day, another battle. The moment you succumb to these false idols and their offer of tranquility without end, you are no better than pigs in the shape of men. Their promised land will become your slaughtering ground. She thought back to Socrates, her violet eyes unblinking as she recalled his lesson. That is the universal truth of this world. You are all alone. You have nothing but yourselves within the relentless pandemonium that defines our existence. She raised a fist. Submit to this truth. Become humbled by it, as I have. or stand in the way and get crushed under its infinite weight. The choice is yours. On that thought, Leah stepped off the plywood box and thrust it open. One of her grunts rushed over with a canister of rubbing alcohol and doused the pile of books within. Before anyone could wonder what she'd planned, Leah drew a match, struck a small light, and tossed it inside. The beholder books burst into flame. This was normally the part where the crowd dispersed. Regardless of how slighted or angry they'd become, most had the good sense to storm off without a word. To attack her directly was unfathomable for the average worker. They still treated Leah as they had for Hades, as an invincible overlord who could destroy them all on a whim. They'd always end up fucking off and going home while considering how to undermine her authority later, usually in the form of mindless rioting. That was not what happened. The crowd rushed for where Leah stood. Her guards interposed themselves in between, bludgeoning any who would draw too close. Shouts erupted, bones shattered, and no shortage of ichor splattered through the air as the firing squad let loose. Dwayne grabbed her shoulder. "We've got to get you out of here, boss. Now." Leah buried her nails in her palms. She wanted nothing more than to stand her ground and face these challengers directly, but the weight of this mob was more than she'd expected. With a swallow of her pride, she turned and left, retaining only enough dignity to keep her head held high as she marched back to Elysium. Unlike those who reflexively lashed out against her words, Leah knew where she stood in this cruel world. She was a killer amongst killers, forever in solitude as she struggled for the life she had gained. Whether others followed her by choice or fear mattered little. At the end of the day, they were all just demons fighting against the everlasting night. And no one could change that. B2, Chapter 14, Deal with the Devil, 2. It had been ages since Leah decked out Elysium to this extent. Fresh blood flowed from fountains in the wall. Gargoyles stood ready. Hades' old skull throne had been renovated anew for herself to sit atop. A chorus of workers buzzed about, prepping every inch of this chamber so her guest would see the strength wielded here. Nothing short of perfection would be enough for this display of unfettered power. Father Abraham would soon arrive. He'd pass by Uriel's impaled corpse along the way, with an army of soldiers lining the path so he could neither turn nor leave once inside. If the beholders wanted to wrestle this space from Leah and her people, they would see just how strongly she'd cling to it. All Leah had to do was wait. The door opened with a creak, casting light into the candlelit chamber where Leah steepled her black-gloved fingers. Her guest walked through. Smaller than I was expecting. The figurehead of her enemies was half a head smaller than her, with thin brown hair over gaunt cheeks. Like the rest of the beholders she'd seen, his skin was smoothed out to cover their rotting flesh, much as Leah and other wealthy Reitsers chose to do. But the similarities ended there. His black dress shirt matched his trousers beneath, and a white collar wrapped around his neck. A wooden cross hung below, glinting in varnish. Closer still, Leah could make out a spattering of dirt across his shirt and legs, though the whiff made it apparent that. "Did you come here covered in shit?" she snapped. Father Abraham approached, cheeks relaxing into a grin. "Well, I was working the cattle until I heard about the kerfuffle down here and realized that I'd hardly been a great neighbor." He held out a hand to shake. "It is good to finally meet you, Lady Leah." She watched his hand as though a blade might spring out. "I'm not going to touch your shit-stained fingers." "Lord have mercy. You make an excellent point there." He chuckled and retracted his hand, sliding into a southern charm. "Though perhaps we should at least stand head-to-head since I am hardly at an advantage with you all the way up on that throne of yours and me down here." Was this bumpkin seriously who the beholders followed? Leah stood and walked down the throne, her feet tapping against stone steps. Abraham was as intimidating as a dreg, with the stature of a teenager. How the hell could he get so many people to listen to him? But then she met Father Abraham in the eyes, and everything changed. A Reitzer became most defined by the strength of their reservoir, and this phenomenon was projected through the color of their eyes. His irises were shrouded in a magenta gleam, burning with an intensity that trapped the air in her lungs. She had only seen this level of power in a handful before. Mother, Hades, herself. And now him. This schmuck from nowhere, but armed with a res built for a titan. And beneath that, something else. A fury. A tempest. The sword of blazing inferno ready to consume all in its path. Leah stared deep and saw glimpses of enemies long vanquished yet perverted into a different beast. One more deadly than she'd seen before. Abraham broke into another innocent smile, shattering the illusion. Well. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were giving me some unholy eyes, Miss Huntress." Leah blinked. "Don't know if you figured out where you're at, Abraham, but the whole leader bit ended the moment you crossed the sticks. In here, you're no better than a dismembered hollow. I'd like to think we're all a little more than that." She folded her arms. "Not compared to me." He simply stood and stared for a moment, brow bent in concern. "Why is it that you are so afraid of me?" She narrowed her gaze. "What makes you think that I am?" "I mean, my congregation is nothing but a poor group of farmers who came all this way from Louisiana with little more than the shirts on our backs. And yet, you treat us as though we are some invading force." He looked around the room. "Are all these theatrics supposed to be for my benefit or yours?" "Touché. Last I checked, you guys are packing enough weaponry to commit some low-key genocide. Would it not have been a much shorter pilgrimage had we chosen otherwise? So much for your God protecting you." Abraham laughed, deep and heavy. He wagged his finger as though they'd become good old friends. "I suppose you've gotten me there, young lady. While God protects those who protect themselves, sometimes you've just gotta be a little more careful. That what happened to those enclaves you wiped out along the way? They needed a little protecting against. His irises flashed with a glimmer of that more profound beast. Sin is a threat to us all. I do what I must to protect the stability of my congregation, the same as you do for this city. He smiled again, the furor disappearing as quickly as it had come. But make no mistake. I do not inflict violence without cause. You have done nothing to harm me, so why would I do anything in return? You miss the dangling body coming in? Because that guy might beg to differ. And I think this is your burden to bear, not mine. He sighed. I loved Brother Uriel, as I do with all my children, but vengeance is the tool made for fools. Another foul temptation that I do not personally ascribe to. Is this guy kidding me? Let's skip all the faux friendship and roundabout gibberish, Abraham. I killed your friar to prove that I can. You guys call me the whore of fucking Babylon because you despise me, and you only came all this way personally because I have something that you want. If you'd like to negotiate, you can start by admitting that a negotiation's taking place. You still don't seem to understand, Leah. We came here to be in the presence of the Lord in the flesh. We don't need anything else, certainly not through violence or ill tempers. Even though I find many of your actions reprehensible, it is the Lord's will to only ever hate the sin, not the sinner. You are no exception, though I can understand how you might take offense to some of our words. Leah contemplated it all. Are you honestly trying to suggest that you've taken thousands of armed Reitsers, marched all this way from fucking Louisiana, but you don't have the slightest intention to claim the Fenix family by force? He guffawed. That would make me quite the poor general. But no, there was no plan further than coming to where the Lord had beckoned us. I care for nothing more than to ensure that God's final incarnation remains safe until the time is right. All that I could request is that I be able to help guide the chosen one on the journey forth. Liam's not going to agree to be your Messiah. Did I say that I came for him? It took a second to catch his meaning. They had been under the impression that Liam was their target based on orders Evelyn overheard, but now that Leah could piece it together more succinctly, another possibility floated through her mind. You want the kid? He nodded. Yes. Your namesake, Leah Fenix. She is the Lord brought down to this earth, sent to deliver us from the evils of this world by inflicting her divine fury. When she pours the 7 bowls of judgment, the sinners will perish, and the beholding will end, thus saving us all. And you beholders are mere servants to that end, Leah considered. Correct. Don't you find it interesting how finely the hands of fate have intertwined? No. I think that you're batshit insane. Faith and insanity certainly are hard to distinguish for those blinded to the light. You would know. You may consider yourself as the matriarch of this land, but like many women who do not let the better sex lead them, your eyes are weak to that which the Lord has shown to you. She squinted, trying to suss out which part of that pissed her off most. I'll tell you what I see, an unarmed man covered in manure standing in the chamber of someone who has destroyed more enemies than she could ever remember. This is not a conversation of equals. You would do well to remember that. You are correct in that we are not equals, but that is only because the Lord protects me and not you, Leah. She laughed. You think I can't purge you before you can blink? I'm sure Uriel thought the same. Where was your God then, and where will he be now? But Father Abraham merely crossed his arms behind his back and turned away. If you tried to strike me down, the Lord would open the very earth where you stand and bury you beneath. That is his power. Oh, how Leah had half a mind to finish this guy off, right here and right fucking now. Like I said. You're batshit insane. And you prove my point, sadly. The Lord has given you a brilliant mind, Leah, only for you to waste it so flippantly. Like the others who inhabit this city, you lose your souls by engaging in sin, and then become slaves to it. Your lack of faith is the prison that withers your minds, and we offer nothing but freedom. Time for a change of tactics. Hate to break it to you, buddy, but the Hallowing isn't some magical force you can pray away. It was produced in a lab. I even knew the scientist who made it. Do you think something as grand a scope as this plague could be tethered to the work of man? Abraham asked. Only God could inflict such a force when he rang the 7 trumpets of pestilence. Leah grinned. She was a woman, actually. Your supposed weaker sex. Dr. Ava Sherman, inventing an artificial cell type to circumvent death called HBRS 15.21. I could show you the files if you want, but my guess is that your res would implode after absorbing too many contradicting facts at once. Abraham tilted his head with a smirk. HBRS 15.21, you say? For since by man came death, by man came the resurrection of the dead. What the hell's that supposed to mean? It is from the Holy Word, of course. Corinthians 15:21, to be precise. He turned to face her in full. Quite the coincidence, do you not agree? Perhaps this scientist of yours had more faith than you realize. There was no denying the eerie coincidence, especially with Abraham's calm bravado as he recited his line. This guy's more clever than he looks. Leah was starting to see why so many followed him. At a bare minimum, he no doubt had an infinite bag of one-liners like that to pull from. I didn't bring you here to debate theology, Leah deflected. What is life but an exercise in debate? Between our friends, our enemies, and even ourselves? If we keep our thoughts locked in the shadows, we gain nothing but a fog over our minds. Sin proliferates under those conditions, weakening your soul. And I'd counter that so long as you believe in a single book, you'll forever be trapped with a fog over your mind. The Holy Word is no mere book. It opens your spirit to limitless growth. She gleamed. You can say so, but they sure burned like regular books to me. A flash of hatred furrowed behind his magenta eyes, even as his face remained rigid. That was a most grievous form of heresy. The death of the body is immaterial compared to that of the soul, and you have deprived many out there in search of seeking these higher forms. If I didn't know better, Abraham, I'd say you care more about the destruction of your book than the friend I murdered. Indeed. Each copy of the Holy Word takes quite a lot of effort from my congregation to produce, from the paper to the ink to the leather binding itself. More than a dozen of my family work together with each issue, slaving away on our press to ensure there are no errors. He took a step closer. And yet, you threw all that toil down the drain with a mere snap of a finger. Now we're getting somewhere. Leah folded her arms again, unfazed. Sounds to me that there are some lines you'd rather not see crossed. That where you're going with this? He nodded. If we are to be neighbors, then perhaps we can reach an agreement to our mutual benefit. One where we do not interfere with the actions of the other. Just when Leah was starting to think Father Abraham was no more than a machine built to spout misogyny and spiritual haikus, he proved to have a res. She began to stroll around the chamber, letting the sound of her steel-toed combat boots echo against the concrete floor. Her guest moved silently behind. I'll tell you what, Abraham, she began. The way I figure it, you've come all this way to see a messiah who can't even stand on her own two legs. No matter how much you try to guide her, she's not going to pour any bowls for you, at least for the foreseeable future. So, for now, let's let Leah Fenix enjoy some peace and quiet with her parents while our apocalypse rages on. If the Lord is as powerful as you claim, he'll ensure nothing bad happens to her while we wait. And I, your resident whore of Babylon, will continue to do my part in protecting her so long as you don't make my life more difficult. That can only happen if I don't have thousands of others breathing down my throat, asking about living humans that no one here has ever seen before. So the only way to help her is to help me by shutting the fuck up about them. Think you can do that? He rubbed his chin. This seems to be a reasoned approach for us both. Cool. We can agree to the starting condition which costs us both nothing. Additionally, however, I can't have your people running around the streets telling everyone to stop working and read your book instead. You're welcome to do what you want with your people, but only beyond the sticks. An aura of silence hung for a moment. In a society as open as yours claims to be, is it really so difficult to allow a free exchange of thought? In this case, yes. I've got a civilization to run, not a cult to placate. So long as workers are leaving their posts to listen to those sermons, they're not working hard enough to keep everything else running. His thin lips curled upward, ever so slightly. If that is your concern, then we can become better neighbors still. As you have noted, I have 2,500 members in my congregation, and we are all willing to put in labor. Why not allow us to help you out, just as God would will? Leah scoffed. I'm not going to feed thousands of extra mouths. And you will not. Even if we do not agree with your ways, I can convince my brothers and sisters that your needs must be met. We are neighbors, after all. Aren't we? Why do I feel like there's an extra string you want attached? Because there is. If you wish to have more help to let the city continue with its sinful ways, then all I ask in exchange is one small favor. He stopped, the light trapped in his thinned hair, casting a shadow over his unwrinkled face. You must promise that the lessons of the Holy Word can be preached in your streets. Let any who wish to listen to what my congregation has to say, and whether they agree or disagree to be baptized in the light of the Lord, then that is their right, and you are not to interfere. Your people will work without pay so long as you're allowed to give away your books again and dip some workers in water without repercussion? That's all you want? Yes. Father Abraham held out his hand again. Do you agree to these terms? Leah ran her fingers across her scarf and considered the prospect. This wasn't a bad idea, though not for the reasons that Abraham believed. Labor had slackened across pandemonium, and with Halloween on the rise, she couldn't afford to miss a win of this nature. Whether or not the beholders could survive long-term off milk and faith alone mattered little. Only that their free labor could be leveraged to solve her immediate problems. It wasn't lost on Leah that this was precisely the solution Sinclair had joked about at their last council meeting. Unless someone can conjure up thousands of extra workers willing to do the labor for free, he'd said. Well, now here they were, with thousands falling out of the sky, ready to handle their needs. What were the handful of books and some more weirdos dressing up in white cloaks, when the alternative was the boost they needed? Then there was the potential unrest to consider, were Leah to refuse. If that mob was any indication, treating Abraham by immediate force would only complicate matters further. Perhaps the best approach was to acquiesce for now while forming a more concrete strategy and getting more reinforcements. As he'd admitted, the beholders had little more than sticks and books, while Leah commanded an entire armada. So what if Abraham's preaching gave him some extra henchmen for a couple weeks? They'd all fall in line once she took him off the board. They could even fix some roads for her while she gathered reinforcements from El Dorado. A real deal with the devil. Done, Leah said, embracing his hand. But the moment they locked eyes and she saw that burning passion anew, Leah could not help but wonder. Which of the two was the devil here? B2, Chapter 15, A Husband's Duty, 1. In addition to a further breakdown to autonomic motor functions, damage to the cingulate gyrus appears to feed into the aggression we witness with hollows. Even if they sense danger intuitively, they cannot process it. Mother, notes on HBRS 15.21. 6 years after. All things considered, this wasn't a bad week. Liam lassoed the last bit of fibers in place and wiped the sweat from his clean-shaven chin. There, another successful project complete. Now his daughter would have a more suitable playpen doubled in size from the first, its boundaries a mix of cushioned bedposts and fibrous netting. Hungry waited patiently for his companion to arrive, his button eyes brightened under the rays of light that spilled in from outside. Life is good, his chest still proudly declared, and with this latest invention, it was hard to disagree. With Evelyn running off to spy on the beholders and Leah out of town to get reinforcements, Liam had spent his time getting back into his craftsmanship. Back in his purgatory days, this had been the norm for his survival and general sanity. It was nice to be in the swing of things again. He'd started by making hungry, but the itch only grew stronger with time. Before Liam knew it, he fixed the oven, the laundry machine, pipes connecting them, and even replaced insulation in the walls where needed. Chantal became an invaluable intermediate to the outside world, though everything she brought in always carried a foul, chemical stench. It could not be helped. Everything imported into their little hovel needed to be sterilized before use, especially since his less hygienic roommate preferred thumbs and doorknobs to a pacifier. Not that Liam minded. The more time available, the more he spread his projects outward. By this point, one of the extra storage rooms had been converted into an entire entertainment complex for Leah, with a deluge of puzzles and play kits built to satiate her budding curiosities. There was nothing better for him to do either. So, while the others were bogged down combating the beholders, Liam provided aid in his own little way. So long as his daughter remained calm and happy, what better way could he make a difference? The solitude did start to weigh on him, however. This was not his first bout of isolation. Liam had spent most of his adult life trapped, with no company save for the memories that had brought him there. Even when he made his heroic escape and worked his way back to the mainland, all he encountered were intelligent undead and not the family he left behind. It wasn't until Evelyn that he'd tasted human connection again, but only through the seeds of mutual self-interest. In many ways, Liam and loneliness were still lifelong bedfellows. And yet, he seemed the only one interested in putting that relationship to rest in favor of greater bonds. His good friend, Leah, cared about nothing more than hiding atop the mountain of sovereignty she had carved from the ruins of this world. Meanwhile, Evelyn wasted no time thrusting herself back into conflict just to ensure the scales were tipped back in their favor. Neither of these women focused on the connections they'd cultivated, instead marching their solo paths in the vain hope of neutralizing every possible threat. Was life worth living when it was done without companionship? In a bubble of identity divorced from the platonic and romantic, what type of relationships remained? He kissed his daughter. I've still got you, at least, yet. Leah goggled back, a bubble blowing from her plump lips. That's right. Me and you don't need to run off and conquer the world together. We can always enjoy the time we've been given. She started to cry before long. First, a small sob, but it escalated quickly. Liam juggled her around before the acrid scent leaked out from her diaper. Ugh, he grunted. Again with you? That's the 5th time today, and I don't even know where it's coming from. You've barely had an ounce of food today. He raised the can of crushed lentils to accentuate the point. What do you have to say to that? Leah said nothing, only grimaced in further pain. All right. You drive a hard bargain. But I swear, you'll do this for me one day, and I'll be twice as fussy if you keep this up. Liam dragged Leah to the bathroom and went through the routine yet again. Perhaps the nicest of all amenities in this place was its cleanliness. Rather than having to clean her up on the bunker floor or in the aura of an open septic toilet, the top of a luxury hotel made for quite the changing pad. To think how much of this process Liam had missed out on during his younger years. Back when his first family still lived, he lacked the time necessary to babysit his daughter, Lilith. The responsibility had fallen to Nellie alone while he ran around the country. First as a photographer for an advertising company, but eventually as a television survivalist. Oh, what he would trade to go back and live those days differently. In truth, Liam had squandered that time for his selfish ends and forgotten how much value these shared experiences created. Even if Leah would not remember that he'd cleaned the shit from her legs, he'd never forget the missed opportunity to do the same for Lilith. His poor daughter had grown up in a world without a father, only to have her life cut short when the Halloween came. And worst of all, there had never been any closure for them. For all Liam knew, his family was still out there, somewhere. Don't dwell on it, he reminded himself. He could not control the events of years long past. All Liam could manage was the present, with the people he'd come to love. That made his life worth living. He wrapped up the mess, tossed the used diaper aside, and slid a fresh one into place. Leah beamed back, now satisfied. At least there is no shortage of these. As luck would have it, Asphodel's shops were replete with diapers, as many Reitzers had difficulty controlling their bowels after the marks they'd sustained. Liam smiled. Okay, love, let's get you back to your friend. Hungry remained where he'd been left, his arms wide for a hug. Liam placed his daughter well within reach for her new companion to embrace. Only for Leah to crawl the other way, choosing the hand-built drums instead. Her chubby fingers plopped against the layer of packing tape along the rim of the coffee can, producing a sharp beat. She giggled and selected another, this one a recycled PVC pipe that drew a duller thud. Her cackle grew, and she floundered for the wider paint bucket, though her accuracy was less pronounced here. Undaunted, she continued to plop about the options available. Her musical career flew in full swing as the medley of rat-a-tat-tas grew. And Hungry remained in the same place as always. Still silent. Still ready for someone to recognize the truth plastered across his chest. Life is good, Leah. Don't you forget. So it was that everyone these days felt compelled to live in their own worlds. What was Liam to do? He supposed he was as responsible as any for the current state of affairs. The fissure in his relationship with Evelyn had been born in equal part from her withdrawal and his hubris. Even pandemonium stood as no more than a pause for those woes. Liam looked again to Hungry and considered his position. Evelyn might have been pushing away from him, but he'd also done nothing to stop her. Too busy living in the past and the present to concern himself with their future. But where would he be without her? When push came to shove, what life would he have now if he lost Evelyn altogether? Liam breathed deep. He loved Nellie, even to this day. That much he could not deny. But Liam did love Evelyn too. She had fought for so long and gone through so much to reach this point, only to drift further away in her endless pursuit to shoulder all burdens. Even if she found new ways to frustrate him with her struggles, did she not deserve to be loved all the same? He breathed deep, knowing the answer. So long as Liam chose not to perform his duty as a husband as well as a man, there would be no path forward for the two, but apart. The fate of the world no longer mattered, nor the continued threat against them. Not when Evelyn was still in so much pain. It was time for Liam to make his own amends. B2, Chapter 15, A Husband's Duty, 2. The waning light of day fell across Evelyn's form as she scaled through the back window. Her movements were automatic and cold as always, and her beautiful face remained locked behind the respirator she dared not remove. With the grace and silence of a mouse, she furled up the rope that had worked for her stealthy escape, then closed the blackout curtains behind, waiting for just a moment as she once again scanned the exterior for followers or threats. Only once again hidden in the dark of their room, did she remove her costume. First, the respirator affixed to her mouth, then the sunglasses over her brown eyes, then the shawl that wrapped around her black hair. She continued, unfastening the clips around her leather hardsuit that protected them from bites and the camouflaged fatigues beneath. Liam stood from where he'd been waiting on the couch and walked over. Her eyes flicked his way, hard and calculated as ever. Managed to get more from Nathaniel today. Should be able to. Liam kissed her, his arms wrapping around her form. She leaned back. What are you doing, honey? I just got back. Shut up, he said, planting another kiss. You don't have to talk about what happened out there, love. You don't even have to think. Just relax and let me do the rest. He hugged her tighter still, once again leaning in for a kiss. For a moment, Evelyn merely stood frozen in place, her body locked up. But as Liam's lips mingled again with hers, her muscles relaxed, and she slipped her gloved fingers around his back, sliding for his midsection. He looked into his wife's eyes and saw tears formed, their brown irises quivering back and forth for fear of surrendering her guard further. She did not deserve such fear. Not with him. Liam continued where Evelyn had left off, deftly removing the clips that held her armor in place. One after another, he discarded the ugly, toughened shell that hid her pure form beneath. His lips moved lower, pecking her on the neck where she was exposed. He did not stop there. Liam proceeded with all the delicacy he could muster, probing deeper with both fingers and tongue. Wait. What abuo? She gasped, Liam now kissing her breast. He grabbed between her legs, feeling wetness grow. Though Liam still could not yet feel the spark himself, it did not matter. This moment was not for him. It was for her. And as he continued to unravel the wall around his wife, he did not forget that for a second. Massaging the tension from her limbs, biting tenderly where able, and always disrobing her further. It wasn't long until she was naked completely. Without more force than needed, Liam brought his wife to the nearest couch and placed her down. Evelyn lay in front, her naked body finally exposed. The scars of her past snaked around her torso, and her dark breasts sagged a beat in the dim light, but that could not concern him in the slightest. Liam stiffened himself, and he quickly removed his own clothes. Old age coupled with the nature of the mission had been a beast for his libido, and it had been a point of contention in their relationship, but the power of raw passion overrode every other sense. Oh, how beautiful Evelyn became when presented in her exposed, unarmored form. He removed his underwear and climbed on top. Evelyn cringed a beat. I haven't prepared, she squeaked, referencing their fertility regiment. Liam knelt low. Who cares? He entered her. The two moaned in shared ecstasy as Liam performed his duty. This was not sex. It was not procreation. This was love. Together. As a couple. In the most natural sense of the term. The fate of humanity and the burdens of their world were so paltry compared to what they both gained in this moment. Their souls entwined as one, forging the eternal bond they'd established anew. How foolish Liam had been in forgetting why he agreed to marry this woman. Not because the world ended and no other options remained, but because he'd come to love her so deeply after all their time together. He devoted himself to her, and she'd been there for him. Nothing else mattered but the relationship they'd built. Not as mere partners but as equals. And she did not deserve to shoulder these burdens alone. Their love eclipsed, and the two reached their climax as one. Liam rolled over, his body extinguished from the exchange. Evelyn curled back up, calmly sliding a throw blanket over her chest. As quickly as the tryst began, it was over. Where the hell did that come from? She asked. He exhaled deep. Been thinking a lot about you, is all, my love. Does it need to be more complicated than that? For a moment, his wife said nothing. She merely clung to her blanket, eyes averted from his. So soft and vulnerable. But the faint flicker of a smile across his lips was all Liam needed to see to know that he'd broken through her wall, if only briefly. Now you can tell me how this day went, love, Liam said, making room for the distraction she craved. I've got a better handle on how the beholders work, Evelyn explained, again slipping back into the survivalist. Nathaniel's a foot soldier for Aaron, who reports to Abraham. How goes the mind games? She beamed. Good. He corrected himself mid-sentence today, though one of his friends called me Evelyn too. It will take some more doing before the Hallowing wipes them of the memory of my name. Liam brushed a lock of hair from her cheeks. As long as you keep yourself safe, they can call you whatever the hell they want. You're more important to me than them. I know, and thank you. For this. I didn't know how much I needed it. He slid his fingers around hers. You and me both, love. Not every day can be spent fighting to stay alive. We have to remember who we are and why we're here. Let's never forget that. No matter how much we may feel separated. Again, Evelyn fell to silence, the shadow over her face. Liam could only speculate the impact this had left on her. She might have been his second chance at love, but he'd always be her first. How's Leah doing? She asked. Put her to sleep an hour ago. We should be good for a few more. I'm gonna look at her for a bit, honey. She turned to him. Want to come? Liam feigned shock. I'd say just for you, love, but now that you mention it, I'd like to see her too. The two walked across their suite, hands locked together. Whimpering leaked through the walls as they drew near. Liam grunted. Not again. He opened the door, where Leah rolled around in her crib, bawling her eyes out. His nose wrinkled. And I think she pooped herself too. Can't she just take a break for a change? How many times has that been? Evelyn asked. 6 times today, I'd reckon. But she still hasn't been eating. Liam groaned. Afraid not. At this rate, Chantal's will have to get more diapers than food, yet. But Evelyn watched on in silence, her brow furrowed as she studied their daughter. Without saying a word, she rushed across the room and pressed her palm against Leah's forehead. The color flooded from her face. Liam, come here, she ordered. He closed in without question, the hairs raising on the back of his neck. His palm met hers on their daughter's forehead while she rolled around and cried. His heart skipped a beat, and he locked eyes with his wife. No more words were needed. Leah had a fever. Oh, sure, a baby's cold was the type of matter that no adult overlooked. Liam had once abandoned an episode in the Everglades mid-shoot after hearing that Lilith was in the hospital with a cough that wouldn't go away. To have this level of concern was natural for any loving parent. However, that fear came from an era where children had access to modern medicine. The days of pressing a button on the phone and having them airdropped in were long since gone, and the anatomy of a Reitzer relied on a completely different set of chemicals and reagents to function, so none could be found here. Divorced from the amenities that Liam and Evelyn grew up with, reality became far starker for the future. Even if they ruled out the Hallowing, there was no denying where this could easily go. Leah would perish if this illness went untreated.